right, we have hit the 6 o'clock hour, and so I'm going to go ahead and call the June 10th meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for those online and those that have joined in person. If you will, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thanks very much. Great. We don't have any minutes to approve this evening, so we'll move right to item number 3, which is announcing changes to committee meeting agendas and committee membership approvals. Ms. Trimble, do you have any changes to announce?
I did not, but can we take a roll call?
Oh my gosh, thank you. Yes, thanks for keeping me in line. Please, roll call, please.
Anderson.
Present.
Becerra.
Present.
Campbell.
Here.
Carlino.
Present.
Farmer.
Present.
Jones.
Present.
Jordan.
I believe Councilor Jordan is absent. I haven't seen her online yet. Just looking again here quickly. I do not see Councilor Jordan.
Okay, I'll watch for her. Melson.
Present.
Nugent.
Councilor Nugent has informed us that he will be late to the meeting this evening. He will be joining us, but he's not here yet.
Watch for him as well. Savage.
Present.
And I see Jordan and Sherrill.
Present.
Vasecka.
Present.
And that's a quorum.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Trimble. And back to the question, do you have any committee updates?
No changes from when it was published.
Okay, great. So the committee schedule for June 12th is as stands, and that can be located on the Missoula City Council website, where all the items and their correlating agenda items and materials are included online. Next, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 4, which is special presentations and proclamations. We do have 2 neighborhood councils that are joining us this evening, and then we do have 2 proclamations to read. And I would like to go ahead and start with those, and then I'll go ahead and tee up the rest of the meeting in terms of what we anticipate for a long evening, an evening that has a lot of council business and an opportunity to cover quite a few items. So I'll go ahead and start with those neighborhood council updates, and we'll start with the Franklin to Fort, please. Come on up and say your name if you would, and spell your last name just for the transcription, please. Thank you. Oh, pardon me, sorry. There we go. Now we're on.
Okay, hello, I'm Clint Whittle Frazier, WHITTLE-FRAZIER from the Franklin to the Fort leadership team, just to provide some updates. So our general council meeting was held on Tuesday, April 2nd from 6 to 8 p.m. The leadership team used door hangers to spread the word, and there was a good turnout. There was a presentation by Neighborways, and it was well received by Franklin to the Fort neighbors. The Franklin to the Fort neighborhood cleanup was held on Saturday, April 27th. There were about 15 small groups who participated, and the dumpster was filled. And coming up, the Franklin to the Fort block party will be held on September 4th in Franklin Park. Planning has started and will continue through the summer, and all city council members are welcome to attend as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your report, and also for your dedication to the neighborhood and your work there. Does anybody have any questions? And this is embarrassing to ask. I got distracted when you gave your name. Would you please tell me your name again?
Yeah, it's Clint Whittle Frazier.
Frazier. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thanks.
Whittle Frazier. I appreciate that very much. Well, excellent. We look forward to having you back here, and thank you very much for coming down and presenting tonight. Thank you again. right. We do have one additional neighborhood council this evening to give a presentation, and that is the Lewis and Clark neighborhood. Is there somebody here to present? Somebody from the Lewis and Clark neighborhood? All right, just give it a second here. There is a Lewis and Clark council update. Unfortunately, my computer is not cooperating, but that is found on our agenda. Dun, dun, dun. All right, and I'm not seeing anybody with their hands raised from the Lewis and Clark neighborhood. All right. Not seeing any. Quickly, the report, they also did participate in the cleanup and have participating in some neighborhood grants and organizing their upcoming general meeting scheduled for September 8th at Playfair Park. Anybody from that area or from that neighborhood wish to make any comments or questions? All right, not seeing any. All right, so those are our neighborhood council updates. Again, thank you for participating in your neighborhood councils and taking part in your local government. Really appreciate that. I'm gonna go ahead and read two proclamations that we have this evening. The first is for Juneteenth Independence Day, and this is in collaboration with Missoula County. Whereas Missoula County and the city of Missoula acknowledge the lasting impacts of racism in the United States, fueled largely by the horrific institution of slavery. And whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach frontier areas of the United States for more than 2 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation of January 1st, 1863, and months after the end of the Civil War. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Texas with news that the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free. And African Americans have celebrated this anniversary, known as Juneteenth Independence Day, for more than 150 years to honor African American freedom while encouraging self-development, respect, and dignity for all people. And whereas the character demonstrated by former slaves should inspire us in this country to give thanks for the freedom won by so many people in all nations and to strive for the goals of bringing freedom and democracy to people of other countries, no matter what their race or religion. And whereas, although Juneteenth Independence Day is starting to be recognized as a national and even global event, the history behind the celebration should not be forgotten, and Montana proudly joins 50 states and the District of Columbia in observing Juneteenth as a state or ceremonial holiday. Therefore, be it resolved, we, Missoula County and the City of Missoula, do hereby proclaim the 19th of June as Juneteenth Independence Day to commemorate African American emancipation from slavery, to celebrate the freedom won by people in many countries, and to rededicate ourselves to the cause of liberty. And invite members of the community to take part in Juneteenth celebration at Fort Missoula on June 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. That's a really great event. Is anybody here in the audience that wishes to speak to this proclamation this evening? Sometimes folks join us in person. Okay, I don't see any here. And again, there's an invitation for all members of the community to take part in a Juneteenth celebration at Fort Missoula on June 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. All right, our next proclamation this evening is Missoula Pollinator Week. Whereas the city of Missoula has partnered with the National Wildlife Federation to promote the creation and conservation of wildlife habitats throughout the Garden City, and whereas our local pollinating hummingbirds, bees, beetles, flies, moths, and butterflies are essential for maintaining healthy, biodiverse ecosystems. And whereas pollination allows plants to reproduce food that form the foundation of the food chain for other species, including humans. And whereas pollination plays a vital role in the health of our forests and grasslands, which provide forage, fish and wildlife, timber, water, mineral resources, and recreational opportunities, as well as enhanced economic development opportunities for communities. And whereas the act of gardening for wildlife promotes sustainable gardening practices such as soil and water conservation, organic practices, and control of exotic species, all of which help to restore healthy soil, air, and water that native pollinators rely upon. Now therefore, I, Andrea Davis, Mayor of the City of Missoula in the state of Montana, do hereby proclaim the week of June 17th through the 23rd, 2024 as Missoula Pollinator Week. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to this proclamation this evening? Okay. Not seeing any, and I'm not seeing any online here. Wonderful. Okay. So next we'll go ahead and move on. This is an opportunity for me just to tee up the meeting this evening. We have a pretty exceptionally long agenda. We've got several agenda items this evening. I do want to warn you that we will take some breaks. We do record all of our meetings. As many of you know, we have our meeting here in person as well as the ability to attend online. The recordings that we later keep for record and make available for people require that we stop between 2.5 and 3 hours. So we will be taking breaks, not only for personal needs breaks, but also to allow our recording to start back over again. I did want to speak to the fact that we have some controversial and emotional issues that we'll be discussing tonight, and that should not preclude us from having a respectful and professional relationship and discussion together. I want to note that City Council in their adopted rules has a decorum at meetings. City Council members, the mayor, city staff, and the public are all required to follow the same basic rules of order and decorum to maintain a productive atmosphere and the integrity of governmental business before council. City Council meetings involve the city's business that must be addressed and dealt with. Conduct that is disruptive and remarks that are too long, unduly repetitious, or irrelevant impede the ability of City Council to conduct the pressing business before it. And so there's a few items in here that I will save for you this evening, but I will just be watching and making sure that we can have a respectful and honest conversation on several different topics. I'll also note, since it came up at our last meeting, and it's been said a couple of times here, that the reason for these basically what look like theater chords or stanchions here is that this allows a demarcation between City Council, the mayor, and the public, partly because we do have security. It's a necessary function these days for public meetings, in particular in the state of Montana, where it is an open carry state. There is a desire for council, the mayor, and city staff, as well as the public, to feel safe in council chambers. You can note that there are several people here, and it is my duty and job to make sure everybody feels safe and welcome here. So we do have not only security at the door, but we also do have members of Missoula Police Department here. And they are basically asking, we've said, in order to keep this space safe, in order for them to be able to see what's happening here, folks don't approach the dais past the stanchions, but anytime that you have questions for us after or in between on breaks or after the meeting, absolutely we'll come out and speak with folks. So that's the reason for those. It's not to limit democracy or public engagement. It is for safety purposes. All right.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much. I just noticed that there are quite a few people here who don't have chairs. So if you have a chair open next to you, can you please raise your hand? Because I want to make sure that people who are able to get up and speak can get through, especially folks right here can go and get seats so that they're not blocking the ability for folks to get up and comment.
Yeah, take a seat, please. Get comfortable, you bet. We'll give you a second to find a chair. Thank you, Councilor Anderson, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Councilor Jones, you bet.
I believe that the Jack Reedy serves as an overflow.
Oh, thank you.
And the sound system is connected, and I don't know how we turn it on, but I'm looking at Ginny Merriam. Maybe you know how to turn it on in case folks want to sit in there. So I think we've always done that in the past.
And Ms. Trimble, if you are hearing us, we are just talking about making sure folks have the opportunity to participate. And if there is access to the Jack Reedy this evening, I don't know if you're aware if there is live feed into that room this evening.
Not yet, but we might be able to make that happen.
Okay. Okay. There's a couple of items of business here on the agenda. I would like to I would like to request that we move new business item 6.1, which is the first reading and preliminary adoption of an ordinance adding chapter 12.60 to adopt regulations governing camping on city right-of-way and other city property. I would like to move that to regular business because this is simply a first reading of that ordinance. And for members of the public, what that means is city council rules require ordinances to have 2 readings. The first basically sets the public hearing. So that's what this evening is doing, is it's setting the public hearing. This ordinance, which again is an ordinance relating to adopting regulations governing camping on city right-of-way and other city property, will be heard in city council committee this coming Wednesday, committee of the whole, starting at 12:40 p.m. So without objection, I would like to move that item adjacent to the resolution that will be heard for approval this evening. That was heard last week in committee, and that is a resolution addressing the city of Missoula's approach to urban camping and to adopt recommendations from the Urban Camping Working Group. That would make it so folks' comments could basically be part of the same topic near one another during the agenda. Is that permissible without any objection? Can we move that agenda item? Not seeing any objection in the room. Is there any objection online? Okay, not seeing any objection, then we will move item 6.1 to section 9, regular business. Thank you very much. The next item, just for note on organization of the agenda here, is we would like to just swap item 5.2 and 5.3 under public hearings. We have 3 public hearings this evening. The first will be Corner Farm Open Space Project, and we'll hear that as the first public hearing. I'd like to move up the resolution to Annex 2612 South Avenue West to the second public hearing, and then move item 5.2 to 5.3, which is the Strong Riverstone 18-lot major subdivision and rezone. So basically just swapping 5.2 and 5.3. Are there any objections to that? Okay, not seeing any. Then we'll go ahead and do that. Great. Thank you very much. All right, we've gotten through the business of the business. We'll now move on to public hearings. State law and city council rules set guidelines for inviting community comment in a formal way on certain issues. Following a staff report on each item, the city council and the mayor invite community comment. City council holds a public hearing on the item. A member of council makes a motion and a vote is taken. The public hearing and a vote take place on the same night, unless there is a reason to hold the vote over to a later meeting date. So the first public hearing is 5.1 Corner Farm Open Space Project, and we have staff member Zach Covington here to start the presentation. Zach, come on up.
All right, thank you. My screen sharing here real quick. Okay. Good to see everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you about this open space project. Today, my name is Zach Covington. I'm the Open Space Program Manager with the Department of Parks and Recreation. And I'll be presenting with Don Conklin from Trust Montana, and Trust Montana is the applicant. There's a few other people I want to mention that are here either in person or online. And after we give the presentation, they'll be available for questions, to answer questions. First is Neva Hassanen with Corner Farm, the owner of Corner Farm. Also got Bill Henry with Trust Montana, Juniper Davis with Missoula County, and Jenny Dixon with Missoula County Planning may or may not be here. Jamie Erbacher with WGM Group is online. And Tim DeForce with the City Attorney's Office is also here in person to answer questions. Okay. As a project overview, this is a fee simple acquisition application for purchasing 8 acres of farmland in the Orchard Homes neighborhood, located on the corner of Tower Street and 3rd Street. Historically, the farm produces about 40,000 pounds of food in Missoula, and the property also includes a big chunk of riparian area and wildlife habitat. There's several preservation mechanisms that I'll go over in a minute, including a long-term ground lease, open space designation, and a conservation servitude. Trust Montana is a nonprofit 501c3 with 14 years of experience managing lands and projects for over 25 properties. The goals of the Community Land Trust are related to farmland stewardship are to promote the success of farmers, protect the affordability of the farm, and preserve quality and condition of soil for future generations, and to produce food for the community. Farmland protection with land trust, community land trust is kind of a new idea. This would be the first project in Montana from a community land trust protecting land. Most of the time they're involved in affordable housing projects, and so this is very unique. The project, as far as our process goes with the open space bond funds, is an eligible project. Agricultural lands are eligible for protection through the use of the open space bond funds. And there have been other projects that have utilized the open space bond funds to protect agriculture, including 10 Spoon Conservation Easement, Isabel Blue Heron, Dayshaw Properties, South Hills, Oxbow Cattle Company, Guard City Harvest. So there's been a number of projects in the area. Most of those agricultural projects have been conservation easements. And this is not a conservation easement application. This is a fee simple purchase. For every open space project that goes through the Open Space Advisory Committee, we always look at the 2018 open space bond goals if we're utilizing the 2018 funds. And those goals include conserving agricultural lands, conserving rivers, lakes, and streams. And in this case, the riparian zone fits within those values, conserve wildlife habitat, and protecting scenic views. We also look at the 2019 Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan, and documented in that plan are a couple of values associated with agricultural land protection, including protecting significant agricultural lands and agricultural soils, providing places of refuge and travel corridors for wildlife, providing river corridors, aquifer recharge areas, and other water resources, contributing to our resilience in the face of climate change, protecting scenic viewpoints and viewsheds, connecting Missoulians with their food system, and providing habitat connectivity. One of the most unique things about this project is protecting farmland as part of a larger comprehensive project. While the 8 acres included in this open space bond fund application are agricultural, the property owner, as part of the project, the larger project, has designated 2-acre parcel to the south to receive development rights from the agricultural land and to be able to increase density and provide some attainable housing options on the south part of the property. These would be climate smart homes in addition. So protecting the agricultural values, protecting wildlife habitat and riparian areas, and also part of the floodplain, FEMA 100-year floodplain, and also allowing for some higher density housing and climate smart housing makes this project fairly unique and new for our area. And it was a new project for the Open Space Advisory Committee to discuss. And they had some long, interesting conversations. City growth policy definitely supports businesses that offer mitigation to changing climate, support local food production and value-added agriculture, support food security and regional economy, and supports urban agriculture that is compatible with adjacent residential areas, and mitigates the impact of development on agriculture and promotes sustainable agriculture. On the social equity side, this project mostly provides social equity through providing affordable farmland in long-term for local farmers. As you know, agricultural lands are also the same types of lands that are easy to develop. They're flat, they are usually easy to get infrastructure to and services to. And so land values are higher, and they're definitely more attractive for developers. So this is unique in that way. And through the land trust model, and I think Don's going to talk about this a little bit, provides long-term affordability for the farmers. And there's also through the ground lease that Trust Montana will be putting on the property, it will prohibit synthetic fertilizers, reduce food miles, increase carbon sequestration, provide natural flood control, and promote resiliency from flood disruption. And I mentioned the climate smart homes as part of the larger project. 3 layers of protection are what we've kind of worked with Corner Farm and Trust Montana to include in this project. One would be a 75-year ground lease that guarantees the affordability and sustainable food production for the community. And this is considered real property interest. There's an open space designation on the property. If the project is approved, it would be designated as open space through the use of open space bond funds, and that's per state code. And there would be a conservation servitude placed on the property, which would require agricultural use only. It's a similar type of protection as a trail easement, although very different from a trail easement. It's a very similar type of protection. And it would allow for third-party enforcement from the city or other partners to require agricultural uses on the property long-term. And that's also a real property interest. Per the appraisal, the appraised value of the property, the 8 acres, when considering the removal of half of the development rights, so the 8 acres is currently zoned under county zoning to allow for 16 units, 2 units per acre. By removing half of those through the landowner transferring those development rights to that southern parcel, the value of that property, that 8 acres, would be $720,000. Total estimated project cost would be $738,200. And that includes due diligence, staff time, and other legal fees. Anticipated sources of funding include donation by Corner Farm of $100,000. The Corner Farm has done an excellent job, and Trust Montana have done an excellent job raising funds from local community members in the sum of $221,000. They're asking for $310,000 from the Open Space Bond Fund, and there's donated staff time. The remaining fundraising would be around $89,000. Been a lot of positive public comments for this project, including 24 letters of support from 9 organizations and 17 individuals. There was 1 letter of opposition, and we appreciate the sharing of all of those letters and many positive public comments in the meetings. As I mentioned, the Open Space Advisory Committee had a pretty extensive discussion and multiple discussions on this project because it's so new and unique, and nothing like this has ever been done in Montana. And so they had a lot of questions. The applicants were very patient and were able to provide a lot of answers to questions. We provided a list of answers to your all's questions from the Climate Conservation and Parks Committee meeting. Attached in the agenda, so I hope we answered those questions well. And OSAC in the end voted for the project with 1 member voting against the project, and that really had mostly to do with the amount of money, $310,000 for the 8 acres, when Really, in the past, most open space bond projects have had a lot more leveraged funding, although these applicants have done an excellent job in getting a lot of leveraged funds. I think that's where most of the conversation was just the dollar amount. But overall, I think they were pretty excited about the idea of the project. So I'd like to now invite Dawn Conklin with Trust Montana up here, and she's going to take a few minutes and talk a little bit more about the project. And then, as I mentioned, we've got all these people at your disposal to answer questions, including us. We'll stay up here, and then we'll answer whatever questions you have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach. Well, good evening. My name is Dawn Conklin. That's Conklin. And I am the Executive Director of Trust Montana. And I really thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. This is an exciting and dynamic project, and we are inviting you to join with us to be our partners. We believe in partnerships that leverage resources and expand our capacity to achieve our goals. We think this partnership will help you achieve your goals as well. Together, we will work towards the preservation of a farm, helping to keep Missoula the Garden City. Using a CLT, a community land trust, to preserve farmland is not new, but this will be the first CLT farm in Montana, and we're all pretty excited about that opportunity. All Trust Montana projects focus on permanent affordability for those who lease the land. This project aims to preserve the open space and maintain it as affordable for the farmers. We humbly ask for your consideration of $310,000 of open space bond funds to assist in the fee simple acquisition of Corner Farm. At closing this autumn, Corner Farm will go from the ownership of Corner Farm Village LLC to Trust Montana. Trust Montana will then enter into a 75-year ground lease with the first lessee farmer, Ellie Costello of Trust Farm LLC. So I'd just like to highlight a couple of components of our project. Corner Farm meets farmland protection stated objectives and goals around food and agriculture as stated in the city's growth policy of 2015. Ensuring a younger generation of farmers can enter the business is key to upholding local and regional supply chains needed for emergencies and for general domestic food production. Preserving farmland as truly affordable for farmers will impact food security, climate change resilience, social equity, and community livability. Our farmland is irreplaceable. The data states that only 8% of the land in Missoula County has soils that are well suited for agriculture, and over 50,000 acres of productive ag land in the county have been converted to other uses since the mid-1980s. Corner Farm has prime soils, the nation's highest quality for agriculture. The ballot measure for the 2018 open space bond, promoted by Yes for Open Space, Rivers and Farmland, clearly identifies conserving agricultural lands as a major priority. In 2018, 87% of the respondents of the Parks, Recreation, Trails, and Open Space Survey supported actions that help conserve working lands such as farms, ranches, and forests. Corner Farm was designed for public benefit. This project has been designed with painstaking care to maximize 80% of the property for public benefit. Related to open space conservation, protection of agricultural land is an eligible use of open space bond funds per the MCA and constitutes a public benefit. Here are some additional ways that Trust Montana proposes to provide public benefit. Community resiliency. The continuation of an active organic vegetable farm supplying 40,000 pounds of food regionally and locally. Using affirmative and sustainable farming requirements per the ground lease between Trust Montana and the lessee. Equity. The USDA identifies beginning farmers as a historically disadvantaged group. Ensuring the farm will always be truly affordable to farmers, not just be preserved as open space that a farmer can't afford to access. Flood control and riparian habitat, using the old oxbow of the river as a natural flood control for the neighborhood, maintaining 1 acre of riparian area and habitat. Economic benefits, supporting expansion of the farming operation for the community's benefit, enhancing the farm's viability with an agricultural business building on the adjacent lot. And this project can be viewed as a starter farm to give farmers the opportunity to grow their business and then pass that same opportunity on to the next beginning farmer to help continue the community's agricultural heritage. Hosting a self-serve farm stand to enhance the community's connection to their food. And this is a one-time allocation of funds. There are no additional maintenance costs from the city, as Trust Montana will steward this land. In closing, it truly has been a profound experience to work on conserving Corner Farm. We honor this land that sits in the Aboriginal territories of the Salish Kalispel people, and we reflect on the history of the Orchard Homes neighborhood and the formation of the Orchard Homes Country Life Club. We recognize the struggle that led to the first CLT in the United States. New Communities, Inc. started as a refuge for the Black sharecroppers in Georgia after they were forced off their land for participating in the civil rights movement. Corner Farm strives to continue these legacies by preserving valuable agricultural land for people who otherwise were unable to access it, and by creating community spaces amidst a rapid urban development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conklin. Does anybody have any questions for either Ms. Conklin or Mr. Covington? Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if this is a question for staff or perhaps Mr. Bickle. I'm just so I'm clear in my mind, and that's out there laid out clearly, the $310,000, if this motion were to pass, assuming all other legal and pertinent obligations are met on behalf of Trust Montana, my belief is the $310,000 from the 2018 open space bond would be transferred to Trust Montana to in turn compensate the owner of Corner Farm Village LLC in consideration for that 8 acres of agricultural land.
I've got it on, sir. I don't think I've gotten it all.
Ms. Buchanan, if you could mute. Ellen Buchanan, if you could mute, please. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Just as you stated.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve comments for appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Campbell. Are there other council members that have questions of the staff or of the developer? Seeing none here in the room? Any online? Not seeing any council questions. All right, then we'll go ahead and hear the main motion. And this, I believe, is from Climate Conservation and Parks. And so I'll look to Chair Savage for that.
Sorry, you guys. Okay. The recommended motion is approve the expenditure of $310,000 of open space bond funds toward the fee title acquisition of Corner Farm by Trust Montana, consisting of 8 acres of agricultural land.
Okay, thank you. Motion is on the floor, and this opens up the public hearing, and we will start. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't. Yep, we'll go ahead and start the public hearing, which means that we'll open up public comment for this particular agenda item. And so public comment on items, agenda item 5.1, which is the Corner Farm Open Space Project. We have significant public comment that has been provided as part of the record, so thank you for those that submitted comments. Is there anybody here in the room that wishes to make public comment on this agenda item this evening? Yes, come on up, please. And if there are folks, you're welcome, because it's a busy room tonight, you're welcome to come on up and queue up. That'll help be a little bit more efficient. You could just stand off to the side maybe, or stand down the aisle. Please be cognizant of fire safety, and my fire chief's not here tonight. Glad for that, but we'll all be safe. All right. Please, public comments, we do limit those to 3 minutes. We want to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity to share their opinion. If you will, go ahead and say and spell your last name. And if you so care, mention maybe where you live in town or which ward or what have you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and City Council members. I'm Len Broberg, B-R-O-B-E-R-G, and I live on Patty Canyon Drive in the city. I wanted to have the opportunity today to just speak in behalf of this project idea and the disbursement of open space funds. It's seldom, I think, that you see an opportunity to address multiple major issues that the city faces with the same action by council. Here we have one, as you've seen in the review that's been given already, and I won't waste your time reviewing it all, but you have affordable housing, you have open space, you have providing for climate change, resilience, you have a number of values that are being served by this project, and it just seems like it's a kind of a no-brainer to go ahead with this expenditure of funds, despite the fact that they're significant. I think that the applicant has raised more than half of the cost to cover the expenditure, and the value that would be returned to the community would be large. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broberg. Next, come on up.
Here we go. Hi, council members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. So I'm Ellie Costello. I'm the owner of Trust Land Farm, the LLC that is currently leasing from Corner Farm Village and hopes to be the leaseholder for 75 years with Trust Montana. So I wanted to say I'm in support of this, and I started on this path towards farming full-time, which I've just finally stepped into. Late March is when I left my full-time job to be a farmer. I started on this path in 2015, really looking for agricultural land. And at that time, I actually qualified for USDA rural housing loans. And so I began my search with a realtor with access to some of those, supportive loan packages. My experience was that properties that would meet the cost limits of the low income support loan and also have a small farm space to be able to start on as a beginning farmer. So thinking even maybe an acre and a half or even less than that potentially, these didn't qualify because of the varying states of disrepair of the homes that could be under those limits. So while I searched for land, I continued to work full time, and I started another farm business on several different properties across Missoula, often loading things into my truck and hauling them back and forth across. And some of the people who I've leased from are here in the room, which is wonderful. But living and working as a professional in Missoula, simply I've been outpaced by the market. And I'm sharing some of these details because my story is emblematic of many, and I am a person who feels like I have many advantages to succeeding financially in the marketplace. As my career advanced, I continued to search for farmland. I often offered my max for properties, and I also have a partner who is now my husband, and we began to search together. And even with that additional income, faced a lot of challenges. We were continually beat out by cash offers. And we also realized that if we were able to offer the maximum possible, we wouldn't actually be able to farm these properties because there's such a major investment in equipment and into infrastructure to be able to function as a farm business. So seeing that, I'm just gonna skip forward because I wanna be respectful of your time. Some of those things that cost so much are things like a barn, a wash and pack shed, a tractor. These are big barriers for people and big barriers for continuing agriculture in our community that is really invested in agriculture. We see that in our county zoning plans. We see that in our city's growth policy. My story is an example of what so many are facing. And so this opportunity is not only for me, well, I hope it goes great for my farm. If my business fails with the 75-year lease, I will have to move on. I can't just sit on it and hold that lease. The community land trust model will require that goes on to be leased to another farmer who's actively farming it for their income. So it's a really wonderful tool. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to use open space funds to try to pilot tools like this that can really actively manage lands. About 4 years ago, and that was the last thing. Is that the end?
It is after 3 minutes.
Okay,
and so
thanks.
I know
I
you're
couldn't
the
tell if
farmer
that
for
was
this.
what the beep was or if it was something else.
Yeah,
So thanks.
absolutely. And thank you so much. And I'm sorry to cut you off. I know
It's
'cause
okay.
you are the farmer here, which I'm sure you have a lot to add to this presentation.
I'm happy to rescind the floor to the many other comments. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And just so you know, this fun little machine up here that looks sort of like Jeopardy or, Wheel of Fortune is attempting to help people with time. So hopefully if it helps you, it helps me. All right, here we go. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I am Gary Matson, spelled M-A-T-S-O-N, and I'm here to express my strong support for Corner Farms Village. It is a uniquely progressive and innovative development in a Missoula Valley that has become a place of burgeoning growth. Corner Farms offers a model to permanently preserve some of our valley's dwindling open space and agricultural land. It also offers housing that is not only affordable, but is also sustainable, constructed to fully enable residential solar generation. Corner Farms can serve as a model for future development that will preserve the things we value about living here. It exists because of years of unselfish, community-minded effort expended to create and permanently protect a place that reflects the quality of life residents all share. If it receives the support of the City Council, it can serve as an example for area developers and be a long-term benefit to us all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I did want to mention for folks that are sitting on the floor, the Jack Reedy Conference Room, which is just on the other side of that wall, has been opened up and the meeting is live streaming in there. So there are a few seats if folks want to have a table and chair to sit at. Okay, go right ahead.
Good evening, members of City Council and Mayor Davis. My name is Erica Berglund, B-E-R-G-L-U-N-D. I am the chair of the Missoula City County Food Policy Advisory Board, and I believe you'll find our original letter of support attached to the agenda. But I wanted to be here tonight to reiterate our board's unanimous support for this project and add a couple insights from our recent survey that kind of lend themselves some more community support for this project as well. So in our board's most recent rapid community food assessment survey, which we have now done 3 iterations of, and it was open during the month of April this year, 289 Missoula city and county residents provided their feedback on Missoula's food system and the food policy priorities most important to them. The top policy priority identified by participants, which was identified by 40%, was protecting agricultural land from development. And when asked about which aspects of agriculture in Missoula County were most important to them, the top response was the sustainability of farming practices. So these survey responses echo findings from, the previous, the 2018 Pro Survey, as you've heard, and really underscore the value that Missoulians place on protecting our agricultural lands and supporting sustainable local food production in perpetuity. And as you all know, development pressure on Missoula's last remaining prime agricultural soils will only continue to grow into the future. And we believe the Corner Farm project provides an opportunity to really pilot an innovative and adaptive strategy for keeping farmland affordable while also ensuring it's used for sustainable local food production. So by supporting this project, our board is supporting our very charge, we believe, to support healthy food access, the sustainability of natural resources, economic development of local farm businesses, and a strong and vibrant local food system. So thank you for the opportunity to share our support.
Thank you, Ms. Berglund. All right, next comment, come on up.
Whoops. Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. I'm Amy Solenberg. That's Cilimburg. I am a Ward 1 resident, and I do support this project personally, but I'm here on behalf of Climate Smart Missoula, and we have submitted a letter. I'll be really brief. I won't repeat that. I think you've seen that. And we've also submitted comments and been a part of this when it first came to the Open Space Committee in support of using open space bonds this way. It's a lot of this is mentioned in our Climate Ready Missoula plan that council has adopted formally, and many other goals that the city has. And it is aligned with all of those. Again, I don't have to speak to all of it. I really like this opportunity and the opportunity for the climate-friendly, sustainable building that would, attainable housing that will be part of it. And I also really like the idea that Missoula will be first in the state, because we love that. So this is great, and I hope that we can support this use of funds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hillenberg. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. My name is Dan Spencer, Spencer. I'm a recently retired professor of environmental studies at the university. I'm also resident of Target Range. I live about 1.5 miles from the proposed farm project here. And I also served for several years on the Open Space Advisory Committee. I was on OSAC when the 2018 bond just came through. So I have a pretty good understanding of the kind of internal deliberations that go on when these kind of proposals come in front of OSAC, and I'm impressed and grateful that it passed with such strong support from OSAC. If I were still on OSAC, to be honest, I would have to recuse myself, because I know several people involved in this project here. And so I had to kind of take a step back to say, okay, how do I really think about this? So I tried to separate the people I know from the merits of the project, and I have to say that I think the merits of the project are extremely strong. I would echo the comments of my friend and colleague, Len Broberg, that it strikes so many different boxes here, from everything from sustainable farming to climate resiliency to affordable housing, many other things there. But I also would say then, stepping back in, knowing the people who've been involved makes me even a stronger supporter of this project. I worked for 20 years in the environmental studies program, looked at our sustainable food and farming program in there. Neva Hassanine really directed that, and prepared numerous outstanding young farmers. And the number one barrier they faced when they graduated was getting access to farmland. That just the amount of capital it takes to get going is so enormous on that. So this is a chance to really make something affordable. I know Ellie Costello, the farmer, personally. She's an outstanding farmer. I think is an outstanding first candidate for this. The last thing I would simply say personally, my sister lived on a community land trust farm in Colorado for many years. And one of the wonderful byproducts of that, much like we see with things like the Peas Farm, is they build community. They build community in really important ways by anchoring the land in the sustainable community there. And so I think this will have a lot of intangible benefits, as well as the very practical benefits that they've laid forward. So I strongly support the program.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Spencer. All right, come on up.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Routson, Routzahn. I'm here, I'm a current employee of Trustland Farm under Ellie Costello, and I just wanted to voice my strong support for this program. I worked on this land last year when it was still Clark Fork Organics, and Ellie was able to rally our and employ our whole team from last year because of this trust land. And I just think it's incredible what this project is doing to keep young farmers like me and some other people who aren't able to make it tonight, like David Lau and Lena Martin, as well as, of course, Ellie, being able to afford this land and provide nutritious, affordable, and sustainable produce for the community. It's very difficult for young farmers to stay in the area because of the high cost of living and the high cost of land. So just keeping it affordable for everyone involved is very beneficial. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Routson. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Leah Pachlik, Pachholik, and I am also one of the employees of Trustland Farm under Ellie Costello. But I guess I just kind of want to piggyback on what Dan Spencer said. He made two really good points. One, she's one of the best people. She is the best person for this first farmer for a 75-year lease. Her commitment to the land is amazing. And then also his point that farming and agriculture really brings community. I've farmed around the corner just a half mile from this spot for 7 years prior to working for her. And the one thing that I noticed when I turned that land that was just field space at the end of a cul-de-sac into a farm space was it really brought community to those neighbors. And I see it with the farm stand every day, how many people are stopping by on their way to work, on their way to pick up their kid from Hawthorne, all the things. But the land that I turned into farm space very quickly became a communal space for people to reach out to their neighbors, to come out and see what was happening, to ask me questions. I ended up introducing all these people to each other that had lived there for years and years and never known their neighbors' names. And it ended up me being bridging that gap for them for whatever reason. I just wanted to share my support for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patchlick. Thank you for your comments. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Tom Zavitz. I am a former planner with the city of Missoula. I'm a neighbor of this project. I live in the Target Range neighborhood, and I'm also on the board of Trust Montana. I just want to give a quick comment as a writer of the current growth policy and one of the listeners to over 100 public meetings. It's really great to see a project come along that really fits a lot of what the people in the community asked for in the growth policy. And it's not often that we get one that fits so well. So without any more on that, I will leave that. The other thing that excites me is that, and I know the city is working on revisions to its zoning code at this time, that I know that NEVA has in mind some development here that will be new and I would say kind of cutting edge, and the kind of thing we need to see in Missoula, and the kind of thing that our zoning code in Missoula needs to include in the future. So, point here, this would be a great example for people to be able to just drive by, look at, and get a feel for what different kinds of development could look like that could actually house people for a reasonable amount of money. And as I said in my comment letter, the thing that I always asked when I worked here was, do people really want this? Or is this just a kind of a one-off oddball project, that somebody dreamed up? In this case, I think that if you look at the farm that's just around the corner from this, on any kind of popular weekend in the summer, you're going to see traffic. You're going to see cars parked along 3rd Street for a half a mile at times. It's so popular. And that tells me that people are really seeking a place to go and be involved with and see what farming looks like and agriculture. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zavitz. Thanks for your comments. Come on up.
Mayor Davis, City Council, my name is Bryony Schwan, S-C-H-W-A-N. I have lived and worked in Missoula since 1986. And as part of my work, a small part of my work has been advocating for protecting farmland in Missoula. I am so excited about this project, mostly because, as other people have said, it's not just about protecting farming, ensuring that we have local food, it's sustainable housing, it's innovative, there's green housing, it's bringing community together, it's protecting a wetland area. I've sat in so many city council and county commission meetings where people are have ideas about how we should do this. But we see very few projects that actually come to fruition that contain all of these amazing ideas. And when you think of the amount of money that's being asked here, it's a tiny fraction of investment of what the return on investment will be in terms of what the city is investing in this project. And the open space bond specifically asks for the protection of farmland, and yet really, we, as a city, we have spent very little of that money on protecting farmland. So I really think that this investment is tiny on behalf of the city, but your return of investment is going to be huge. And so I strongly encourage you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schwan.
My name is Jesse Bergeson, Bergeson. I live in the Target Range area. I used to live in the Orchard Farms neighborhood. And I moved to Missoula when I was 17. It was the first chance I had to choose where I lived. My parents weren't choosing for me anymore. And the thing that drew me here was skiing. That was the only thing I cared about. But the thing that's kept me here is the sense of community. And most of my work has been on open spaces that would be considered wildland. And most of my work has been trying to keep that or make that more wild. But I can't think of anything I would rather my tax dollars go to also have open lands in Missoula that goes towards agriculture. It means a lot to me that the food that I eat, I know the people who grew it, I knew where it was grown, and it tastes better for it, and it really makes me want to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeson. Thanks for your comments.
Mayor and council members. My name is Vicki Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N. I'm a 40-year resident of Missoula and a local ecologist, and I submitted some earlier comments, many of which others have emphasized those same points, so I'm going to give you a very short version of that. It's already been mentioned, the educational and community building values of this particular project and the shrinking of Missoula's the carbon footprint of our food by growing the food locally. Let me add a few ecosystem services. The soils are storing carbon. The trees and farm plants are cleaning and cooling Missoula's air, helping to reduce that urban heat island effect. The farm soils infiltrate clean water to recharge Missoula's sole source drinking water aquifer. And the natural flood control and habitat has also already been mentioned. So without protection, all these valuable ecosystem services could be lost to development. And while these services would be valuable wherever the farmland was located, they're particularly valuable in this urban setting. So opportunities like this don't come along very often, and they are getting rarer all the time. So I hope the council agrees that this is a very wise investment of our open space funds, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Watson. Come on up.
Hi there, my name is Hannah Colsell. And I just deleted my whole thing. No, I didn't. Okay. And I'm a tenant in Ward 1. I also work as a stewardship coordinator for North Missoula Community Development Corporation. So we are the community land trust for Missoula City proper. I'm really excited about this project for a number of reasons, like many others. This farm is obviously an incredible resource for the larger community as well as next door neighbors. I have really fond memories in some of my first years here in Missoula working at youth homes, and it was the first COVID summer, and reasonably so. We had really severe restrictions on being engaged with neighbors in the community. But this farmland was actually a really incredible space just next door for folks to spend time outdoors, for the youth to hang out with the puppies that were running around, and to be at a distance, safe distance from farmers who are working so diligently to steward this land. I'm also really proud of the history of community land trust that Trust Montana will continue with this project. Dawn touched on this earlier, but I just wanted to take another moment to give honor to the folks who created the first community land trust in the United States. It was named New Communities and started in 1960s on thousands of acres of agricultural land. Leaders of this movement included leaders like Charles and Shirley Sharon, Bob Swan, and Slater King, who was actually a cousin of Martin Luther King Jr. New Communities was comprised of Black sharecroppers and began, as many of them were organizing their neighbors in the Black community to register to vote in Georgia. In a horrid response to their work in organizing communities, white landlords then evicted these Black tenants, from many of which included their homes, but also the place that they worked and their livelihood. It was very interconnected. And so in an act of resilience, they imagined and created their own system for survival under these racist systems, and thus the Community Land Trust movement was born. It's an incredible honor for all of us working into the CLT world to continue this movement originally started by these leaders. And I hope that today you agree that our community will only be better by ensuring permanently affordable agricultural land and the opportunity for increased housing to be around it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kozel.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Buckingham, Buckingham. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Food and Agriculture Coalition, and we are in support of this project. CFAC has worked to develop and enhance our local food system over the past 2 decades. The foundation of these efforts is the land on which we grow food. Without active farm and working lands, we simply cannot have local food. And in touring the site with OSAC, it became clear that this project meets many of the Open Space Bond Fund goals. Throughout the interlocal agreement regarding the use of open space funds, the protection and conservation of agricultural and working lands is listed as just as important as scenic views, stream restoration, and recreational activities. The public benefit of working agricultural lands is just as important to the community's health and well-being as recreational opportunities or public access. Throughout our city and county growth policy, agriculture and the protection of agricultural and working lands are prioritized as vital to our community's health. The production of food is a public benefit and one that requires land on which to grow to support our community's health. This project specifically provides a unique opportunity to conserve an already successful working farm, which not only protects the business of the food production, but also conserves in perpetuity the very rich soil, which even without a farm on it would warrant preserving as a vital resource for our future. As you've heard, there already is a farmer successfully farming there and providing food for this community. As one cannot avoid seeing the amount of housing currently going up all around us, it's important to remember that Orchard Homes was at one time slated for high-density housing throughout this area. But the landowners came together to advocate on its behalf of its agricultural heritage and the importance to the future ability to maintain a rural character and an agricultural hub for this valley. Because of this ongoing advocacy and vision, there continue to be several working farms within the area that are actively providing a secure place to purchase healthy food. When COVID hit, major grocery stores were not able to provide that food. So the future of our food security depends upon active working farms within our valley. Over the past several decades, Five Valleys Land Trust and other land trust entities have really done an amazing job of conserving large plots of land. We know their work, and they have little opposition to the proposals that they bring forward. They have a great track record, and I truly appreciate all that they have done. But times really have changed. The number of large tracts of land are diminished, either already conserved or have landowners not interested in conserving the land. We as a community now need new tools. We need to be creative in how we conserve the smaller lots that have so much value to our community health and well-being. We as a community need these pockets of farmland which provide local food, community meeting space, open space for wildlife corridors, etc. There are so many reasons to conserve these smaller plots. And I'm almost done. The conventional method does not work for these plots. Land trusts don't have the capacity to service and steward the land in a cost-effective way. They tend to turn down projects that are under a certain acreage, so we need new conservation tools. CFAC and Missoula County have been working on developing a conservation servitude. Smaller lot projects can be conserved with a managed deed restriction that has greater oversight and accountability built into the agreement. This program will be rolled out later this year as just one possible new tool that we can use. I urge you to think a little bit beyond the box and help us secure new models for conservation that will be the most beneficial for our needs today and will contribute to this community far into our future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Buckingham. All right, anybody else in the room wishing to speak to this agenda item? Okay, not seeing, oh, one more, come on up.
Robert Dunlop, DUNLOP,
2316 West Kent Avenue. Let's get real. You're the Missoula City Council, not the USDA. To get somebody to farm that property of 8 acres requires a lot of work. Just ask the county commissioner that jumped at the chance to get rid of it. It's a lot easier to be a politician than to weeding radishes. A lot of fluff you've heard here tonight. The biggest fluff is about the Stacie and the Kootenai. That somehow leaving that 8 acres as it is helps them. If you really want to help them, put a price tag on something and give it to them. Give them your city parks. Give them Marshall Mountain. People in this town want lower rents, but they're not going to get lower rents as long as you keep raising taxes. And as long as you keep spending like $310,000, you're going to, this is a bond issue, so you're going to go out and sell the bond. You're going to pay interest on that bond, and it's going to come back to the budget. And one more reason to raise your taxes. So if you're paying rent now, I guarantee you if you don't have a lease, with the next tax increase, your rent's going to go up. You don't belong in the farming business. A young person will get into that acres and decide they need to be making real money. And in 2 or 3 years, they'll be history. And you'll be putting in another farmer or hoping you can get a farmer. Now, the organization that's promoting this project, they've done a good job about raising money. Let them raise the $310,000. Keep at it, maybe private industry. But for them to have 75-year leases, the city putting up $310,000 and having no control, it's foolishness. You just worry about fire protection, public safety, maintaining your parks, and we'll be good. Don't be spending this $310,000. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Dunlap. Are there others in the room that wish to speak to this agenda item? Elliot, we usually just allow for one comment, but you are the farmer, and so I will make an exception to the rule because I know that you're the one that has the most knowledge of the working farm, so go right ahead.
I appreciate the exception. My name is Ellie Costello. I am currently leasing the site and operating a farm business where I'm employing 6 other individuals, 4 of whom were employed by Clark Folk Organics, the previous farm on the site. And that is the full crew, including myself, from last season that have remained employed this year through this farm site. And we are only able to do that because the land is affordable to us. And the way that we could preserve that long term and make that possible to preserve jobs like that for farmers is through supporting efforts like this. And so I just wanted to speak to some of those economic points that Mr. Dunlap was touching on. I hope to be there for a long time.
Thank you, Ms. Costello. All right, anybody else in the room wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? Not seeing any in the room. How about online? Any members of the public wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? Let's see here. I've got one counselor with their hand up, and I think I had another as well. Yeah, I think your hand just came down. You had your hand up first there, Ms. Anderson. I do have a couple of folks with their hands up here, and the phone number just disappeared. The second is Bob. Bob, are you unmuted? Can you give your public comment now? Go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Bob Oaks, O-A-K-S, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I also sent a letter to council. I hope some of you have had a chance to read it. And in that letter, I did say that I'm a founding board member of Trust Montana, as well as the founding Community Land Trust Director at North Missoula Community Development Corporation. And one of the things I was really excited about being involved in the founding of Trust Montana was to get into the mission statement of that trust, all the diverse things that community land trusts can do, and they include housing, agriculture, commercial development, and historic preservation even. NMCDC, North Missoula Community Development Corporation, did some commercial, but mostly housing during my tenure, and I'm really excited to see this happen. When I first learned about community land trust, it was in about the 1960s civil rights era initiative that Hannah spoke to so well. But I've really been interested to see community land trusts go beyond housing and use that tool of community land for a whole bunch of different things. I think one of the things that Trust Montana will be the first in Montana, and I think maybe that's the biggest point I wanted to raise. Zach talked about this being unique, and it is unique for Montana, but there are other community land trust agriculture projects around currently, and there's including Lopez in the San Juan Islands. Providence, Rhode Island has an urban ag only. There's a wonderful community land trust that does housing and ag in Athens, Georgia, and I'm thinking, why not here? Small farms surrounding the city is once how we fed ourselves, and let's honor that tradition and take great pride in being the first community land trust in Montana to do a farm project. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oaks. All right, and we have one more person with their hand raised for public comment. That is a phone number ending in 9831. You can unmute now and provide your public comment, please. Person with the phone number ending in 9831. Can you see how to unmute there on your screen? Looks like you're unmuted now.
Hello?
Hello. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes. Oh, I think whoever was on 9831 just muted. I see you came off mute again. Are you there?
I think I got it now.
All right. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Clayton Shea, S-H-A-Y-A, and I was pretty impressed to hear the basis of this plan that is going forward today and all the ways that it is being implemented into everyone's needs to facilitate this project and to not only house but put people to work. I only hope that we can take this mindset with us as we go into later agenda issues today and deal with other members of the community that also need these amenities, and think of our land trusts and how we made these plans and how we can be sistering plans beside them to house people that also need housing throughout the city, that I'm sure that we'll be speaking about later today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Shea. All right. There is somebody else online wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item. That's Mary Ellis. Mary Ellis, I believe you can go ahead and unmute. All right, I see your hand down. Maybe you're done making public comment there. Nope, Mary Ellis, I see your hand back up. Are you wishing to make public comment this evening? Go ahead and try to unmute. I believe you are unmuted now. Anybody else? Can you see if there's a way to unmute Ms. Ellis? Sometimes my computer doesn't allow me to do it.
It shows as it being allowed. She just has to do it on her side.
Okay.
We can't involuntarily unmute someone.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire. Ms. Ellis, you are unmuted on our side. If you can unmute from your side. If not, we may need to move on to the next person. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry you're having technical issues there. All right. All right. Ms. Ellis, I'm sorry we can't get your public comment in here this evening. Are there any other members of the public that are wishing to make public comment on this agenda item this evening? Okay, not seeing any in the room. Not seeing any here. Let's see. I will now move, that closes our public hearing for this agenda item, and I'll now move on to council debate. Councilor Anderson, I believe you had your hand up. Do you want to go ahead and start? And then we'll move on to Councilor Campbell.
I'm sorry, I've got lots of stuff here. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you for everyone who came and spoke and your presentations. I was happy to have voted for the open space bond in 2018 and do think that this is a really important project because one of the key components of that bond was the preservation of agricultural lands. And I think that that was both from the city and the county's point of view. And I absolutely agree that that is essential. As someone who grew up with a grandparents with a farm, I became a bit of a carrot snob, and nothing you can buy at the grocery store comes anywhere close to what you can get from a local farmer. So I'm a huge supporter. However, this has my support, but I would like to move without objection to send it back to committee. And the reason why is because I would like to have a conversation with the county commissioners and the county's Open Space Advisory Council to see about looking at a possibility of the county contributing some funds to this, because it is in this sort of like gray area of the county and the city. And I know that this didn't go before the county commissioners or the county open space bond commission. It just went through the city side. So just want to engage them in that conversation because it was a bond that was countywide and voted on by, the citizens of both the city and the county. And so I think there should be an opportunity, because this is a benefit not only to city voters, but county voters and residents as well. So just want to engage them in that conversation to see if there's a little bit of a cost sharing that we can do, because this, we only have a set amount of funds that we're voted on. So we need to be very good stewards of this. And so want to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity to partner with the county and leverage some city funds with additional county funds. So that is the only reason why I want to send it back to committee, because I know that when we heard this, those conversations hadn't taken place, and I realized that the staff that are here are not basically enabled through the various charters and interlocal agreements to make those decisions, that it has to go to the county commissioner. So just want to send this back to committee, have those conversations, and then bring it back.
Okay, Councilor Anderson has moved without objection to move this back to committee, and so I will need to look to my parliamentarians here. Without objection, though, it is basically a move to send back to committee. Do we need to take a vote if there is no objection?
If there's no objection, you don't.
Okay, if there's no objection, we do not. Are there any councilors that have objection to sending this back to committee? Okay, I'm not seeing any in the room. Not seeing any in the room. Okay. How about Councilor Jordan online?
No problem.
No objection. Okay.
No objection.
Okay, thank you very much. So then Councilor Sherrill, please.
I'm just curious if we can ask questions now, or can we not ask any questions? I can't remember the process.
That's a really good question.
So technically, I made a motion to send it back to committee. If you have something important, I can withdraw my motion quickly and let you speak, and then put my motion back on the floor.
No, because I'm pretty sure I know the answer to my question. I'm not.
Okay. So this motion does basically take this out from the decision-making space tonight. It sends it back to committee. My question for Ms. Trimble is, or others, when does this go back to committee so members of the public and council know when to expect another discussion. And maybe Chair Savage, you know that answer? Sorry, I didn't go to you first.
I don't know that answer. I'll have to work with Ms. Trumbull as we have quite a packed committee schedule for the next month or so.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be a while. It couldn't come back on Wednesday, and we don't have a meeting on the 19th. We don't have space on the 26th, and we don't have a meeting on the 3rd. So it would be about a month out before we could schedule this.
Okay.
Okay, so we're about a month out. That means that we'll work with the developer and the sponsors in terms of just coordination of that agenda item and notification of when that committee meeting will be. Okay? No vote is needed. Then that does conclude this agenda item. I want to thank everybody that came down here to provide your comments, your thoughtful presentations, and those that have provided comment online, as well as the record. Thank you very much. Okay, that moves us on to our next agenda item, and we did move up the resolution to annex 2612 South Avenue West to the next public hearing. And so we have Charlie Ream to present that. Charlie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Charlie Ream. My pronouns are they, them, and I am an associate planner with the current planning division. Development Services has received a request from Tamara Ross of IMAG Corporation representing Vice Limited Partnership to annex a property addressed as 2612 South Avenue West. The property is proposed to be zoned upon annexation to B2-2 Community Business. Montana Code Annotated Title 7, Chapter 2 provides several ways to add land to municipalities. City Council has authority over all additions and may oppose conditions. A public hearing is required. The subject property is located at 2612 South Avenue West, just 2 blocks west of the intersection of South Avenue and Reserve Street. This is a vicinity map showing the location of the proposed annexation with respect to city limits. The parcel is on the edge of city limits. City zoning districts are shown in color on the screen. As you can see, the parcel is across South Avenue from city limits. A few parcels on blocks to both the east and west are also within city limits. The parcel is walkable to Community Medical Center, Fort Missoula, and Mountain Line routes 2, 8, and 9. Surrounding land uses include detached residences to the north, residential multi-dwelling to the south and east, and commercial to the west. This is the original plat. The parcel is approximately 0.99 acres and currently has an existing commercial structure. As is required under state law, the adjacent right-of-way, the alley between 26th Avenue and 27th Avenue, will be annexed as part of this request. Currently in the county, the property is zoned Neighborhood Center. This designation is intended to provide a mix of residential, neighborhood services, offices, retail, and institutional uses. Neighborhood Center has a minimum residential density of 8 dwelling units per acre. There is no maximum. Parcels to the north are designated in the county as Citizen-Initiated Zoning District Number 12. City staff support annexation because the subject parcel is located within the high priority annexation area A in the adopted 2019 annexation policy. The annexation policy prioritizes annexations that contribute to the logical growth pattern of the city. This project also supports many of the goals included in the city housing policy, given its walkable location near certain services, parks, and existing transit options. The parcel can be served by city water and sewer, which run adjacent to the property. The city has a capital improvements project planned for South Avenue, which is already within city limits. This project includes the installation of multimodal infrastructure as well as boulevards. Following the project, the parcel will be served by adequate transportation infrastructure. Here is the annexation area map. Everything in red is in the county. The subject property and the surrounding properties are in the high priority annexation area A and are located adjacent to city limits across South Avenue. This annexation works towards filling in gaps left by previous annexation in blocks to the east and west and in compliance with the annexation policy. The applicable regional plan is the Our Missoula 2035 growth policy, which recommends a land use designation of community mixed use. The city annexation policy states that any annexation should be guided by the current growth policy. The community mixed use designation supports a broad range of functions, including retail, education, financial institutions, professional and personal services, offices, residences, and general service activities. The property proposed to be annexed is in an area with a variety of established uses. Community mixed-use areas are integrated with main transportation corridors, including transit and active transportation systems to facilitate efficient travel opportunities. The community mixed-use land designation also supports high-density development. Relatable zoning districts include the C1-4, C2-4, and M1R-2 zoning districts. The proposed B2-2 zoning district is not a current relatable zoning district, though the B2-2 district allows the same residential density permitted by the C1, C2, and M1R districts. The permitted commercial uses are less intensive. The B2-2 district allows for mixed-use development integrated with the South Avenue corridor. The B2-2 district meets the intent of the community mixed-use land use designation. The proposed city zoning district, B2-2 community business, is similar to current county district NC neighborhood center in terms of form, density, and allowed use. The city zoning district, B2-2 community business, allows residential development at a density of 1 unit per 1,000 square feet, about 44 dwelling units per acre. The county zoning designation neighborhood center is a mixed-use zone which has a minimum of 8 dwelling units per acre, and there is no maximum. This density is permitted by both the county zoning of NC and the city zoning of B2-2, though B2-2 has a maximum density. The county zoning designation of NC has a maximum building height of 45 feet and no setbacks. The city zoning designation of B2-2 has a maximum building height of 50 feet and no setbacks. The county zoning designation of NC and the city zoning designation of B2-2 both permit detached houses, townhouses, duplexes, and multi-dwelling buildings. NC and B2-2 both allow daycares, eating and drinking establishments, personal improvement services, and professional offices. Recently annexed parcels are zoned B2-2 as well. There are also some C1 commercial districts to the east, which include some business and commercial uses, as well as OP, open space zoning for community medical and Fort Missoula. Municipal Zoning Code Title 20, Section 208540I2 outlines the 3 review criteria taken from state law which must be considered for zoning upon annexation. Zoning upon annexation must comply with at least one of the criteria. Given the petitioner's proposal to zone the property B2-2 upon annexation, the annexation meets criteria 2A, which authorizes land uses comparable to the land uses authorized under the county zoning classification that applied to the property immediately before it was annexed into the city. The permitted land uses, form, and density in neighborhood center are compatible with those in the city B2-2 community business zoning district. There was some agency comment on this proposal. Parks comments were supportive. It was noted that the parcel is within a half mile from Fort Missoula Regional Park. Parks also wrote that although South Avenue between the subject parcel and Fort Missoula Regional Park currently lacks safe crossings and pedestrian facilities on both sides of the road, this road section is a part of the federally funded Safe Streets and Roads for All successful grant application and is expected to receive these improvements. They include a shared use path, bike lanes, sidewalk, and boulevard trees. Parks also stressed the importance of ensuring safety of multimodal users by limiting driveways on South Avenue where possible. Where driveways must cross pedestrian facilities, it is important to design the crossing so that the pedestrian facilities are ADA accessible across the whole property. Kevin Slovart, city engineer for surface transportation, detailed the right-of-way improvements project for South Avenue, including the installation of a crosswalk on the west side of Old Fort Road. This crosswalk necessitates the condition that vehicular access be across from Old Fort Road or on the east side of the parcel. There were 3 public comments, one of which opposed the annexation, expressed concerns for traffic turning eastbound on south from both Old Fort Road and any future development on the parcel. With approval, staff is recommending one condition be included, which comes from our Public Works and Mobility and Engineering departments. The condition is that any vehicular approaches from South Avenue shall be located across from Old Fort Road or on the east half of the parcel, subject to review and approval by Public Works and Mobility prior to building permit approval. This condition is proposed to avoid interference with a crosswalk planned on the west side of the parcel, west of Old Fort Road across South Avenue. With one condition of approval, staff recommend that council adopt a resolution to annex this property. This concludes staff presentation. The applicant should be present tonight in case they would like to comment or council would like to ask them questions directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Moving to developer or developer representative, do you wish to provide any comments as part of the presentation? Seeing in the room? No? No? All right. All right then. Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and move to questions from council. Are there any council members that have questions of the staff or of the development representatives tonight? Not seeing any questions here in the room. Any online? Not seeing any online either. All right, then this opens up the public hearing, and we'll go ahead and hear we'll hear the main motion to open up the public hearing. And so I will go to Councilor Becerra for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that we approve a resolution to annex and incorporate within the boundaries of the city of Missoula a parcel of land described as Lot 59 of U.S. Government Subdivision Number 2, located in Section 30, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, Principal Meridian, Montana, Missoula County, Montana, in the alleyway located in the block containing lots 59 through 61 of U.S. Government Subdivision Number 2, as shown on Exhibit 8 and Zone Lot 59 B2-2 Community Business, subject to conditions of annexation approval based on the findings of fact in the staff report.
Thank you, Councilor Becerra. All right, now we can move on to the public hearing and public comment. So on this agenda item, are there any members of the public that are here in the audience that wish to speak? Come on up. We reserve 3 minutes per public comment. Please identify yourself and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Brian Graybeal, Graybeal, and I live and work directly south of this property that's in question here. I'm all for more housing. That's fantastic. But the reason I'm here tonight is just to talk about the issue with our ongoing problem with traffic and what this may do to the area just west of Reserve Street. There's many on occasion where, especially during peak traffic times, school getting out, school starting, people coming home from work, and that this South Avenue being the artery for getting into the target range area, putting this complex directly right across from Old Fort Road may even just be more of a traffic issue coming in from there, as opposed to having a different access to the property. And I understand that there is a South Avenue improvement project that's supposed to be starting fairly soon, and I'm just hopeful that that will begin before the actual project of this lot improvement happens, just so we can, I suppose, take advantage of that freer flowing traffic, I guess you could say, before this project comes into fruition. So just wanted to make a note of that. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Graybill. All right, come on up.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for your time and the ability to speak. My name is Rachel Shamp, S-H-A-M-P. I live at Union Square Apartments and have lived there for 11 years. I'm asking you to strongly consider the negative impact that the proposed annex will have to the current residents of the South Old Fort Road community, the schools, and businesses. The intersection of South and Old Fort Road, as well as 27th and South, are already overwhelmed daily, especially during the school year. Turning left, oftentimes you sit waiting for 5 minutes or more to merge onto South once you reach the point of intersection. South at all times of the day is congested and regularly has car accidents between Community Hospital and Reserve Street. This projected complex will further impact the hospital, ambulance access, the 4 schools, and the multitude of businesses and neighborhoods in the area. We already have a traffic problem. It is a big problem that you daily have to deal with. During the school year, when the school is going on, entry and exit is nearly impossible. So having added housing, which, like Brian said, all for housing, but in that particular spot, there is so much traffic, pedestrian, bicyclists, and then cars. It is overwhelming already. And to add in the number of residents that would be entering and exiting would be, I think, a disservice to the area. I've seen a lot of rear ends happening when people are waiting to turn onto Old Fort Road. I've seen cars being hit exiting. And like I said, a lot between Community and Reserve, and just having that added burden is something that I hope that you strongly consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shamp. Others in the room wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? I'm not seeing any in the room. How about online, wishing to make public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any online. Then that wraps up the public comment on this agenda item. And next we'll go ahead and move to city council comments. Are there any city council comments on this agenda item? I'm sorry? Oh, there's a hand online now? Who is that? I'm not seeing it. Oh wait, let's dig deep. Here we go. Oh, there is. Thank you. All right, 370-5211. You are unmuted and may provide your public comment, please. Thank you. If you can go ahead and unmute from your side.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening. My name is Claire Bloom, B-L-O-O-M, and I live on 27th Avenue, actually right next to both Granite Pharmacy and the Service Road. And I think I'm emphasizing a lot of what's already been said about the traffic. And my biggest concern right now is, regardless if you guys do fix South, it's not going to prevent the ongoing traffic that we're seeing on the service road that has already increased since we've seen the apartments that have been built right near 26. And with a young family who has to use a lot of these service roads to get to different places for apartments or even going to the parks, once you start building right there at that kitty corner, there's not going to be any other option for those vehicles to take or leave on South. And so we're going to continue to see this ongoing traffic that is continuing to happen in the service road. I did a tracking just to see what was happening between 7 and 8 a.m. and it was 20 vehicles. And so we're seeing an increase of traffic. Those vehicles are really cruising. And so for a lot of us who have young families who use those service roads for our children to safely go to friends and families, it's not safe anymore. And I don't know how, unless you guys were able to prevent from them from having to go in that direction, how we're going to make that a safe avenue where it's being highly trafficked every single day. So again, appreciate everyone speaking. This is, I'm a huge component or proponent for more housing. It's just, this is an area that when you look at the top of the funnel and how much traffic is coming, we're just adding on to a very high problem that is not going to be fixed just by fixing out South. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Bloom. All right, let's see. Anybody else online? Not seeing any hands raised. All right, and any other comments in the room on this agenda item? Not seeing any here. I will just reiterate that the city and the county did partner and were awarded a substantial federal grant in which we did apply local match to what's called the SAFER grant. That's a federal grant specifically to address traffic and safety issues on high traveled roads such as South Avenue. There is a website online, Missoula County Voice, because Missoula County is the administrator of this particular grant, even though we are partnering together. And there are two contacts, one Shane Stack and the other is Aaron Wilson. Shane is from the county and Aaron's from the city. And so if folks have any questions, they can be directed towards those staff members. Just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. Okay, council comments. Not seeing any here, I'm sorry. Oh, Councilor Henderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I don't actually have a comment, so I have a question, but I just want to kind of, given some of the feedback we've gotten from public comment, I would like for Charlie to talk a little bit about the required infrastructure improvements that are going to be associated with this annexation and property. I know it doesn't necessarily alleviate the congestion, but hopefully it provides a value add with additional infrastructure. So if they could highlight a little bit of that, I think it would be helpful.
Hi, I'd like to pass this to Troy Monroe if he's available.
Let's see, looking for Mr. Monroe.
I am here.
Hello.
Hello, Troy Monroe, City Engineer for Development Review. And I'm sorry, could you be specific as to what you were asking for on this?
Hi, Troy. Stacie Anderson here. I just wanted to quickly ask about overall infrastructure improvements as a part of this project. Are they going to be required to connect sidewalks, curb, gutter, any of those kind of larger infrastructure needs? And how does that work into the larger South Avenue rehab program or plan that we have going forward?
Yeah, so this project itself will just be staying out of the way of the South Avenue project. So the South Avenue project has been designed to include the multimodal and the streets all the way past this location. So they won't be responsible specifically for any improvements because of the design that's already in there. I think that's the best answer.
You have another question there?
Okay. But as a part of this building project, there is going to be some infrastructure improvements. It's just not necessarily packaged with the South Avenue rehabilitation project, correct?
So there won't be anything with the rezone. The South Avenue project will continue through and across this parcel. And then if there's anything related to when building permits come in that is specific to a mitigation effort, that would be part of that. We are anticipating what would be going in there And that's why Kevin Slobart made the comment about where to place the appropriate approach for that. But that would be about the limit to it, is just defining what their approach would be for the project.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, you bet. Any other questions from council or comments? I'm not seeing any here in the room. How about online? Not seeing any online. Is that Councilor? No, not Councilor Jordan. Seeing, I don't know. The hand raised from somebody else. Okay, there is somebody that has joined the call in 918. We have finished our public comments in regards to this agenda item. Is this somebody wishing to deliver public comment on this agenda item tonight? We have concluded our public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and make one more round of call here for council comments. Nope, not seeing any. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and move on to a roll call vote for this agenda item. Ms. Trimble.
All right, beginning with Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan. Yes. Melson.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
And Vasecka.
Yes.
And that's 11 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, that item passes. Thank you, Ms. Trimble. We do have a couple of folks that look like they are going to take a break here. We'll go ahead and move into the next agenda item before we take an official break in the agenda and start with...
Can we do it right now? Can we do the break now?
Yes, we can. Yeah. Recording? Okay. Yes, we can. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll start at 1 minute after the hour. Thank you very much.
Why did they put that other agenda? I don't know why she did that. There must be a reason. I hate the way I look. The lighting is bad. That's gotta be it. My hair. You know, my daughter is a nurse house, and so you forgot her place. And I don't, you know, my hair is harsh like, and I have to just don't look like that.
All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. So come on down if you're a council member. I'll call the meeting back to order at 8:03 p.m. Thank you very much for the break. Also, if folks didn't have a chance to pick up an agenda, there is one outside. Ms. Trimble went and printed some additional agendas, and those are available on the table out in the hallway there. Okay, thanks, everybody. Every 2 hours, we need to take a break so we can get the recording, the mice and the gerbils getting the wheels turning again. Okay, we are moving on to item 5.2 on the agenda, which is Strong Riverstone 18-lot major subdivision and rezone. And so Lauren Stevens is here to present on this project. And so Lauren, when you're ready, we are.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me share my screen here. And let me know if that is showing up for everyone.
It sure is. Yes, it is.
Great. Awesome. So good evening. My name is Lauren Stevens. I'm a senior planner with the Permits and Land Use Division of CPDI, here to present on the 18-lot Strong Riverstone major subdivision and rezone request. So City Council will have 7 motions to vote on for this project. The first being for the requested rezone from RT10 to RT5.4, 1 for the subdivision preliminary plat, and 5 for requested variances to the city subdivision regulations. The subject property is located on River Road east of Reserve Street and abuts the existing dead end of Riverstone Drive. The Clark Fork River is north and west of the property. The neighborhood has a variety of lot sizes and includes residential, agricultural, and commercial uses like residential storage warehouses. The property is within City Council Ward 6 and the River Road Neighborhood Council area. The property is approximately 2.27 acres and currently has a single dwelling house and minor accessory structures on the south end of the lot. The current dwelling is served by an individual well and septic system, which are proposed to be abandoned with all new development connecting to city water and sewer. The property is long and narrow at 156 feet wide and 636 feet long. The north end of the property contains an irrigation ditch, which runs generally perpendicular across the property, and this area of the parcel is also currently within the FEMA Zone AE floodplain, or the 1% annual chance area, and this combined with that ditch has allowed for the establishment of mature riparian vegetation along the north side of the ditch. The rest of the parcel has a mix of grasses, weeds, and mature trees. The Strong Riverstone subdivision would create 18 residential lots proposed to be developed with 2-unit townhouses. The subdivision will dedicate a common area to be maintained by the Property Owners Association on the north end of the parcel, encompassing that irrigation ditch, an irrigation easement, riparian resource area and buffer, and the existing floodplain. The common area and irrigation ditch will be accessed via a proposed easement on the east side of Lot 1. The project will include half-street improvements to River Road, including a widened travel lane, curb and gutter, and a new sidewalk and landscape boulevard, which will connect to the existing sidewalk to the east. The applicant will also install sidewalk and landscape boulevard on the existing portion of River Place abutting the subject property, completing the connection from the existing sidewalk out to River Road. New transportation infrastructure will include a proposed extension of Riverstone Drive and a new internal subdivision road, Road A, that will connect to River Road. Riverstone Drive currently dead ends in a hammerhead formation abutting the edge of the property. The proposed extension is designed to match the existing conditions in order to seamlessly blend together. This will include a 7-foot curbside sidewalk on the south side of the street and a sidewalk with boulevard on the north side, and no parking lanes are proposed to be included. The improvements will be contained within a combination of dedicated right-of-way and public access and utility easement. The new internal subdivision road, not yet named, will provide access to the new lots and create a connection between Riverstone Drive and River Road. This street is proposed to have a parking lane on the west side of the street with no sidewalk, widened travel lanes, and a sidewalk and boulevard on the east side of the street without a parking lane. A stormwater infiltration system is proposed within Road A. Both this and Riverstone Drive will be public streets. The City of Missoula requires that post-development stormwater from a project either be completely retained and infiltrated on site for the 100-year storm event or be released from the site at pre-development peak flow rates. Stormwater is proposed to be managed in two separate basins. Basin B covers just a small portion of the site, and stormwater here will be conveyed to existing sumps in River Place to the east. Basin A covers the majority of the site, and stormwater here will be conveyed to 3 catch basins situated at road low points, which will then enter the proposed CMP shallow infiltration system in Road A. And this system has been designed to infiltrate the entirety of the basin's 24-hour, 100-year storm volume. Due to the unique conditions of high groundwater and floodplain on site, Public Works and Mobility staff required stormwater infrastructure design plans to be at about 90% completion during sufficiency review, just to ensure there would be no issues. The common area on the north end of the property contains that current floodplain and existing riparian vegetation. An irrigation ditch is running through the property, and there is a proposed 20-foot wide irrigation ditch easement to allow for maintenance by the ditch company. A 10-foot pedestrian and irrigation access easement is proposed on the east side of Lot 1, so residents can access the ditch if they wish to utilize their water shares. The riparian resource area is mainly located north of the ditch, and the proposed buffer stretches 8 feet from the south edge to the proposed property lines. Additionally, development on lots 1 through 4 will have required 20-foot rear setbacks from that property line. The subject property has a future land use designation of residential medium per the Missoula 2035 growth policy. This designation calls for a density between 3 and 11 dwelling units per acre, and the current relatable Title 20 zoning districts are RT10, R8, R5.4, and RT 5.4. As you can see, the majority of this area is within that same land use designation, aside from some open space areas to the north associated with the Clark Fork River. The property is currently zoned RT10, residential 10, 2-unit townhouse, which has a maximum achievable density of 4 dwelling units per acre. This zone permits detached houses, lot line houses, 2-unit houses or duplexes, and 2-unit townhouses. The applicant has requested to rezone to RT 5.4, residential 5.4, 2-unit townhouse, which has a maximum achievable density of 8 dwelling units per acre. The requested zoning is considered a relatable Title 20 zoning district for this land use designation. The RT10 and RT 5.4 districts allow for the same permitted uses and residential building types. The required setbacks and maximum height limits are also the same for the 2 districts. The main difference is the required minimum parcel area of a lot and the required parcel area per dwelling unit on site, or the density. Per footnote 8 of the Parcel and Building Standards table in Title 20.05, subdivisions approved after May 6, 2019 do not need to create lots that have the physical minimum parcel area, and instead may calculate the allowable density of the entire subdivision based on gross area divided by that required area per unit. Therefore, new subdivisions do not need 10,000 or 5,400 square foot lots. The densities would be based on the total parcel area before portions are utilized for roads, parks, and other infrastructure. Based on the parcel size, the existing zoning would allow up to 10 dwelling units, and the requested zoning would allow up to 18 units. This subdivision is proposed to be a density of about 7.9 dwelling units per acre. I've included some other nearby developments and their densities here just for reference. The Riverview subdivision is similar to this project in terms of lot size and dimensions. They also requested and were approved to rezone from RT10 to the RT 5.4. The unannexed parcel adjacent to the storage units is zoned neighborhood residential in the county, which has a minimum density of 8 dwelling units per acre with no maximum density. Evaluation of a rezone request is based on the review criteria shown here. So this requested zoning district does comply with the adopted growth policy. Any new development on the property will be required to comply with all local, state, and federal regulations for the installation of transportation infrastructure, utilities, and residential construction, ensuring the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. As noted previously, the setbacks and height limits are the same for both districts, so there's not anticipated to be an impact to the provision of light and air. The surrounding properties generally contain detached single-dwelling houses with 1 to 2 total units on a parcel. The predominant zoning district adjacent to the property is RT10, which allows the same uses and building types as RT 5.4. This property is centrally located in Missoula with access to arterial streets that connect residents to key services. So this lot is a good example of infill development in an established neighborhood with existing infrastructure in place, which is the focus inward goal of the growth policy aims to do. The proposed amendment does not correct an error or inconsistency, but does help address the challenge of changing conditions, including the current shortage of residential units. The proposed project will include new pedestrian infrastructure, the removal of a septic system, and will provide for the conservation and protection of a sensitive riparian resource area. A protest petition was submitted from adjacent property owners, and of the 22 adjacent properties, 16 submitted valid petitions. Therefore, approval of the zoning amendment will require a 2/3 majority vote from those council members present and voting in order to pass. Here is the proposed preliminary plat showing the dedicated portions of right-of-way, access, utility, and irrigation easements, and the new lot lines. And also the existing FEMA floodplain is shown on the north end of the property. The review criteria for a subdivision includes compliance with the growth policy and zoning code, identification and mitigation of any potential impacts to agriculture, agricultural water user facilities, local services, natural environment, wildlife and wildlife habitat, and public health and safety. So I'll just give a quick summary of staff's conclusions for each of these. So as noted earlier, the requested zoning and overall density of the proposed subdivision do comply with the land use designation of the growth policy. The subject property contained small-scale agricultural use accessory to the residential use up through the late 1970s. Soils on the property are classified as urban land and are not considered prime farmland or prime farmland if irrigated. The existing irrigation ditch is proposed to be within that HOA maintained common area, which will contain the 20-foot wide irrigation easement and riparian resource area and buffer zone. Future lot owners will pay their irrigation shares through the Property Owners Association and will have a dedicated 10-foot irrigation access easement if they wish to utilize their shares. The parcel is surrounded by residential uses and does not abut any agricultural uses that may be impacted. Therefore, no adverse impacts to agriculture or agricultural water user facilities are foreseen if the recommended conditions of approval are imposed. Subdividers must identify and evaluate the impacts on relevant local services to determine that it can be adequately served by either public or private facilities. All proposed lots will be connected to city sewer and water. Solid waste disposal will be provided by Republic Services, and electricity and gas will be provided by Northwestern Energy. The required parkland dedication will be satisfied through a cash in lieu payment, and in addition, there is that proposed common area. The proposed public access easement across Lot 1 mirrors an existing easement in the adjacent development, which may be used by the Parks and Recreation Department in the future to access public lands. The subdivision will be served by city police and fire, and the installation of 2 new fire hydrants is proposed. At full build-out, it's estimated that as many as 9 additional school-aged children will be added to the Missoula County Public School District, and these students would attend Hawthorne Elementary, C.S. Porter Middle School, and Big Sky High School. The applicant is proposing right-of-way improvements to River Road and River Place to include sidewalks and landscape boulevards. And there's also that proposed extension to Riverstone Drive and the entirely new internal subdivision road connecting Riverstone to River Road. Based on the number of new daily trips that will be generated from this subdivision, a traffic impact study is not required. However, traffic safety and volumes were a main concern brought up at the planning board public hearing by both the board members and the public. Based on 2023 traffic count data, 2,270 average annual daily trips were logged at the intersection of River Road onto Reserve Street. River Road is classified as an urban collector, and some examples of other streets of this classification are Mount, where it intersects with Reserve, which had 8,520 trips, and Johnson between 8th and 9th at 4,053 trips. Some lower classification roads, typically local collectors, do see more trips than this intersection, like Clark Street onto South Avenue or Wyoming and Curtis. It is estimated that the traffic generated from this subdivision will split between Reserve to the west, Curtis to the south, and Russell to the east. However, even if 100% of trips went towards Reserve Street, the anticipated trip volume would increase by less than 6% of the existing count. In terms of safety concerns, I would like to note that the transportation team will be kicking off their Reserve Street Safety Action Plan process within the next month or two, which will be a year-long process evaluating safety issues along the Reserve Street corridor. A subdivider is required to identify any impacts to resources such as adjacent public lands, cultural resources, hydrological and soil characteristics, and existing vegetation and wildlife that may be impacted. This property is not adjacent to public lands with natural resources, and there are no existing surface water bodies or wetlands on site. Riparian vegetation will be preserved within the proposed common area. The property was identified as being within 1 square mile of known bald eagle nesting sites, with the likeliest habitat on the property being the riparian area on the north end. The existing irrigation ditch corridor is largely undisturbed and may also serve as a travel route for wildlife through the area. Staff recommend a condition of approval requiring that the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks recommendations titled Living with Wildlife be appended to the development covenants to minimize any potential conflicts. The existing structures on site were evaluated by our City Historic Preservation Officer and were not found to be eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. They will be documented prior to their demolition. Staff concluded that minimal impacts to the natural environment and wildlife habitat are anticipated as a result of this subdivision if the recommended conditions of approval are imposed. Lastly, a subdivider must demonstrate that the proposed subdivision will have no adverse impact on conditions relating to public health and safety, including natural or man-made hazards, environmental health, emergency services, and nuisance land uses. This property does not contain steep slopes, unstable soils, high voltage power lines, or high pressure gas lines, and it's not within the airport influence area or the wildland urban interface. However, there is documented high groundwater present on the property, so staff recommends a condition of approval prohibiting basements. The property is also within the air stagnation zone, and the development covenants include mitigation efforts, such as the prohibition of wood-burning devices. A recommended condition of approval prevents the amendment or deletion of these and other specific elements of the covenants without the written approval of the governing body. The applicant is proposing to install 2 new fire hydrants, and the new proposed streets will create a secondary ingress and egress point for the development and will be designed to accommodate emergency vehicles. As mentioned earlier, the property currently contains a small portion of the Zone AE 1% annual chance floodplain. The Montana DNRC, Missoula County, and City of Missoula are working to remap the Clark Fork River to provide the community with updated floodplain boundaries and base flood elevations. These updated firm maps are not yet finalized or adopted and are therefore not considered regulatory at this stage. The draft maps, if adopted by City Council, are anticipated to show the majority of the subject property to be within that Zone AE 1% annual chance floodplain. Once adopted, any development proposed within the floodplain will be required to obtain floodplain permits and comply with the Title 18 floodplain regulations, including the requirement to elevate structures and mechanical equipment above the base flood elevation. Floodplains are generally split into 2 sections, the first being the floodway, which is defined as the channel of a river and adjacent land area that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood without increasing the water elevation by more than 6 inches. The floodplain regulations don't allow new structures in the floodway because this area needs to be reserved to carry the fastest floodwaters. The flood fringe is the remaining portion of the floodplain where development is allowed as long as it meets certain standards. For example, the house in the diagram is elevated above base flood elevation, so it won't be damaged by the 1% annual chance flood. The flood fringe stores floodwater but does not effectively convey floodwater. In terms of public health and safety, it is worth noting that the state of Montana requires structures and all mechanical equipment to be a minimum of 2 feet above the base flood elevation, while the federal standards only require 6 inches of elevation. As mitigation for the new data showing potential for increased flood risk, the applicant commissioned a flow path study showing the proposed development elevated the necessary 2 feet above BFE, base flood elevation, in the event of that 1% annual chance flood. This study provides evidence that the additional development proposed on this parcel will not negatively impact adjacent properties in the event of a flood. The city subdivision regulations provide criteria for requesting a variance to the regulations when strict compliance would result in undue hardship and is not essential to the public welfare. These include that the conditions upon which the request is based are unique to the specific property, that undue hardship would result due to physical surroundings, parcel shape, or topographical conditions, that the hardship has not been created by the applicant, and that the granting of the variance would not cause an increase in public costs, result in a threat to public health, safety, or welfare, or be injurious to other persons or property, and that they will not violate the provisions of the zoning ordinance or the growth policy. The applicants have submitted 5 variance requests. The first variance request is for the proposed internal subdivision road to deviate from the standards for a low-density local residential street. The applicant is proposing to install a 7-foot parking lane on only the west side of the street and a 5-foot sidewalk and 7-foot boulevard on only the east side of the street. If required to install parking lanes, sidewalks, and boulevards on both sides, the required right-of-way width would be 57 feet, which is actually larger than the 45 feet required by the subdivision regulations and larger than the 49 feet proposed. An increase in right-of-way width would further reduce buildable area on the proposed lots. Additionally, the proposed 2-unit townhouses will be required to combine their driveways over the shared property line, with a required minimum distance of 33 feet between any single or paired driveway. This will create very limited uninterrupted curb along the east side of Road A, and the short curb areas between driveways may be too small to accommodate an on-street parking space. This could produce very infrequent spaces that would not add much additional parking. Another consideration is that if sidewalk and boulevard is installed on the west side of the street, the maintenance of that infrastructure would fall on the adjacent property owners who may or may not have a need to access their properties from said sidewalk. The second variance request is for the proposed extension of Riverstone Drive to deviate from the same standards of a low-density local residential street. The proposed design is intended to match and continue the existing infrastructure and will have no parking lanes, a 7-foot curbside sidewalk on the south side of the street, and sidewalk with landscape boulevard on the north side of the street. The applicant is proposing these improvements to be within a combination of dedicated right-of-way and dedicated public access and utility easement. And this was done to preserve the buildable areas of lots 1 through 4, which are also constrained by the riparian resource area buffer and irrigation ditch easement. Because the road network in this area is not a well-developed rectilinear grid, there are not alternate city streets for Road A to connect to in order to avoid the creation of a cul-de-sac or dead-end street, which would also require a variance request to the regulations. The third variance request is for the proposed half-street improvements to River Road to deviate from the design standards of an urban collector without parking. The existing right-of-way width in this area for River Road is 60 feet, and the subdivision regulations require 80 feet. In order to meet that requirement, the applicant would need to dedicate 10 feet of their property as public right-of-way, which would result in a very small segment of widened roadway that would not align with the recently installed infrastructure directly adjacent. The proposed design includes a new 5-foot sidewalk and 7.5-foot wide landscape boulevard to match the adjacent infrastructure, This portion of sidewalk would also allow for a connection to Curtis Street and LaFrey Park entirely via public sidewalks and trails. The variance request also includes the omission of a dedicated bicycle lane, which this portion of River Road does not currently have. However, the improvements include a paved shoulder adjacent to the travel lane that could more safely be utilized by cyclists than a dirt or gravel shoulder. This street cross-section has been utilized for other projects on River Road and is preferred by Public Works and Mobility. Not having parking on the street means that an 80-foot right-of-way is not necessarily needed. And I do apologize, my dog is snoring in the background. If you can hear that, I'm not sure. The fourth variance request is to the maximum block length of 480 feet for the block fronting the proposed internal subdivision road. The proposed block length is 491 feet and is a product of the distance between two existing streets that provide access. A required reduction in block length would possibly result in the extension of Riverstone Drive needing to be offset from the existing portion, leading to an increased difficulty in engineering, installation, and maintenance. Additionally, a reduced block length could result in the loss of residential lots or the creation of lots that have a more constrained buildable area. And because the RT 5.4 zoning district only permits 2-unit townhouses and not 3 or more unit townhouses, an odd number of lots would require at least one detached dwelling unit, which then has to meet side setbacks for both side property lines. And just for reference, the adjacent subdivision has a block length of approximately 525 feet as a pedestrian would experience it. The final variance request is to the prohibition of double frontage or through lots for proposed lots 14 through 18, which will have frontage on 2 parallel streets other than an alley. Due to the dimensions of the parcel and the unique condition of having River Place abutting the eastern property line, the strict enforcement of the regulations could result in a loss of 5 residential lots. An earlier design included a street connection to River Place, but as you can see, that would still result in through lots between Road B and River Road. The proposed location for Road A and the resultant lots take into consideration the preferred design of city utilities by Public Works and Mobility. The location of sewer and water mains with the current design enables the construction of a looped system and is preferred over dead-end mains. As mitigation, the applicant is proposing to include 1-foot no-access strips on lots 14 through 18, which would preclude any future driveway approaches from being installed on River Place or River Road. At their May 21st meeting, the Planning Board failed to recommend approval of the rezoning and subdivision preliminary plat application by votes of 4 to 3. The board did not make motions on the 5 variance requests, but did ask questions and further discuss them. The main topics of discussion included traffic and public safety, development in a floodplain, compliance with the growth policy, and the number of requested variances. Please see the included meeting summary for further discussion. Staff's recommendation is that City Council approve the adoption of an ordinance rezoning the property, approve the 5 variance requests, and approve the Strong Riverstone preliminary plat application, subject to the 33 recommended conditions of approval based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. And with that, I believe that representatives from IMEG have a presentation or would like to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevens. Yeah, members of IMEG here to present. Or online. Yeah. Good in the audience. Okay. So no members of the consulting team.
Also good online. Thank you though, Lauren.
You bet. Okay, great. Thanks. All right. I do believe then that concludes the presentation. We do have folks here for information. And so we'll go ahead and move then to council questions. Are there any council questions on this agenda item? Councilor Anderson and then Councilor Melson, I think. Yep.
Okay, good. I'm glad others are speaking. I'm like, I don't want to be the only one. In your presentation, you said that the subdivision ended in a hammerhead. However, if I'm looking at these graphics from a handout, which I'm not, it was just on my desk when I got back from the break, it does appear as though the northern portion of the road right next to lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 connects to Riverstone Drive. Is that I'm assuming that that is not actually reflected to be there now, but is the growth of this area continues, that will be a connected road?
So the adjacent subdivision where Riverstone Drive currently is the one that ends in the hammerhead formation. So right now it just kind of dead ends with a curb right up against this property. And so they are proposing to connect a through street to Riverstone Drive so you could drive, around the full neighborhood in a circle if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Great, thanks. I'll let others go and then I'll circle back.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilor Melson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. This is also a question for staff. You mentioned conditioning the subdivision with the Montana FWP guidance for residents in areas living within close proximity for wildlife. I believe it's called the Living with Wildlife. Adding that to the development covenants. But as I'm reviewing the referral in the staff report on page 16, item number 33, it states that the subdivider shall include the recommended provisions. So just clarity on whether or not Living with Wildlife will be conditioned on development covenants.
The intent was, yes, that would be a condition of approval. Hopefully the wording of all those conditions would make that clear, but I know in the last condition, it is included in one of the ones that can't be amended or deleted without written approval of the governing body. So yes, that was the intent.
Satisfactory? All right. Councilor Vasecka.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One of them is a follow-up from, I believe it was last Wednesday, but all my days are blending together. So it was regarding the cash in lieu. Can we confirm that regarding the cash in lieu, it will go to the local park in this area, meaning like Liffray Park improvements? I don't know.
Yes, so cash in lieu, it is spent, I don't know the exact radius the Parks and Rec has, but it is intended to go towards improvements of the nearest facilities that residents of the subdivision would then be frequenting. So.
Okay, thank you. May I have a follow-up?
Please.
So from my counting on this diagram that appeared on my desk, it looks like if the first variance is granted, it'll look like, oh my God, I counted it. How many was it? 24 vehicles will have on-street parking, is that correct?
I don't know the exact number, but whatever is shown on that, I'm not sure what diagram everyone got there. I don't know if it's the site plan, but there were conceptual vehicles shown on the site plan to see just how many you could get, and that sounds about right.
Okay, and then so each unit will have a place in the driveway for one vehicle. So, all right, that kind of answers that question for me. And then I kind of, when you were saying in the presentation for the first variance, it sounded like the sidewalk would be kind of clunky and starting and stopping if the first variance was not granted. Can you kind of go over that one more time?
Yeah, so the sidewalk itself will be contiguous. It will have the kind of on-ramps for driveways going through there, but the actual curb itself is what will be kind of starting and stopping just to cut up towards all of those driveways. And you need a certain amount of space to park a vehicle and then have kind of the yellow curb clear space on either side of that. So that's what I was referring to there. But the sidewalk will be continuous, but it will cross driveways.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, I believe I found it in the attachment, but were there any concerns from fire department regarding these variances?
None that were, no agency comment or anything of that nature. And they, were part of the earlier planning and discussions with the applicant, so they are in support.
Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for that presentation as well. If you could go back, though, to the slide early on in your presentation showing other comparable subdivisions in that area. If you pull that one up, please.
Only working with one screen tonight, so I've got to share and then go into the presentation.
There we go. I think that's it. Very good, thank you. You had spoken about the Riverview subdivision, and I see Carter Court as well next to it. Similar densities, you had pointed out, similar parcel size. I'm just curious, in the review of those subdivisions, did they necessitate any variances to zoning for that?
Yes, so the Riverview subdivision, I did look, it had 4 variance requests to the subdivision regulations for pretty similar items here, although this one does contain a cul-de-sac. And looking back, Carter Court was a PUD project from, around 2000, 2001, but that also had 6 variance requests to the subdivision regulations in place at that time.
Thank you, and I think you partially answered my follow-up, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please.
So it sounds like a fair majority of those variances were, again, due to similar issues with road length, pedestrian, off-street parking, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we often see most of the variance requests due to roads, just with, the conditions that are existing on the ground versus what the subdivision regulations call for. They don't always quite match up, but the similar variance to the River Road improvements as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. I do have 5 questions just because I had constituents reach out to ask me to ask some questions. Is that going to be okay?
That's fine.
Thank you. The developer mentioned previously that these homes will be affordable, and I'm wondering if we could get a definition of affordable and what the price point for these units will be from the developer if they are available.
Is there anybody from the development team here? Yep, come on up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Council. Danny Oberweiser with IMEG. It's OBERWEISER for the record. I think John may have mentioned obtainable and affordable in the same breath at LUP. We don't have any plans as of now to designate the big A affordable per the definition. I'd also add that John's not a vertical builder, so he won't be actually building the homes. He's just in the entitlement phase and looking to sell land. So when that builder comes along, it would be up to them to finish the design and the price point and whether it is truly obtainable. We went with the density to hopefully help with the obtainable housing to offset the improvement costs.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious, just with all the news out about people losing their homeowners insurance due to natural disasters and the higher incidences of natural disasters, since this isn't a floodplain, are we anticipating that there are going to be any issues with folks getting homeowners insurance since the carriers are dropping or not insuring homeowners who live in areas that have higher incidences of bad weather?
Yeah, I will, we've got Cassie Trepard here, and I'll let her address that.
Okay.
Yeah, Cassie Trepard, floodplain administrator. I don't know much about home insurance, but I do know that if you have a mortgage in the floodplain, you are required by your lender to carry floodplain insurance to protect your investment in home.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious about the stormwater infiltration system. Is there going to be any pre-treatment before, is there going to be any pre-treatment of the water before infiltration?
Let's see, I'm not sure, Joe, if you want to address that, or Troy or Tracy, Public Works. Just not as familiar with the ins and outs of stormwater.
Danny Oberweiser again. Troy can also field this if he's available, but yes, there will be pre-treatment. Yep, boulevards, and catch basins.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Thank you for that. My last question, I guess I only had 4, but I'm just wondering if is there a threshold at all to car and foot traffic that triggers bigger infrastructure like sidewalks for River Road? My concerns that I've expressed since being on council related to all the development on River Road is that we have 100 new homes there, and there's still no continuous sidewalk on River Road. Children need to walk in the road to get home when they get off the bus. People need to walk in the road to get to LaFrey Park. I'm just curious, is there ever going to be, or is there a threshold to how much car and foot traffic we can have on River Road before we have to put a sidewalk in, a continuous sidewalk for these folks who desperately need it?
I can speak to just the general trigger in subdivision or with any kind of large development, even in zoning. Once you have 200 additional daily trips, that's when we do the traffic impact study, which can then be utilized to kind of review what other improvements would be made. We also have Aaron Wilson here, I believe, still from transportation, that could speak more to the larger process of planning for River Road.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Wilson, are you available?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Council. It's Aaron Wilson with Public Works and Mobility. And, we've talked about River Road a lot in our department. It's one of our projects on our CIP list. We have a lot of projects, over 100 on that, as you all know. We've talked about the need and the demand in Missoula in just about every neighborhood, including most of the neighborhoods that are seeing development. It's just, I think it's a reality that we're working with and trying to catch up. That said, River Road generally scores fairly well in terms of our prioritization. And as I think we've seen some additional developments come in here and really started looking at both the equity and safety side of our prioritization, I think we're looking at when and how we can build that into our CIP plan. So obviously, it's not currently funded. It's not a project that's in design and imminently going to construction, but it is on that list, and it's at a point where, I think we want to figure out a way to get it funded as quickly as we can. So I know that's not always a very satisfying answer, but I think that's where we're at with transportation. I think related to the kind of the threshold for developments, a lot of times in these neighborhoods we see a little bit of piecemeal development of each individual property kind of builds out their sidewalk, and we've been seeing that a lot on River Road. So it feels like we're getting to a point where there's not that many, there's fewer gaps that we have to close, and we can really think about a project here. So I don't know if that answers your question fully. Happy to talk more about kind of our planning process and what we have going. But yes, it's in our list. It scores fairly well, and we know we need to get to this area sooner rather than later.
Great, thank you for that. And I'm done asking questions. Thank you.
You bet. All right, any other questions from council before we move to putting the motions on the floor? Okay, not seeing any then. We will move to Land Use and Planning Chair, Councilman Nugent. Want to make sure that that's on record, that he has joined the meeting about a half an hour ago. And so I'll just mention here that we are going to go ahead and put both motions on the floor, however, for public comment purposes, but we will vote on them separately. And we saved a nice big one for you, Councilor Nugent.
Yeah, I'm done reading this. I should have stayed away longer. I move the City Council approve an ordinance rezoning the subject property located at 2348 River Road, legally described as the east one half of the west one half of lots 29 and 30 of Coben and Dinsmore's Orchard Homes, a platted subdivision in Missoula County, Montana, according to the recorded plat thereof, from RT 10 residential 10 2-unit townhouse to RT 5.4 residential 5.4 2-unit townhouse. This motion will take a 2/3 vote. I further move City Council approve the following variance requests. Approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020, Table 2A, Section 3-020.4.N, and Section 3-020.15.D.1 of the City Subdivision Regulations to allow Road A to deviate from the design standards of low-density local residential streets, including the requirement for parking lanes, sidewalks, and boulevards to be provided on both sides of the street, and allow the extension of Riverstone Drive to deviate from the design standards of low-density local residential streets, including the requirement for parking lanes, sidewalks, and boulevards to be provided on both sides of the street. And approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020, Table .2A, and Section 3-020.3.H.2 of the city subdivision regulations to allow half-street improvements of River Road to deviate from the minimum required right-of-way width and bike lane installation for an urban collector without parking street. And approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-030.2.A2 of the city subdivision regulations to exceed the 480-foot maximum block length and allow for a proposed block length of 491 feet. And approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-030.1.E of the city subdivision regulations prohibiting double frontage or through lots for proposed lots 14 through 18, and approve the Strong Riverstone subdivision preliminary plat application, all subject to the recommended conditions of approval based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the motions, 2 motions have been made. Again, council will vote on them separately, but we'll go ahead and take public comment on both of those motions. So we'll start with folks that are in the room, and come on up to the microphone if you're wishing to give public comment. We do reserve 3 minutes per person, and I'll go ahead and use this little machine here to help guide you along.
Thank you, Chairman Davis, Commissioners. My name is Alan Davis, A-L-A-N-D-A-V-I-S. About 3 months ago, we purchased a property with my wife and stepdaughter at 2349 River Road, which is across the way. In that process, we asked the seller if the property was in the floodplain, and the answer was no. Subsequent to that, as we were getting insurance, we learned that it will be in the 100-year floodplain. So technically and legally, they were correct, but ethically, they were wrong. This zoning should not be approved because it does not comply with the need to protect public health, welfare, and safety. The property requested for rezoning, and I left a map with you, will be totally within the redesignated new floodplain. In discussions with DNRC, who filed this map with FEMA, it's not a question of whether, but rather when. So what does FEMA say about building in the floodplain? Let me quote, "Building on the floodplain is less safe than building in an area above it. That is because the 100-year floodplain come with a 1% chance of flooding in any 1 year and a 26% chance of flooding at least once in the 30-year period of a typical mortgage. Keep that number in mind. According to FEMA, I continue, the bottom line is building in a floodplain puts properties at risk for flooding. A single inch of floodwater can cause up to $25,000 of flooding." I also heard that this floodplain and the design is not going to impact neighbors. According to FEMA, also, when floodplains are filled or paved over, they are no longer able to absorb water, which means excess water now has nowhere to go, causing flooding. Additionally, fill and build creates pockets of land that are higher elevation, which creates runoff that can flood lower elevation property, thus impacting surrounding properties. So not only does that impact us, it impacts the neighbors. Secondly, and Commissioner Jordan asked, all state and State Farm are starting to not renew policies in 100-year floodplains, and climate change is increasing the risk of flooding to these properties. I know there's a need for affordable housing, but it seems to me the commission would be negligent to approve a subdivision or a zoning request that creates a 26% chance of having a flood during the term of that mortgage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Others in the room wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? Hello.
Hello, my name is Crystal Gluckert, G-L-U-E-C-K-E-R-T, and I live at 2340 Riverstone Drive, right next to the proposed development. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak on this matter today. I would like to start by
Hold
saying
on,
that
Ms.
my
Kluckert,
fellow...
I'm going to just have you hold for one quick second. Mr. Monroe, if you could pause. Thank you. All right. Continue, please.
I'll start by saying that myself and my fellow neighbors are not against development. We understand the need for additional housing in Missoula. However, we believe this infill needs to be done strategically for sustainable growth. Just placing as many housing units in every empty lot without consideration for the surrounding infrastructure and traffic safety for the current residents is negligent. The first concern over all others is the safety of the neighborhood and the increase in traffic and population. The developers and staff have repeatedly compared this project to a similar project on River Road, the Riverview subdivision, that is still in the beginning stages of development. While similar in specs, this development is in a much different section of River Road. There are no main collector roads near Riverview, while the Riverstone development will be placed between two, both Curtis and Davis Streets, and only one block from Reserve Street. We also have not seen the traffic effects of Riverview as they are not done with construction. This needs to be considered. There are no safe bus stops for children on River Road. There are limited sidewalks and children are often waiting for their buses feet away from the driving lane on narrow shoulders. This is not safe and will only be exacerbated with additional population. There is no bike lane. There are also no streetlights at all. This is a huge safety concern for both bicyclists and pedestrians. The closest city bus stop to my home is 1.3 miles away. And I would have to ride my bike or walk down to River Road to reach it in that mileage. That is not accessible for the people that will be living in this subdivision. The parking situation in the new development is also a huge concern for safety and accessibility for first responders. Unless parking in the area is regularly monitored, which being in the neighboring neighborhood, I can tell you it will not be. This will be an ongoing issue. The developers continually reference their dedication to providing affordable housing. However, when asked last year about the cost of these units, we were told they were thinking it would start at about $500,000. The median single-family home price was released last week at $545,000. Are these units really that much more affordable than any single-family home in Missoula? Can we really label them as affordable? I know they mentioned that, but is it even obtainable? I don't know anyone that can afford that on a regular wage. The developers also have claimed hardship in order to pass several variance requests. As I demonstrated in my statement at last week's land use planning meeting, the hardships demonstrated by the developer do not meet the criteria required to allow for the required variances. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Kluckert. Other members of the public wishing to speak on this agenda item, come on up.
I'm Dawid Whitestone. I guess you would say Ward 1, but I'm technically outside the city right now. One guy made that excellent point about more concrete actually making floods worse in the long run because it wouldn't be able to absorb down in. This actually dovetails right into even a certain ordinance that you guys have been talking about and you had work group on. That this piece of land could literally be used as a campsite. You could use wood chips instead of concrete and allow it to be a self-governing section of land that where people that are homeless and cannot obtain housing or even maybe barred from shelters could go there, and that land could literally become usable agricultural land in the long run if done correctly. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Whitestone. Others in the room wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? Come on up.
My name is Ann Campbell. I live at 825 River Place. With the density that's proposed, there are 7 dwelling units that will be on my property. I have 208 feet approximately. And there will be 7 dwelling units facing my property, and that's really high density as far as I'm concerned. I also have a concern about parking. We do not live where there are small cars. We live in the land of pickups and large SUVs, and there's going to be a real problem getting emergency vehicles down that road. Again, I feel that we need to build over there, but this is just too many people in too small a space.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Kimble, I forgot to spell my name.
Thank you. All right, come on up.
My name is Terry Wing, T-E-R-I-W-I-N-G. I'm just going to make this real brief. You know, I think that the developer and IMEG have done a great job of, explaining how this is going to fit well. And I just want us to take a look at the human element. Before I retired, I was a superintendent of a public school district. And what kept me awake at night was worrying about whether our kids were going to get to school safely and get home safely. And unfortunately, during my tenure there, we had a little kid who was trying to cross a street very similar to River Road to try to beat the traffic. And he was hit and killed. There are 106 kids who are eligible to board school buses on River Road. About half of those board from the north side. The bus stops are all on the south side. So those kids have to cross River Road to get to their bus stops every morning in the dark of winter. And I think that we are really lucky that we have not had a tragedy so far. And so I think my point here is that the development on River Road has already far exceeded infrastructure. And I think that, this came up at the last meeting, and Councilor Jones said that it's on kind of a long-range plan, that maybe they'll get to some improvements in 5 years. But I just would like you to consider the human part of this, and I guess pray that we don't end up having any little kids collide with cars on River Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wing. Thank you for your comments. Others in the room wishing to speak on this agenda item, come on up.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Dave Gluckert, Glueckert. To avoid any confusion, I'm the one that handed out the 3-page document. So I'll be referencing that in a minute. I would like to start today by asking the council put weight and deference into the planning board's well-reasoned recommendations and to deny the variance request and preliminary plot and allow the developer to redesign. We must ask ourselves today, will the city use the strength of its city subdivision regulations to secure public safety, or will we continue to bend these regulations through variance requests at the cost of public safety? The planning for this development is insufficient for public safety. We continue to increase density and only provide the absolute minimum for parking and infrastructure. This fact alone should disqualify developers from their current rezone requests without the ability to satisfy MCA 76-2-304 number 3, stating zoning is designed to promote public health, public safety, and general welfare. It should be noted that these driveways are designed to be 10 to 14% grade. It will be challenging to walk up these driveways without slipping in the right conditions. Consider if a resident needs to access via wheelchair. This is extremely steep, and in winter, cars will struggle to drive up the driveways or slide down while parked into the streets, eliminating parking. In addition, for all cars to park legally, they would need to access through existing River Place, Riverstone Drive to face the correct direction on the street. To show this in the plan versus reality, I have had 3 drawings rendered to scale with cars. The first drawing depicts ideal parking situations as proposed by the developer for 24 spots. The second drawing depicts if lot number 1 was to have a small get-together with only 3 additional cars. The fire truck is placed in for reference to show how tight emergency vehicle traffic will be if parking laws are not enforced. Drawing number 3 depicts the winter weather scenario with driveway and garage parking reduced to half capacity. Residents will park in the street. This drawing depicts what the subdivision would look like with 18 overflow vehicles in this situation with a fire truck near lots 14 and 15. This type of unforeseen parking congestion problem will lead to life safety issues with emergency vehicles trying to access homes. In addition, without snow removal, most, if not all, of these parking spaces will be lost to snow drifts and further amplifying the problem. We have already lived with these problems for 11 years on Riverstone Drive, with vehicles parked on both sides of the road. I urge you to vote no to this zoning variance and subdivision, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gluckert. Others, come on up.
My name is Susan Mason, M-A-S-O-N, my last name. Common Good Missoula strongly supports the our Missoula guiding principles suggested by staff, but we do see the need to add accessibility to affordability in Principle 5 to meet the needs of all Missoulians, including those with mobility needs, and to serve the aging community. There is a chronic shortage of barrier-free housing for those populations.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. All right, others in the audience, come on up.
Hello, my name is Marlo Crocifisso, C-R-O-C-I-F-I-S-S-O, and thanks for giving us your time. I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Jordan for your astute questions. Those are exactly my concerns, and I parrot pretty much everything my neighbors have said too. This proposal totally changes the character of this existing neighborhood. It has rural character, and my concerns are those of the public health and safety, the traffic, and also living with wildlife. I just recently saw my first fox cross over from that property and come down the back end of my property. So that is a new concern of mine too, that wasn't really answered with the developers or staff saying living with wildlife, how that is going to be addressed. But I just wanted to say that I do oppose the rezoning of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crocifisso. All right, others in the audience wishing to make public comment tonight? Yes, I see your hand raised. Come on up, you can queue up and Mr. Spitzmacher, you've been waiting, come on up, and then, ma'am, when you're ready. All right, whoever wants to go next, you're ready.
My name is Catherine Hernandez.
Please speak into the microphone if you would, please. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Catherine Hernandez. I'm 68, retired middle school teacher, originally from Grand Lake, Colorado. My story cannot be told in 3 minutes. I heard you can only talk 3 minutes. So I wrote you and gave you time to digest it, but I wanted to hand it personally to you. I've been kicked out of both Johnson Street and the Pavarell Center since March of this year. In March, I caught pneumonia and was admitted to St. Pat's Hospital for 2 days. Last month, I fainted in the Pavarelli's.
Ms. Hernandez, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but this is a public comment in regards to the strong subdivision. So there'll be opportunity to speak to this item later, whether it's in regard to the resolution or items not on the agenda. So if it's okay, and you can sit for a little bit, we'd love to hear your public comment in just a bit.
All right.
Thank you very much. Mr. Spitzmacher.
Yes, Big K, Montana, Spitzmacher, S-P-I-T-Z-M-A-C-H-R. How many lots are on that piece of property? 18? How wide are they? Are they going to be sold in multiple lot units to build a appropriate residence, or are we going to put 3 storage townhouses that are this wide, 3 floors high, with a garage on it that's going to be the storage unit, and where is the vehicle going to park? You know, this would make a nice subdivision for a tent camp. You could put how many tents on each lot? Put a big fence around it, and they could have river frontage and play with the wildlife. I would deny this piece of property for redevelopment, just like that gentleman said right there. He showed you the statistics. Look at them.
Thank you, Mr. Spitzmacher. Others in the room wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? All right, not seeing anybody in the room, then I'll go online to see if there's anybody that wants to provide public comment on this agenda item. I see a hand raised, ending in 9831. Go ahead. All right. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Clayton, Shaya, and I am definitely calling to give comment in collaboration with so many people that seem to be there en masse today. I'm happy to hear that so many people are there taking up space in chambers today and showing up to these meetings, because these points that we keep talking about all day today are about housing more people and housing more people and housing more people, and then hearing about how it doesn't even fit for the disabled or the unhoused or the low income. And I think we just need to start realizing that we need to start taking as much time as we're taking on these issues to start worrying about where we can tell people they can actually live. This entire mass of people that are here trying to figure out where they can actually live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Are there others online wishing to speak to this agenda item? Not seeing any hands raised. Okay. And that wraps up our public comment on this agenda. And I will go ahead and bring it back then to City Council to see what kind of questions or comments City Council members have. Any questions or comments? Sorry. Oh, thank you. Councilor Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you. I just want to encourage my colleagues to get in your car, you're on your bike or your rollerblades or whatever, and go drive River Road. Go have a look at all of the developments that are going in and how they still don't have basic safety infrastructure available to them in the form of sidewalks and lighting, adequate parking space. I think that we're doing a really big disservice to the residents along River Road who are not anti-development. They just want a safe place to live. And I would beg you all to please take some time and go tour the area and see how tight everything is getting in there. And imagine your child or yourself or your parent in a wheelchair trying to access a bus stop along River Road and not having a sidewalk, with a bunch of additional traffic that's going to occur with this development going in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jordan. Councilor Vasecka?
Thanks. I echo what my ward mate said. I not only do I represent the area, but I live in that area. I bike it, drive by it, walk it daily. And I do agree with a lot of my constituents. They are concerned about the safety of that area for a very valid reason. The nearest bus stop is almost a mile away from my house, and it is incredibly frustrating going there with my 3-year-old who doesn't like to walk all the time. I did want to thank everybody for coming and speaking about this. Everyone's passion for their neighborhood. They were involved in this. I think it was for two years during this planning process. They were very vocal about their concerns, and I really thank you all for coming to talk about your concerns for the neighborhood. I am uncomfortable with my vote today because I really do hear you and I really do care about the safety of this area. But that doesn't have, I feel like that's separate from what the development is. I have always been very, very passionate about private property rights, and I have always been very vocal about my frustrations regarding city regulations and how the more regulations and red tape that we have adds on to the cost for developers, which adds on to the cost of buying a home, which adds on to the cost of renting a home. And so I am going to be in favor of this rezone today, but a lot of the people that, a lot of my constituents brought up huge valid safety concerns for River Road. I know Aaron Wilson's on here, and there are a lot of important people here tonight. We really do need to do something about River Road. I'm happy that with this proposed development, if it does pass, we will get at least a very minor bit of sidewalk on that area, because riding your bike on River Road, or even with those poor children for the school bus stop, it is just terrifying. And something really needs to be done, otherwise there will be a casualty. And having this conversation before us today really brings that to light. So please remember this. Please, everybody, take a look at that road. And if you do drive that road, please slow down. You know, it only takes an extra 15 seconds if you go a little slower on that road. So I just really beg everyone to really take that neighborhood into consideration. And I really hope that the safety and improvements of that road will be high on the city's priority list. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Vasecka. Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much. I actually had a couple questions that came up in response to some of the public comment, if I may.
Sure.
And I think this actually is going to go to Troy, who I hope is still on the line. In regards to the parking, who is responsible for monitoring where people can park and not park? Because I think it's, from what I saw in the presentation, the east side of the road in between the homes is supposed to be not parking, and then the west side is where the designated parking is. So if you could talk about who's responsible for that.
Yes, thank you. Troy Monroe, City Engineer for Development Review. So, our policy is we don't have an actual number of off-street parking space requirements, but we do realize that in residential areas, it's important to provide off-street parking. In this case, since there wasn't enough room to have a full, complete street on both sides, it was just decided that more on-street parking would be available if the parking was on the west side versus in between the driveways. The actual enforcement of no parking zones comes down to city police in this area. We had parking commission downtown, but outside of parking commission, it's a traffic violation to park in a yellow, no parking zone.
May I have a follow-up? Please. Okay, thanks so much for the answer. I just wanted to make sure it was a city street and not a private street, as we kind of dealt with one of the subdivision, or the TEDs in Ward 5. So then, I think Ms. Stevens said that there was no comment from the fire department in regards to agency comments or concerns about the width and their ability to reach a structure or a home if 911 is being called out to it. Is the absence of their comments meaning that they are okay with it, or that they just didn't bother to respond? I'm wondering, kind of like, no news is good news? Just wanting to put that on the record.
No, fire has been involved with the design process the entire way. So us in engineering, we've worked with fire to make sure that we do have the standards that they need. The main one for this is connecting Riverstone Drive to this development. Having connectivity is important for emergency services. Having two ways out is important for emergency services. So the entire process through here has been in conjunction with the fire department.
Great, thanks so much. I really appreciate those answers, and I think it helps maybe hopefully answer some of the questions that came up during public comment.
Okay. Other council comments or questions? Councilor Carlino.
Yeah, I just wanted to show support for this. I think we as a local government are blocking a lot of housing through our zoning, and we need to allow places for people to live, whether it be campsites, shelters, affordable housing, and even market rate housing under the flawed system that we're living under currently. So right now we're blocking townhomes and multifamily housing from being built here, and I think we should vote yes and no longer block the townhomes at least and allow for this development. I think we need to do that citywide. If we're only going to allow for single family homes to be built, they're all going to be very, very expensive homes, and we're going to be building out and destroying our farmland rather than building in and up. Every time we say no to housing with all these different regulations, we're just driving up the cost of rent and housing in our town. So let's provide places for people to live, for everybody in our community to live, including more housing like this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Carlino. Others wish to make comments? Other councilors? Okay, not seeing any here in the Horseshoe or online, then that wraps up our council parliamentary debate. We'll move on to the vote. And as a reminder, we have two motions on the floor, but we will vote on those separately. So motion number 1 does require a 2/3 vote, and that is to approve the ordinance of rezoning. So, Ms. Trimble, when you are ready for a roll call vote on that.
We're going to vote on them together, is that what you said?
We're going to vote on these separately.
Separately, okay, perfect. So we will start with the rezone. Approve an ordinance rezoning the subject property located at 2348 River Road, beginning with Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
I didn't catch that.
Oh, Carlino was yes.
Yes. Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
And Becerra.
Yes.
That's 11 in favor, 1 opposed, so that does pass by 2/3.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Trimble. And then we'll go ahead and take the second motion, which is the recommended city council to approve the various variance requests. And that, I believe, is just a simple majority.
Beginning with Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
And Campbell.
Yes.
That's also 11 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Trimble. Then that wraps up that agenda item, and that concludes our public hearings for the evening. I want to thank everybody that came down. Thank you to the staff and the consultants that were here representing the developer. Thank you for the folks that provided public comment and engagement on that. So that then takes us to the next item of business, which is the consent agenda. I'm mindful of the fact that our recording is good to go for a little bit yet. We have a lot of members of the public here for our later agenda items, so I'd like to move forward and take care of the consent agenda now. So Ms. Trimble, if you'll go ahead and read the consent agenda for folks watching on. Oh, Mr. de Grand Prix, you have your hand raised. Before we move on to the consent agenda, is there something we left out?
Thank you very much, Dave de Grand Prix, Planning Supervisor with the City of Missoula Development Services Office. I just wanted to make sure that a motion was made to approve the preliminary plat application or the creation of the subdivision lots. I didn't catch it. If I missed it, it's my apologies.
I believe that was in the second recommended motion?
Yes, it was the very end of the second motion, approve the Strong River subdivision preliminary plat application, all subject to recommended conditions of approval based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, and thank you for clarifying that, Mr. de Grand Prix. I might have confused the issue when I just mentioned the second motion was just variances, but it included that and the variances. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead and do our consent agenda. And Ms. Trimble, if you'll go ahead and present and read through the consent agenda for us.
It's a short one. The consent agenda begins with a motion to approve accounts payable or claims for checks dated June 11th, 2024 in the amount of $1,423,360.29. We have a motion to approve the Riverfront Trails Subdivision Phase 1A final plat. A motion reappointing Steve Adler to the Historic Preservation Commission as a regular professional member for a new term beginning immediately and ending on December 31st, 2026. And finally, a motion to approve the resolution to adopt guiding principles to support the creation of a unified development code as part of the Our Missoula Growth Policy Update and Code Reform Project.
Great. All right. Thank you, Ms. Trimble. And are there any council members that wish to separate any of the items on the consent agenda this evening? Okay, not seeing any. Then is there any public comment on items on the consent agenda? Come on up.
Hello, Len Broberg again, B-R-O-B-E-R-G, council members, Mayor Davis. I'm here for Common Good Missoula on this issue, and we are very supportive of the guiding principles that have been brought forward. We're excited by the opportunity they provide to address a number of issues that we have in the growth policy and zoning code reform process, the Our Missoula process. We would encourage you to consider and request that you add accessibility to the affordability provision in principle number 5. The reason we ask for this is because our discussion with staff showed that this is part of their considerations. We may as well make it explicit. And certainly those with mobility needs and those in the aging population, like myself, I'm 67, and who knows what the future may bring. For me, I may need zero barrier entry housing available here in Missoula, and there's a chronic shortage of that housing available. So we would request accessibility being added simply by putting affordability and accessibility as part of the incentive package. So again, this isn't a provision that says you have to build that, but is one that would provide guidance to give incentives to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Broberg. Are there others in the audience wishing to make comment on the consent agenda this evening? Not seeing any here in the audience. How about online? Any wishing to make comment on the consent agenda? Mr. Oakes.
Hi. Thanks. Again, it's Bob Oakes, OA Chaos Ward 1. I just wanted, I am on the Common Good Missoula Board of Directors and have been also on the advisory group doing the housing research. And I just wanted to back Len up in his recommendation and Common Good's recommendation that's gone to the multi-agency and organization strategy team. So, and unlike Len, I am 76, not 67. So I endorse what he had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. Anybody else online wishing to make public comment on the consent agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll go ahead and do a voice vote on this, Ms. Trimble.
Voting on the consent agenda, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? And that passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to continue on to regular business. The first agenda item is a resolution to bond for the Scott Street Ravara project. We may have some people here for that, but the majority of people are here for the following item. I just want to encourage you to hang in there. We're almost there, but I would like to go ahead and hear this agenda item out. Then we will take a brief break so we can start our recording again, because we want to make sure that we don't have any breaks during the next during the next agenda item. So we're going to go ahead and move to item 9.1.c. That's under the Housing, Redevelopment, and Community Programs Committee report. And this item is a resolution to bond for the Scott Street Ravara project. So Annie Gorski, you've joined us tonight. At least I see you online. Oh, hi. Well, hello. You're online too. You spooked me out.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad you're here.
I was in the office listening. Did we miss a question? Or?
No,
Okay.
not at all. You're here for a staff report. So if you wish to give any sort of overview, and I'll look to Ms. Jones, we're good to go? Okay. No, we don't need to, not necessarily. Okay. Okay, we'll look to the committee chair, Councilor Jones. Thank you very much. We'll hear the motion.
So the recommended motion is to approve a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of $9,800,000 in principal amount of tax increment senior subordinate urban renewal revenue bonds for the North Reserve Scott Street Urban Renewal District, consisting of $4,202,000 Series 2024A and $5,598,000 Series 2024B in connection with the Ravara project, prescribing the form and terms thereof and the security therefore, approving a development agreement and disbursement agreement in connection therewith, and amending resolution number 8031, and I'd like to speak to it when appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about the confusion there. All right, so then we'll go ahead and move it to public comment for the time being, and then we'll come back to council comments. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this agenda item? Not seeing any. Any online? Not seeing any. Okay, so we'll go ahead and bring it back then to council comments. Ms. Jones.
Sure, so the theme of tonight is housing and affordable housing, and this project, the Scott Street Ravara project, is the next big step forward for the city to create a significant affordable housing project. We had Villaggio and Trinity that were completed within the last year and that are now full, and it's always good to have something in the pipeline, and that is what this is. It is a different than those projects, but with the same goal of providing affordable housing. So we are lucky to be in a situation where there is a significant chunk of property that the city owned and it was able to use in this project, and a great affordable housing developer, and with funds from MRA, we're going to be able to affect this project. So I'm very much in favor of it. It's an investment in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. And Councillor Vasecka.
Thank you. I'm the reason why this is on committee reports, and I'm still uncomfortable with the amount of debt service that will be going into this. It's about a $9 million that we will initially be coming, $9 million that will initially come out of the MRA funds for this urban renewal district, and then the total amount will be 18 million, which means about that exact same amount, about $9 million is going to be because of the debts that we're going to accumulate for this. And then because we will be taking out a bond, that urban renewal district will extend another 15 years, which I also am uncomfortable with. I do believe that long-term thinking and having things in the pipeline is beneficial in the long run. However, acquiring this much debt to do so, I don't think is appropriate. So therefore, I stand by what I voted on last Wednesday, so I will not be in support of this.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too struggle with the amount of money that we're bonding here today. However, I feel this is an opportunity to at least see how money used in this way, bonds could be used in this way to at least make a good stab at the affordable housing situation and the crisis we have here in town. I think so much time and effort has gone to this already. You know, had we been working from the ground up, I'd be a lot more skeptical. I'd be scrutinizing this to a lot greater degree in terms of how we move forward with the amount of money that we're putting into this project, particularly in terms of, again, restate my concerns of using TIF funding for vertical development, the actual building of those units out there in the workforce housing, the commercial development, and what have you. But I feel for me, for the here and now, for this particular project, we need affordable housing. I mean, we're definitely in a crisis here in Missoula, and I see this as somewhat of an experiment, somewhat of an opportunity to see how this works going forward. I will remain in support of this, but I'll be interested to see how this develops and when this builds out. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, and hopefully the units that have been set aside for affordable housing here remain designated affordable housing. I know we've had discussion the cost of, you know, that difference in gradient between, you know, what these units will ultimately cost to build versus maintaining some level of affordability on those units that are set aside. And if we don't maintain that, then some of those could be dedicated to open market sale. And we certainly don't want to go in that direction with this. I want to see it, remain as much as possible designated units that we have set aside for affordable housing with this development. So for this particular ask today, I'll be in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. And Councillor Anderson?
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I have some of the same concerns that my fellow board mate does, but I do, to his point, that this is an experiment, and I actually think it's a really exciting one. It took a lot of people coming together, thinking very outside the box, which is not easy to do in local government, to create this project. And it has permanently affordable housing units as well as market rate housing units with also a commercial space. So I think it's a really great opportunity to really kind of think differently about how we, build housing and build community here in Missoula. So I want to thank all the partners that came together, and there was a lot of fits and starts, and the pandemic did not help with the construction prices and whatnot. And I think we spent a lot of time on this council talking about MRA and what it can do, what it can't do. This is a perfect example of the fact that the advantage we have in our community because we have urban renewal districts, and that we're able to have the funds to put towards something like this that hopefully will be a template that other communities and we can use in other parts of the city. And without the MRA, we wouldn't have that tool to be able to be a partner in this and really make it happen, because land is very expensive, and we were able to come in and help purchase it and really kind of seed this project to go. I do have a question for Dale. I'm sorry, I had to filibuster a little bit to give him some time, but I want ask him about our debt servicing. My understanding is that overall, as a municipality, we are very low in how much debt we have, and that our credit rating is incredibly high because we manage our debt well. If you could expand upon that a little bit, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Bickle.
Dale Bickle, Chief Administrative Officer. Oops. It's not a really simple question to answer related to the amount of total debt the city has, because it's always restricted to various pieces. So for example, I think when we talk about our general obligation and limited obligation bonds that are tied to debt service that are paid by property taxes, we are very low in terms of around $10 million. And in fact, our last general obligation bond is paid off in this fiscal year. Now, we do have a lot of other types of debt, including over $100 million related to the water utility acquisition that's paid solely by the ratepayers of the water department. And we have other component unit debt like this MRA bond, and that totals, and including the Missoula Parking Commission totals about $50 million in debt.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. I think it's a good lesson to learn about how much our debt we have. And thanks for that. Sorry to put you on the spot like that. Thanks, Madam Mayor. That's all I have.
Sure, you bet, absolutely. Are there any other council comments this evening? Okay, not seeing any in the room, and checking in with Councillor Jordan, see if you've got any questions. Not seeing any online. All right, then we will go ahead and take a vote on this agenda item, and we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Trimble, please.
All right. Taking a roll call vote on a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of $9.8 million in bonds. Beginning with Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
No.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
And Carlino.
Yes.
It's 11 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, that item passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Trimble. I'm going to go ahead and give us a break, so Ms. Trimble, you can start the recording for the next section. It will be a 10-minute break. It's 9:36. We will start at 9:46. Thank you. Okay, folks, I'm going to encourage people to come on back. We're almost to the end of our break. Let's get a rockin' and rollin'. All right. Welcome back to the meeting. Thanks, everybody. I'm just going to give everybody a second to come back in. Told you I wasn't going to start the meeting until 9:46, so you're totally on time. You're fine. And that's how that works. Yeah, I know. Exactly. No, I wasn't gonna. Okay, folks, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It's 9:46 p.m. All right, we're moving on to two agenda items. The first is 9.1 CB, which is resolution, 9.1D, Committee of the Whole Report, and this is the resolution addressing the City of Missoula's approach to urban camping and to adopt recommendations from the Urban Camping Working Group. This is a resolution. It was heard last week in Committee of the Whole, and it is on the agenda for adoption this evening. The other thing that we will be taking public comment on, and I want to be clear about the difference between these two things, we also moved the first reading of the ordinance to set a public hearing, and that is it's now item 9.1E, and on the agenda that was an ordinance adding Chapter 12.6 to adopt regulations governing camping on city right-of-way and other city property. So I want to talk about a difference between a resolution and an ordinance. So a resolution is often a policy directive. It does make city policy. Oftentimes it can be more of a shorter term policy. It could be long term. An ordinance is like code. And so I just mentioned that the ordinance itself actually updates code. So people had asked me what the difference between those two things were. I wanted to be very explicit about that. The resolution is on the agenda for adoption this evening. The ordinance is only to set a public hearing for June 24th. So that's what the public comment will be about. That's what I'm asking you, if you're going to be making a comment about the ordinance. And so I'll start by saying that we have a lot of people in the room, many of which actually were here the other day, and I really appreciate that. And what I'll ask is that we make our comments as efficiently as we can this evening, but meaning to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak. There are several folks that are in the room that didn't have a chance to speak, that were either in attendance at the Committee of the Whole, and there's two in particular that I'll be asking to speak first because we saw your names and we didn't get a chance because we had a conflict with another meeting. And then folks that I know that are in attendance that haven't had a chance to make public comment. So I'm gonna go ahead and just start from the beginning to give us a synopsis of why we are here. At the City of Missoula, those of us that are elected to office and staff alike work hard to balance the needs of our housed residents, our businesses, our unhoused neighbors, and the integrity of our natural environment. We hear from all people that they wish to feel and be safe in our public spaces. The city is committed to ongoing efforts to support those experiencing houselessness by continuing to work with community partners, including the ongoing work to develop the community strategy to address houselessness. I convened the Urban Camping Working Group in February. This was after the City Council, who had been working to update our current camping ordinance, agreed to put that on hold until after I take office, until we have some greater conversation across City Council, and then a chance to hear more from interested parties from different sectors of our community. The working group shared various perspectives from these different interests, and in terms of the challenges for people and by people that are living unsheltered. It was intended to develop actionable recommendations for council to consider. That working group met in five-hour work sessions and did make recommendations to council to consider, as well as ways the private sector can contribute to solutions as well. That report has been made public, as well as minority reports in response to that, and those are on our Engage Missoula website. I will say I found it to be really encouraging that this diverse group learned and heard from one another. And again, I want to reiterate that these were recommendations for council to consider into policy. It brought informed conversation forward in the hope that an open dialogue can continue. And it invites us to try things out, identifying what is working and what is not, what gaps we have, and then how to, I would say, we must address how we're going to address those gaps together. I'll reiterate that the city is a convener and coordinating the community strategy to address houselessness. That's a much larger strategy that we have underway. That information for how to participate in that is also online, and I encourage the public to do so. The working group recommendations included a range of suggestions, including leading and enforcing with compassion, focusing on creating safe spaces, security for personal items by those living unhoused, establishing a task force for ongoing contribution to this work, consider a permitted vehicle permitting program, identify clear buffer zones around sensitive areas and uses, suggestions for successful management of safe camping, and clear communication for enforcement with the focus on outlining steps for successful compliance. Those are just a summary of the recommendations. And I mentioned already that these are on the Engage Missoula website. Encourage you to take a look at those. We are considering all the comments that we've received as part of that working group, but then beyond. We receive comments from interested community members continuously here at council, as well as through email, and council and the mayor's office receive those on a pretty continual basis. The resolution as has been drafted is definitely a policy directive, and there is some action in this resolution that immediately clarifies our current camping ordinance. Our current camping ordinance says there is no camping anywhere in the city, and this clarifies where there are some areas of buffer zones and where camping, how people can camp in the community. The resolution is only the start of the process, and that's something I really want to emphasize. There are a number of different steps that we're going to be needing to take as a community, and there's an opportunity to put some immediate things in place as we work together with service partners in the private sector. One of the things that we know impacts the tendency and the number of folks living unsheltered and living on the streets is either the census or the number of beds available in our current emergency shelters. And so we have the Poverello Center's emergency shelter on Broadway, as well as the Johnson Street emergency shelter. We have heard from many people over time that there are opportunities and a desire for improvements there. I'm really happy to report that the modular temporary bathrooms that we've invested in as a community are about to open. It's very significant because that Johnson Street shelter was never built for an emergency shelter. It's something that we have needed as a community and have leaned in to figure out how to make that work on a year-by-year basis. I'll repeat, which I have often said, we do not have permanent funding in our budget for that emergency shelter, and yet we keep working together to try to figure out how to keep that open so we can keep people safe and alive. Because that property will be redeveloped, the Missoula Redevelopment Agency did move forward and repair some existing water and sewer mains, and that enabled us to build these modular shower and bathroom trailers, basically. Those are on site. A beautiful mural has been painted, and those are opening within the week. The great news about those is they are offered for people that are also not guests at the Johnson Street shelter. So the Poverello Center is the operator of the emergency Johnson Street shelter, they will be allowing folks that are living unsheltered on the streets to come in and utilize those showers and bathrooms. And they will be open continuously, which is different than the current situation is today. Right now, because we have limited bathroom and shower facilities on that site, it hasn't been as open as we've needed it to be for folks to have basic services to showers and bathrooms. So we're very excited to see those things happening. In addition, we'll be working to get some lockers that are going to be donated by the YMCA. They are underway with their capital improvements, and thank you, Councilor Nugent, on the board of directors of that organization. They recently had identified some lockers, and so we can put some additional lockers into Johnson Street right away, which we know will help with folks that are living there and have a need to secure their belongings in a sense of safety. So there's a number of different initiatives that we're working on to make the Johnson Street a more livable place for the guests at Johnson Street as well as for the neighbors. It is a continual work in progress with the limited means that we have there. I do want to reiterate that that site is a temporary emergency shelter, and that we do have a policy directive, a resolution that was passed by City Council last year that says we will start a master planning process this year with the goal of deconstructing the Johnson Street shelter within 3 years and starting ideally a master plan process. So more to come on that, but that's the policy directive that's been given by this council. So with that, I just want to reaffirm that my administration is committed to this ongoing work with the aim of getting people connected to shelter and services for eventually obtaining a roof over their head and a path moving forward. And so with that, I'd like to pass it on to President Sherrill, who will outline more of this resolution and get us started on this agenda item.
Thanks, and I think I'll start at the beginning again for us as well, since this is a continuation of what we've done Wednesday. People living without shelter is a problem nationwide. As we've seen, Missoula is not immune to this humanitarian crisis. Our country needs more affordable housing, more mental health and addiction care, wages that keep up with our housing costs, among many other things. This crisis has been decades in the making and is one our country will be working on for a long time to come. We understand that this will not be solved at a local level. We also understand as a city that it's our responsibility to work to mitigate its impact on our community as a whole while having a compassionate response to those struggling in a way most of us cannot imagine. As the mayor mentioned, after listening to many of our partners in the working group and hearing from many of our constituents, what we hope for in this resolution is to mitigate the impact for everyone in the community while also working on short, medium, and long-term solutions. This resolution is a multi-pronged approach. First, it directs the mayor to do 4 things. Investigate setting up an area for authorized camping, develop a plan for supportive services such as more bathroom facilities, trash collection, locking storage areas, and sharps containers. Develop a safe parking program and a parking permit program. And finally, develop a plan for enforcement and abatement of camping in inclement weather. We believe these programs are critical, but also understand it's neither practical nor feasible for them to be set up immediately. But it's summer, and there is an urgent need for action. School is already out, and summer camps are starting in certain parks. Kids will be on our playgrounds. People will be swimming and tubing in the river. A season that is critical for many of our businesses has started. More people will be using our trails for commuting, and families will be outside. This resolution recognizes that these spaces are important to our community. So along with the directives to the mayor, this resolution also prohibits camping in any of the following areas. Within specific parks that have heavy summer activities such as kid camps and events, within 100 feet of any playground, athletic field, splash deck, dog park, etc. 50 feet from our rivers and creeks, including side channels. 10 feet from any trail or bike path. 300 feet from a school or a daycare. 1,000 feet from any shelter facility. Within any conservation lands. 100 feet from a residential unit. 100 feet from a commercial or nonprofit entrance, and 600 feet from any future designated camping or safe parking site. We currently have shelter beds available. We want our unhoused neighbors to use these facilities. This is the safest place for our unsheltered people to sleep, and it is a lower impact on our community as well as our natural environment. But for those individuals that are unable to access shelter, and for the time that the mayor is working to figure out how to implement the directives I've outlined, we will allow people to camp on city-owned property outside of the buffers I mentioned from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. It will require that they do not put up permanent or hard-sided structures. They clean up their camps and pack up their tents by 8 a.m. As the mayor just mentioned, we're working quickly to figure out storage as outlined above, because we understand that this is a critical piece for people packing their things each morning. We believe this resolution strikes a reasonable balance between responding to community concerns, keeping our amenities usable by all, protecting our waterways, while also continuing to provide shelter facilities, giving those unable to access shelter a place to camp overnight, and outlining a directive to work on long-term solutions that came out of the Urban Camping Working Group. So with that, I will make the recommended motion on the resolution and then the ordinance right after, or how do you want me? I'm not.
Let's hear the first recommended motion, and then I understand there may be some.
Okay, I'm going to make the first recommended motion. I recommend that we approve a resolution addressing the City of Missoula's approach to urban camping and to adopt the recommendations of the Urban Camping Working Group.
Okay. All right, and I understand there's some friendly amendments.
Yep, I would offer a friendly amendment to bring the resolution in line with the draft of the ordinance that was noticed. And that would be an item 3 under be it friendly resolved, within 300 feet rather than 1,000 feet of any parcel or lot containing a public-private school, including secondary, elementary, preschool. And number 4, within 300 feet rather than 600 feet of any shelter facility, those providing shelter to unhoused populations, victims of domestic violence, transitioning housing, etc. And then item 7, within McCormick Park, Karras Park, and adding MRL Park and Jacobs Island Bark Park to those. And I hope that'll be accepted as a friendly.
And I accept those as friendly amendments.
Thank you. Do we need to do a council vote on that? You accepted the friendly amendment, so we're good to go, right?
No, we're good to go.
Okay,
I accepted the friendly amendments.
Great, thank you. One thing I want to note that if folks have not had a chance to see the committee schedule for Wednesday, the agenda item includes an ordinance that updates our camping ordinance. It also incorporates significant recommendations from the working group, and that amendment correlates to that ordinance. So I just wanted to bridge those two together there. Okay, so we now have our motion on the floor. We'll open it up to public comment.
Are we going, should I read the ordinance, the first reading, if we're going to take comment on both?
Thank you. Thank you, President Sherrill. Let's do that.
Okay, so I also recommend setting a public hearing on June 24th and preliminarily adopt an ordinance adding chapter 12.60 to adopt regulations governing camping on city right-of-way and other city property.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to take public comment on both of these items tonight, and I'll also just remind folks that the first reading of the ordinance basically sets the timeline, and it's the vote tonight for that will be to have the public hearing on June 24th. This ordinance will be presented in committee this Wednesday, June 12th at 2:40 p.m. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. I would like to say a few words about how to move through public comment relatively efficiently or effectively this evening, given we have so much of it. And it's 10 o'clock at night. We want to make sure that we allow everybody to have the opportunity to speak. So I'm going to ask you to queue up similarly like we did for others. I will also ask that folks that did not have a chance to speak to this, there's a number of folks in the room that already did, and folks that were on our call last time and we had to call question and move on to the Historic Preservation Committee, particularly Martha Van Sickle and Nicole Gomez. Want to make sure you have an opportunity, you're part of the working group, want to make sure you have the chance up front to give your public comment on this. And then also I would just ask that folks that weren't here on Wednesday be able to go first after they speak, just so we can make sure we hear from folks. And then everybody, of course, I invite you up to make public comment, but we just want to make sure that everybody's voices are on record. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and encourage either Nicole or Martha to come on up.
G-O-M-E-Z, and I'm the Justice Initiative Director for Montana Women Vote. This resolution, as currently written, doesn't reflect the priorities that we and a number of working group participants expressed clearly and consistently throughout the working group process, and which are laid out in detail in the minority report, authored and signed by 10 of the 25 working group participants, including all the advocacy groups, most of the service providers, and the 2 unhoused members. There are many things listed there, but the primary thing that we asked consistently for was a designated safe space for people to camp before any new restrictions or enforcement. However, the only policy that this resolution tackles with any urgency is the imposition of new restrictions. It provides no timeline for the creation of a safe parking program or designated campsites, or any assurances that those will actually materialize. It presupposes adequate funding for the immediate enforcement of the restrictions while leaving doubt it will be found for campsites and services. Other problems with the resolution as we see it: the 8 to 8 total ban is untenable, especially without providing exceptions or immediately providing storage options, and will only further destabilize folks as people worry about watching their possessions or finding a place to be rather than finding a job or seeking treatment for medical or physical health conditions. Also, as others have pointed out, where will they go from 8 to 8? And how will service providers locate them to connect them with medications and housing opportunities? The buffer zones as policy are confusing and inconsistent. The city has said that these are meant to be estimates. How is that going to work? Whose estimate will the police accept when a complaint is called in? This is not an effective way to regulate space. It creates an egregious and harmful lack of clarity and stability for folks looking for a safe place to be that is out of line with best practices and is only likely to increase tension between unhoused folks and law enforcement, and particularly for people of color who face additional racial discrimination. The working group talked at length about how congregate shelters don't work for everyone and how best practices recommend a spectrum of shelter options, including encampments. Instead, what we heard last Wednesday and what we just heard now was the repeated refrain that there are still shelter beds available at Johnson Street. This increased push for people to go to Johnson Street seems at absolute odds with the request of the people living around that shelter to limit and manage the number of people who are there. So in addition to not listening to unhoused people and service providers, it seems you're also not listening to housed people when you insist on J Street as the place for people to go. The city has one more opportunity to show your constituents that you're listening to us and best practices. Take seriously the amendments that are going to be proposed. Help unhoused Missoulians achieve some degree of stability by committing to creating designated campsites on an urgent timeline with services before any criminalizing and destabilizing restrictions ever go into place. Show us that you see unhoused Missoulians as constituents to be served rather than a problem to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. And I'll go ahead and just I know that your tendency to want to clap and be exuberant is there, but I will ask you not to do that. We don't clap, hoot, holler, whistle, snap our fingers for any form of public comment, whether you support it or not, and partly that is due to the opportunity to make sure people feel like they have a safe space for comment. This council chambers is one that we do maintain a decorum in, and I ask you to do that this evening. Thank you for your exuberance. I really do appreciate it, but I do ask that we maintain that level of decorum. Thank you. Go ahead, Mirtha.
Council and Mayor Davis, my name is Mirtha Vasecka, Vansickle. I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of Montana, and I was an official participant in the mayor's working group on houselessness. Missoula has a real opportunity here to be on the forefront of humane and compassion-centered policymaking. The keys to this type of policy are recognizing that all human beings deserve dignity, safety, and places to exist. It is unfortunate that what is being considered today and in the following weeks does not meet those community ideals. It is not too late to change that. We hope that the city will ensure that our unhoused community is heard today and continues to be heard. We hope that they are given the respect they deserve and supported as leaders on the issues that they know most about. Utilizing criminal code or ordinances to regulate people who are unhoused and their behavior is not effective across the country. The United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, also called USICH, has explained that laws like the one in Grants Pass are, quote, ineffective, expensive, inhumane, and far too often lead to unintended, even deadly consequences. We know that communities must address the root causes of houselessness, including mass shortages of affordable housing and lack of access to health care. We have several issues with the current resolution and accompanying ordinance that we hope will be addressed prior to adoption, which are reflective of at least 10 out of 25 of the working group members. I am confident that more people on the working group support one or more of the recommendations in the minority report. I implore the public and City Council to closely review the minority report, which is reflective of the interests of almost all of the service providers, including Partnership Health Center, the Poverello Center, and All Nations Health Center, and both of the unhoused neighbors that were on the working group. As outlined in our report, we urge you to adopt the following solutions prior to any introduction of an ordinance or regulation through resolution. Please provide safe spaces that support our unhoused community. At least tell people where they can go. Then work to provide trash pickup, sharps containers, and bathrooms. These three issues are on the city's website for complaints and were the most discussed issues in the working group from the public and all stakeholders who all want a clean and safe environment. Remove the time restrictions from the resolution and the ordinance. Being forced to move every single day at 8 a.m. and keep your belongings packed until 8 p.m. is going to cause further destabilization for people who are already struggling to survive in the elements. There are many people that this will also be an impossibility for. Please remove buffer zones. They are confusing, and we shouldn't need a data scientist and a cartographer to understand our laws. Not only will these buffer zones push our unhoused community members away from support and life-sustaining services, they will also result in arbitrary enforcement. I have concerns about how this process is moving forward, centering regulation rather than services and safe spaces, despite the collective need and call for both of these things prior to regulation. The timeframe that the city is using with this resolution and soon an ordinance is deeply troubling to me and should be deeply troubling to the public. I want to be clear that the working group did not agree to this resolution, nor did they create or approve the ordinance. Please center and listen to impacted voices. Please vote no on this resolution and subsequent ordinance unless amended to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vansickle. And so I will reiterate what I mentioned at the beginning here. We are allowing everyone for 3 minutes or less this evening. And so if somebody has already made a comment that you agree with, something that often can help everybody to have a voice before it gets too late and people feel like they have to go home, is to say, I agree, my name is on the record and I agree with that person. Just gonna give you that option. I'm gonna ask that folks that didn't have a chance to provide their public comment at Wednesday's Committee of the Whole meeting to just select yourself first. Please queue up. I want to make sure that folks that haven't had their chance to speak to this, please come up to the podium, and you can just queue up on the hall here. That helps just us move quickly through this. Come on up.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. My name is Sue Silverberg, Silverberg. First off, I just want to thank you for your hard job. And I know you're working really hard. I know this is an incredibly difficult issue that you all care about. I've talked to many of you about it before. But I also have to say, I was really disappointed when I read about this in the paper and when I'm hearing just from these folks who participated in the committee who are saying that really what came out of that working group is not what's represented in this ordinance. I am a mental health counselor. I have worked with the adults with serious mental illness for the last 20 years, many who have been homeless, many who are at chronic risk of homelessness. And we all know that Missoula has a major issue with affordability, but we also, Missoula and the whole state of Montana, we have gutted the mental health care system. There is no mental health care, there are no case management, there are no addiction services. And we have put our most vulnerable people at risk. And it's not okay. And all of these, there are so many rules about where people can't be according to this ordinance. It's overwhelming. Of course, maybe there needs to be limits, but not to the extent that you're talking about. Also, I think the asking people to get up at 8 in the morning and not be able to camp somewhere till 8 o'clock, that's not humane, it's not doable. What are we afraid of? Like, why are homeless people so scary? I ride my bike. All last summer, I rode past homeless encampments. These are our community members. These are people. These are good people. I never once felt unsafe. I never once felt threatened. The thing that I felt saddest about was that there was no garbage. You know, people didn't want to throw garbage on the ground, but we couldn't even provide garbage pickup for people. And that's just ridiculous. And I guess I want to just end with one experience that I had yesterday. I was at Westside Park. I was at a birthday party. There were lots of kids and families. Everybody was having fun. And there was one man who, I'm not absolutely sure, but I'm pretty sure that he was homeless. And he had his bike and he had a huge backpack. And he was so uncomfortable, he had to go use the bathroom. And it wasn't, he wasn't threatening. He didn't feel safe being able to leave his pack and his things. And he was like looking around because he thought maybe people were looking at him. And that's what we have done to our homeless population. We have othered them, we have dehumanized them. They're our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our grandparents.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Silverberg.
they need to be treated with more respect.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Patalano, Patalano, and I am here in my personal capacity as a renter in Missoula's Ward 3 and as an attorney with experience in constitutional law. I believe the policies advanced in the resolution and how they'll be incorporated into code are unconstitutional regardless of any decision in Grants Pass. First, the policy is likely unconstitutional under the First Amendment as an invalid time, place, and manner restriction. I'll speed past that, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Second, this resolution and policy violates the 14th Amendment's guarantee of equal protection because unhoused individuals are purposefully treated differently from others. This policy and law pertains only to unhoused people and requires only they remove their personal property from a campsite at 8 a.m. Mere negative attitudes or fear, unsubstantiated by proper factors, are not permissible bases to treat one group differently than another for zoning or enforcement. A North Carolina court recently found in 2021 that purposefully zoning to require a homeless shelter to be pushed out of the city limits is a violation of equal protection. Here, equally unconstitutional is a requirement that unhoused individuals remove their personal items at 8 a.m., but not housed individuals. There are also potential issues with the buffer zones, but those may be more complex, and I'd urge the City Council to produce a map of all off-limit sites for legal analysis. Finally, to be constitutional under the Fifth Amendment, laws must define an offense so that ordinary people can understand what conduct is prohibited, and laws must not encourage arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. This policy encourages arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. I could have my personal property, blanket, backpack, food, etc., in a park at 8:01 a.m., but an unhoused individual cannot, even if they dismantle their tent. To the extent this policy seeks to control unattended personal property, that is already covered by Missoula Code 12.40.065A1. Any allowance of sitting, lying, and sleeping does not fix any arbitrariness problem. In fact, allowing individuals to sit, lie, or sleep for a limited period is unconstitutionally vague, as it does not give ordinary people the ability to understand how long a prohibited limited period is. Nor is campsite adequately defined. Must an unhoused individual remove their property from the 10 by 10 square of their tent site, from the entire park, farther out? We don't know. Additionally, this resolution is too vague because it does not specify a guilty state of mind. Must an unhoused person know they're camping in a buffer zone, negligently be there? Again, we don't know. A statute's constitutionality is, quote, closely related to whether it contains a state of mind requirement. Otherwise, according to the Supreme Court, the law is little more than a trap. As written, this law is a trap. I recommend that this resolution and policy be tabled until it has undergone a much more substantial legal review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pagliano. All right, come on up.
Mayor Davis, members of the council, Dean Johnson, Johnsson. I'd like to thank you for taking action and making some decisions and working on language and resolutions to alleviate the camping problem that has plagued Missoula for so many years. As it relates to the ordinance on urban camping, I would ask all of you to consider amending the language on item 9 pertaining to camping in proximity to Missoula's waterways. At present, the ordinance reads, city staff may enforce the provisions within 50 feet of the water's edge of the Clark Fork, Rattlesnake Creek, Grant Creek, and their tributaries. I believe the current language of item 9 is inadequate and does not fully address the issues of allowing camping in proximity to our waterways. I feel the language should read something to the effect of camping is prohibited and may be enforced in all green belts to include, but not limited to, treed and brushy riparian areas which border and are adjacent to the Clark Fork River, Rattlesnake Creek, Grant Creek, and its tributaries. Basically, camping should be prohibited in all areas that border a waterway, regardless of distance, or at least increase that distance to 300 feet. I also feel irrigation canals like the one that runs parallel to the bike trail on the south side of the river should be included in this criteria for the following reasons: ease of enforcement, citizen safety, environmental, water quality, safety, and fire safety, and first responder safety. Ease of enforcement. In the absence of enforcement, this ordinance will be meaningless. 50 feet does not cover the entirety of green belts and brushy riparians where transients tend to camp along the river. Do we want to exclude people from camping in half the available habitat or all of it? Also, if someone is camping 60 feet from the water's edge, are they in compliance with the ordinance, even if they should be removed? This lack of total exclusion creates a gray area and a position of conflict for enforcement personnel. Citizen safety. At present, my children do not feel safe playing on the beaches and brushy areas of the Clark Fork due to the nature of people camped in these areas, nor do I feel they are safe playing alone in these areas, which should not even be an issue here in Missoula, Montana. This same sentiment is felt by other adults and parents I have spoken with. 50 feet does not encompass all areas where people may want to recreate or seek solace along our waterways and not have to worry about their safety. Environmental and water quality. I don't think I have to explain or elaborate on the human waste, sharps hazards, garbage that accumulate in transient camps. Do we want this accumulation in our open spaces and waterways? Do we want to send these items downstream to our waterway neighbors? Then there's the cost and hazards associated with cleanup and removal. Not an easy task. Why repeat the process and cost that has been going on for years? We should learn from our history. Safety of first responders. Transient camping poses a severe fire risk to our green belts, open spaces, and adjacent community. Prior to the Sawmill District being developed, it was a place of numerous transients caused fire in the old structures and open spaces that existed there.
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
And thank you, sir, in the back there, but I am the presiding officer. I'll take care of those timing items. Thank you. Come on up.
Len Broberg, Ward 4 again, in another capacity, here at my own. I just want to say that as of someone who's fortunate enough to be fully housed, we do need to regard everyone here in Missoula as our neighbors, and to give them the full consideration and support of the city and allow them to access the social services that they need. The way that this is currently phrased for both the resolution and the ordinance do not accomplish that purpose. I completely agree with Ms. Gomez and Ms. Vasecka. You have to create designated spaces before you can start saying you can't go to these places, before you start saying you have to pick yourself up at 8 a.m. every morning, even though you might have a job, even though you might have children that have to go to school. How are you supposed to deal with that on top of picking up all your things every morning? So we need a place for people to be safe, and to be able to put their lives together in a way that makes sense for them and that works for the community. I recreate at Rail Link. I don't have any problem with the people that are there. It's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. So I disagree with adding Rail Link to the places that are excluded, specifically based on my own personal experience. So please delay action until you designate spaces. Don't act on these resolutions and ordinances tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broberg. I want to be clear for the public and for the process that the only action item would be approving the resolution, and it would be setting the public hearing for the ordinance. I just want to be clear about that. Okay, go right ahead.
Mayor Davis and members of the City Council, my name is Aubrey Godby, Godbey, and I reside in Ward 6. I'm here to ask you to vote no on this resolution until further effort is made to create safe, legal, clean, and resourceful locations for our houseless neighbors to camp. I want to also suggest that when working on issues to solve homelessness, that you reference the suggestions made in the minority report as a result of the mayor's working group on houselessness, which was collaboratively created by individuals we should be listening to, people of lived experience and those who work with those individuals every day. I asked you to strike the ban on camping between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. without creating reasonable and accessible areas for individuals to camp. This ban would increase and enforce restrictions on camping without providing and outlining places that are safe, viable, and accessible. As you can see by the large number of individuals in this room today, many Missoulians care about our houseless friends and want to listen to what they have to say about what may better their ability to listen out or to camp outside. You should listen too.
Thank you, Ms. Godby. Come on up.
Hi, Mayor Davis and the council members. My name is Alexandria Schaefer, Schafer, and I'm here to speak because I live at 1010 West Pine Street. So that's kitty corner from the Poverello. Over the last year, I've experienced living in close proximity to folks experiencing houselessness. I've experienced sitting in my own apartment wondering if my neighbors have made it through the night when it's 20 below. I have experienced walking my dog to the sounds of generators, the smells of cooking food, and the sights of my neighbors sweeping the sidewalk and picking up garbage and shaking out welcome mats to place them in front of their tents, cars, and campers. This policy isn't a measure towards a cohesive community, but rather is destabilizing and inhumane and attacks people who are already at their most vulnerable. I wish this conversation was happening when it was 20 below, and that would fully demonstrate the lack of empathy this policy has in its current form. The problem that Missoula is facing is not public camping, but rather a lack of affordable housing, and I implore you, don't make it harder for people to reach for stability, receive support services, and meet their basic human needs. I believe that housing is a human right. I know that's a lot to ask right now with how housing is in Missoula. But I think we should all agree at a minimum that people have a right to shelter from the elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Next commenter, come on up. You ready? Yeah.
I got the right time this time.
You got it right.
As I said earlier, my name's Catherine.
Go ahead and speak right into that microphone.
As I said earlier, my name's Catherine Hernandez. I'm 68, a retired middle school teacher originally from Grand Lake, Colorado. This is my story. I don't tell this to many people because I'm ashamed of it, but I spent too much money on my grandkids at Christmas and wrote a hot check. I paid the person, which is a local company in this town, but it was up in Polson. She wouldn't accept my money and said that she would make an example of me as a bad check, all her bad check writers. She wouldn't take the money until I hired an attorney for $200 an hour. Then she took it, but she still proceeded. I got out of prison. I was sent to prison for 6 months. I came back to Ronan, where I resided, on December 9th, 3 winters ago. I've been homeless ever since. Some people have the misconcept that once you come out of prison, they set you up with a job and a place to live, and that's a myth. I have gone through the system. I have never been so shunned, embarrassed, felt bad in my entire life. I got kicked out of both the Johnson House and the Poverello for having incontinence problems due to blood clots they found in my legs and the medication I was taking. Just a couple weeks ago, my local doctor cleared me and said I no longer have this problem and that I should be able to reside back into one of these places. My good friend, Maddie, right there at the end on the hot team, took that letter to the Poverello. He took it to the Johnson Center. He took it to Salvation Army because I was denied being able to even take a shower because of that problem. And he said, look, she's over it. She doesn't have this problem. You need to readmit her, at least let her take a shower. They all denied it. To this day, they denied it. I appealed. That hot team backed it up on their section. They still denied it. To this day, they were even said that they were to feed me 1 meal a day, but I couldn't sit in the bench on property. Every time I went for my 1 meal, it depended on who was on duty if they were gonna feed me or not. More not than more being nice and just giving me a sack lunch. But I have survived. I call it the hot team diet and lost some pounds, and I'm grateful to that. But I live on a sack lunch a day, Monday through Friday. On the weekends, somebody told me they have a trailer that gives the homeless people, you tell them you need a free burger special. I used to not eat on weekends, nothing. I'm thankful to that place because now I can survive Monday through Sunday. This isn't a made-up story. I'm living it exactly right now. I've been in the hospital for pneumonia because I was outside in too cold of weather in March. And then a couple of months ago, I passed out at the Poverello parking lot, and some angel, I wish I could say thank you, gave me CPR. A resident gave me CPR, but unfortunately, he was a little too zealous and fractured my ribs.
Ms. Hernandez, thank you for sharing your story. You're past your 3 minutes. I really appreciate you coming in tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet. Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kalia Ivy. That's Ivy Y. I reside in the Riverfront neighborhood in Ward 3. I came pretty unprepared tonight, so I probably will use the full 3 minutes. I like to ramble and filibuster a little bit. Happy we're all here so late and that our taxpayer dollars are going to good use. Designing one of the worst resolutions that I think I've ever heard of, born out of ignorance. Definitely designed in a victim-blaming mindset for people who are residing unhoused. Seems that most of you, or at least some of you, think that it is that individual's fault that they are in that situation that they are in, which is not always the case. In fact, in my experience, in most cases, that is not the case. I live in Riverfront neighborhood, and I use the Kim Williams every single day to commute to work on my bike. And I have never had an issue with any of my neighbors who live unhoused. They camp well past 8 a.m. and they are definitely at odds if they have to pack up before then. I think this resolution is what makes this country a laughingstock to the rest of the world. In a world that is so inhumane, and when we have so many issues, why is it that we create more problems for individuals who are struggling the hardest in our communities? It makes me sick. I can't even look at some of you. I think to be in politics, you really have to have a strong stomach. So I commend you for that. I hope you don't get kidney stones. I'm ashamed. I love the city of Missoula, and I'm ashamed of the city of Missoula. I hope that you all can go home to your nice beds, your running water, your heat, and your air conditioning, your kids who are oh so safe in your double-paned windows, and you can feel very comfortable knowing that this doesn't affect you at all. I hope you all are very content. I don't know if there's anything more to say. I mean, I hope you have a horrible rest of your evening, but please get home safe.
Thank you, Kalia. Come on up.
My name is Winona Rachel. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I'm here tonight in strong opposition to the ordinance banning urban camping. Despite the stark underrepresentation of people with actual lived experience with houselessness in the mayor's working group, the group agreed that a spot where people are allowed to camp must precede restrictions on where people can't camp. The majority of people also agreed that services such as toilets, trash collection, and sharps containers were a priority. My question is then, why are we seeing this proposed ordinance that punishes and criminalizes folks for being unhoused and living outside, but fails to set a timeline and hold elected officials accountable for the designation of an authorized campsite with services? This ordinance is disappointing and incredibly harmful and not what our community in Missoula needs. In a recent article in the Missoula Current, a city council person is quoted saying that this issue isn't going to go away just because people don't want it here. However, this ordinance is an attempt at just doing that, wishing an issue away that you don't want to see. Most people are not unhoused by choice, and relying on punishment and confusing buffer zones to change circumstances that are out of people's control without providing real solutions is ineffective and inhumane. Until you treat all people with dignity and involve those directly impacted in a more meaningful way, this issue won't go away. Unhoused folks are a part of this community, and they're your constituents too.
Thank you for your comments. Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Melanie Brock from the Missoula Midtown Association. I'm joined from business leaders from the Missoula Midtown Association, as well as Mark Losh from the Missoula Chamber of Commerce. And we are here to ask you to please pass this resolution as it is written and issue immediate buffer zones prohibiting camping near our schools, parks, trails, and shelters. We have expressed to the mayor, council, Johnson Street shelter staff, and the urban camping working group the mounting public safety concerns of businesses and residents confronted with the ramifications of urban camping, particularly as it relates to Emerald Park and our riverfront trails and the surrounding residential and commercial districts. We recognize the challenges faced by those experiencing houselessness, and we want to seek compassionate and effective solutions. At the same time, the impacts that urban camping are having on our community, including concerns related to the health, the safety, the accessibility for residents, property owners, employees, customers, visitors, and our children in Midtown Missoula and the rest of Missoula have become unbearable. We need swift action on buffer zones around our schools, our parks, our trails, and our shelters. This is an immediate first step to create a safer and more welcoming environment for the whole community. We are so grateful for your work on this. We are so excited about this resolution and this ordinance and the change it can give us moving forward, especially now that summer is here. Our kids want to return to these parks. Just speaking from the Midtown perspective, there was a shooting on a Sunday afternoon and a young family's told to shelter in place while a whole incident happened in Emerald Park. The urban camping effects spilling into our public spaces are having a ripple effect through the whole community, and we need immediate action. Thank you so much. We hope for your leadership to continue on this, and we are here to voice our support for the proposed resolution and ordinance.
Thank you for your comments. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Land, that's L-A-N-D. Members of Missoula's council, I stand before you today as a success story. Not of the University of Montana, not because I wrote a couple of books and one of them was turned into a Netflix series. I am a success story of Missoula's Housing Authority. My youngest daughter's 10th birthday is coming up, but in the days before she was born, I was planning homelessness for the second time with my children. I had just graduated with a BA in English, and I was lucky enough that I had work that I could do from home. When Coraline was born, any kind of childcare, like friends, family, or a partner, was not an option. Cora went back to work with me when she was 2 days old. I was grateful for that I could work. Money was so scarce that I didn't have a choice. Though I technically had 2 jobs, my income was minimal, something like $700 a month, and it varied a lot. I ended up working with Cora on my lap. This meant a lot of one-handed typing. A task that should have taken 3 hours sometimes took 9. To make rent the month after Cora was born, I sold my house plants and rehomed our dog so I could get our pet deposit back and not have to pay pet rent. My landlord had just made it impossible for us to stay in our apartment, and I was self-soothing my anxiety by reminding myself that my 1987 Toyota 4Runner was big enough for us to live in if we needed to. For August bills, a friend's church donated some money, which I used for rent and a deposit for our new apartment. Whenever people ask me what my big break was in becoming an author, I tell them about our 600 square foot apartment in the Missoula Housing Authority. The parameters were unique. After earning approval to move in, my rent was fixed and not variable depending on my income. I did not have to continue to reapply or prove that I still needed to be there. Not only that, there was no income limit, meaning that if I started to make more than their cap was to qualify, I wouldn't get kicked out. My rent payments were paid through a program that would help me build credit. We were invaded constantly to make sure that everything was clean. There was a handyman who fixed things promptly. We had 2 bedrooms, a smaller fridge and a freezer, a stacked washer and dryer combo, and a bathtub. I had air conditioning for the first time in my whole life. Most of all, I felt respected as a renter. That small apartment gave me dignity as a human being. Without it, my oldest daughter, who was about to enter the 1st grade, would have been one of the estimated 28% of the children in Missoula's public school system who experience homelessness at some point in the school year. Housing security allowed me to write my way off of food stamps. I wrote my first memoir made at the kitchen table of that small apartment. I always wonder how many other people could use a lucky break like that. As you can see by the people speaking to you this evening, there are a lot. They all deserve the dignity of housing security. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Land. Come on up.
My name is Dean McCollum. I'm in Ward 6, less than 1,000 feet from the Johnson Street shelter. Excuse me. So I wanted to commend you, City Council Working Group and others. I remember when they started the 10-year plan to end homelessness, and they basically did not get anywhere, in my opinion. And what I see you folks have produced is a really good start. However, I'm a little bit concerned that you have not yet gotten the ordinance ready to launch. I see some gaps. I see some things that I think should be brought to your attention and remedied. So one of the things I want to commend the city for is I called the GIS office today at 11:50, 5:50, 4:50, 10 minutes before closing. I'm tired, it's been a long day. And they answered the phone. And I asked them if they had been asked to put together a product that reflected the buffer zones, and they told me that they had, but they didn't have one yet. And I asked them if they were going to have one soon, next week, the week after, and they seem to not have, this is inference from my part, they don't have a complete data set. And it's hard to think about what exactly does this thing say when you're trying to put this whole thing into your head. So I think one starting point that needs to be made is we need that GIS product to be able to talk about it. Other concerns that I have are the ordinance makes the mayor the unsheltered individual czar. And that worries me because, you know, right now we have a known quantity mayor, but this ordinance is liable to last long into the future. So I think a better structure would be to have a suggested appointment, and the mayor could conceivably nominate themselves and then have that approved by the council. I think that it would make things a little bit safer when it comes to the mayor writing the budget and, you know, coming up with the plan. How am I doing on time? A couple of the things that I think need work. Page 2, item C. When I look at it and say, how could I abuse the ordinance? It looks like a great way to store your RV on the street. Page 5, item A, there's no...
Thank you very much, Mr. Collum. I wonder if you're actually looking at the ordinance, which you may be speaking public comment to, and I just want to reiterate that there will be a committee meeting on that. There'll be an opportunity to dive deeper into it.
I'm here tonight, and your
great to hear it
meetings are
now.
Wednesday during the day.
Thank you. And then there will be another public hearing the evening of June 24th on that ordinance as well. And you can make comment to City Council via the website, and we encourage you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Reed Ford, F-O-R-D. I am a Ward 4 resident. I am at MRL Park every day as a community gardener, where I feel very safe. And in fact, I feel heartbroken. And I feel heartbroken in this meeting. I feel heartbroken looking at this resolution and at this ordinance. This is a complete policy failure. So many people up here have said that this is not what the working group recommended. That in itself is a policy failure. That this, as an urgent issue, people out on the street in unsafe conditions, the first thing that is coming out of that group that you want to act on is to create more restrictions, to create more instability. And more importantly, this is a failure of morality, a failure of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi there, Laurel Hess, member out of Ward 3. I did all this research, bending over backwards, trying to figure out like what will they actually listen to. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just I feel like we've put forth a lot, and unfortunately there are too many barriers for people with lived experience to be here. For two people on a working group is not enough. I work for a nonprofit. I'm here representing myself. We serve approximately 40% of the people we serve are unhoused. One of the most popular and important items we hand out is bottled water. I found a report from the ACLU of California about how Orange County, California implemented buffer zones, and it forced people out into rural areas where they were drinking out of drainage pipes. There are pieces that you say it's striking a balance, but it so clearly isn't when even basic human needs are not being considered of what happens when you push people far away, when you push them out, where they're not visible and you don't have to think about them anymore. So when you go home tonight, every time you turn on your faucet, I hope you think about bathing and drinking out of a drainage pipe. I hope you think about what it would be like to try to make it to your case manager, your public defender, your primary care provider, your probation officer, when your most basic needs take all day to be met. When the one piece of foundation and stability that you have, where you know that you can exist and sleep safely, can be pulled out from underneath you. You're talking about meeting short-term and long-term needs. People won't have their basic needs met, and their long-term goals to achieve stability in housing will be blown up. We're blowing people's lives up. And I wish you could hear more of the stories that I hear day to day where I work. I serve meals at J Street. I get to know people. I feel unbelievably safe. I feel unbelievably lucky. I feel privileged to hear their stories. They are our neighbors. They are community members. And this is not striking a balance. This is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hess.
Hi, my name is Sage Bennett, Bennett. I live in Ward 3, and I work for Ford, Montana. I have been to various of your working groups. I was there Wednesday this week. I think you all know at this point where I stand with this. And I've just been thinking a lot about what Laurel was saying, of what are the most effective ways to convince people to care about other humans that live here in this community with you, and why the needs of your children or of yourself are somehow more important than other individuals in our community, why you prioritize certain people speaking for longer periods of time or being able to provide comment at earlier parts of this meeting. I understand that there's a lot of perspectives that you have to think about with this. And I understand that, you need to get your money in from the tourists and that funds different things in our community. It's just been really heartbreaking to have to sit in these meetings and to hear the things that you have to say about individuals in your community who are just trying to survive and get their basic needs met. I'm wearing earrings right now that an individual gave to me for no reason an hour ago, who's unhoused. Just out of the kindness of her heart. And it is frustrating to me that she's thought of as less and is dehumanized in a lot of the policies or ordinances, whatever word you're using to describe whatever is happening right now. The semantics don't matter. What matters is that she's just as important, and she's not being considered. And so many other people in her same position are not being considered. And if you just talked with people who are in this position and understood what got them there and what kind of a person they are and how much they care and love this community, just the same as the rest of us, it would be interesting to me to see how much that could possibly change your mind.
Thank you for your comments. Come on up.
Do I say my name?
Please.
Alessandro Mitchell, Mitchell, from Ward 6. Shortcutting the homeless solution will actually not make things easier for council in the city. It'll still be very expensive and collectively frustrating, and it will still leave many of your constituents quite unhappy. There are already some important pieces in place to work from. Kirsten Jordan's policy from last year should be revived, which includes a plan for spreading campsites out between all 6 wards so that everyone takes on the problem equally, so that everyone is equally unhappy amongst your constituents, I would say. And sometimes that's the best you can do. And if council is seriously interested in the investigation of the creation of new services and facilities for the unhoused, my friends and I at the Unhoused Neighbors Union have been talking for several weeks about this topic with Councilor Carlino, and would love to have any interested involved in those discussions. We've been doing your work for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Next comment, come on up. No, I said thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liam Seymour. That's Seymour. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I'm here, like many others, to ask all of you to oppose this resolution that only exists to criminalize the existence of Missoulians who are living unhoused and unsheltered. The working group that the mayor established on urban camping came up with a whole list of safety and support projects endorsed by service providers, people with lived experience of homelessness, and also all of you are saying that you're endorsing these projects. The camping ban being discussed tonight, which from my understanding is almost exactly what was presented before the working group convened, will push our unhoused neighbors away from services, away from safety, and away from community, away from the community of each other, and away from the community of the rest of Missoulians. These unhoused Missoulians are just as much Missoulians as housed Missoulians. The working group discussed many projects, all of them aimed at increasing safety and support for all Missoulians, both housed and unhoused. But this camping ban addresses none of those concerns that are often brought up in these spaces. If you want to address health and safety issues, you should be working on public restroom access. If you want to work on sharps disposals, you'd invest in drop boxes. If you wanted to clean up garbage, you'd build trash cans, you'd enact safe parking and campsites, or one of the other dozen suggestions that have been brought up by so many people who are trying to productively help you on this issue. To begin and only set timelines and funding requirements for this wildly controversial enforcement and not all of those other projects harms the public belief that you care about your citizens' input. And more importantly, it will harm people who are unsheltered. This is going to hurt Missoulians. Data released last year by the city showed that the city spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to enforce the previous camping ordinance for just a few months. This camping ban won't work, it will hurt people, and it will cost the city and the taxpayers millions to try to enforce. There's been a line of information that's being given out recently from people that this is a kinder or more relaxed version of the camping ban. That's obviously not true and could better be described as being just not terrible enough for the city to not be sued, which from previous comments, that might not even be enough to save you. There are absolutely things to be done, projects to take up that will make Missoula a safer, cleaner, and kinder place for everyone who lives here, but this resolution and the following ordinance are not one of them. This resolution puts the comfort of housed people over the safety and the lives of unhoused Missoulians, and I'm begging you to understand that and to please don't move forward with this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Seymour.
Hello, Council. My name is Bianca Villalobos, Villalobos. I am a nurse here in Missoula. I have worked at 2 of the service units in your working group, Mayor. This whole thing just kind of prioritizes some bodies over others. And, you know, there's a reason why I'm sure all of you plan nice and long to go outside for a day at the river, at the park. It's because being outside for extended amounts of time with all of your stuff is really hard on the body. So I just urge you to consider what it would physically feel like to do some of the things that you're asking people to do. And if you could do it, because I don't think you could. I think that's it. Vote yes on like the the sharps containers, the bathrooms, the things that people really need to take care of their bodies. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, good evening. My name is David, I'm tired. David Quattrochi, Quattrocchi, here on behalf as a resident of Ward 4. Mike Nugent, Amber, Sherrill, nothing more tonight. I just wanted to raise a few things. You've heard it all, right? We've got enough sponsors at this point to get the votes, so I just want to talk about a few things in the air here. Just want to acknowledge all the people who have stayed, including our unhoused representatives. Where is their stuff at the moment? They've had to figure that out and figure out how to be at this long meeting with the rest of us. So props to them, props to the Unhoused Neighbors Union for turning out for this event, this vote. And it's all to say I think we're mixing up the urgency of the moment with the urgency of the housing crisis. I want to float. I don't want to float next to trash or feces. I never have. I think we're looking at that as the thing here that we're pitting up against what everybody wants to do this summer. But we have a lot to do. We had all these housing things come up before this, and there's a lot more. And we noted there's not affordability to attach to it. So we have a lot of work to do and a lot of things to keep learning here. This signals, I think, a loss of trust. So I keep hearing what you're saying, like we're promising to do this. Look at the front of it. But along with the fence that's outside the Y next to the pub, the way we close the island, the way we close the approved campsite, there's a huge loss of trust that this is kind of part of Legion 2 here, where people have run out of confidence in the city, and they're running out of confidence at a growing rate. That's why you kind of saw we're here till the midnight hour here. And we're missing a few lenses on this. So again, the equity, I'll just keep beating this drum. Well, it's a lack of individual consideration. So when we take on policy like this, we're not considering individual circumstances. We're missing the justice lens. It's inherently unjust to penalize all members of a group for actions of a few. So a lot of times we say, oh, there's just a few bad apples, but then we criminalize the whole lot. The recovery lens, the people who are struggling through addiction right now, who I see 8 to 8, they're gonna have to have their lives on their back, traveling to do this and that. If they're recovering on top of that, that's a freaking nightmare. So, I talked too slow again. Government has a duty of care, moral obligation to care for all, especially our most vulnerable. So considering the loss of trust that this continues to build upon, unfortunately, we're gonna have to gain it all back to get everyone engaging in services and housing plans. So we have an opportunity to not do this. So we can get it right, we can go back to the drawing board and do it right.
Thank you, Mr. Quattrochi.
Hello, my name's Eric Zielinski, Zalenski, Ward 6. Please vote no on this resolution. Please implement the outcomes outlined in the minority report. The common narrative we hear from council is there are spots available at the Johnson Street or at the Poverello Center. People often choose to not stay at those shelters or are kicked out of those shelters for a night for whatever reason, or have a permanent ban from the shelter, as I heard from an individual outside this evening. We need a plan for where people can stay. A common narrative that we hear about homelessness is trash and needles being left about. I have personally helped organize and participated in neighborhood cleanup events in Franklin to the Fort 3 out of the past 4 years. Not once did anyone who was participating in those events mention that they had to clean up needles. I don't believe that this is a widespread issue, and I think it can be solved really easily by giving containers for people to put those sharps in. Despite having the responsibility of representing all Missoulians in your districts, I believe most on this council are focused on the feelings and voices of Missoulians who are housing secure, who are homeowners, who are business owners, and they are focused on those folks at the expense of Missoulians whose health, welfare, and safety are at highest risk. The city charter states City Council has, quote, "the authority to enact such ordinances and resolutions as necessary for the protection and benefit of people's health, welfare, and security," end quote. This is your mandate, and many people have mentioned this evening. Before you make the decision about this, please reflect on these questions. Whose health is most impacted by this ordinance? Whose welfare is most impacted? Whose safety is most impacted? The folks who are opposed to this bill are asking for the bare minimum. Tell people where they can sleep. That's it. They should be asking for much more than that. We have a responsibility to other human beings that is much higher than that, and we are asking for the bare minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zielinski. Hello.
Hi, my name is Fiorella Michaelis, Michelis. I'm representing myself, but I live on Front Street and I work at Butterfly Herbs on Higgins, which is a 50-plus year institution. Butterfly has always been a safe place for Missoula residents. Our unhoused neighbors have always been welcome to find refuge in our cafe. My coworkers and myself are happy to provide them with cold water, hot coffee, food throughout the year. All of our community members should be encouraged to enjoy all that Missoula has to offer. The presence of unhoused people does not detract from the experience of tourists or other community members. In my time at Butterfly Herbs and as a resident of Front Street, I have not seen a decrease in foot traffic. If anything, there's way more people coming to Butterfly than there ever has been. And I've never been disturbed walking the street by anyone. I would argue that tourists and some of our own residents are less grateful and less kind to our town than the people that are unhoused. I strongly reject the implication that our homeless neighbors negatively impact the ability of others to enjoy Missoula. I am appalled to hear comment from the Midtown Association that people are afraid. We should all be given the freedom to enjoy food and drink, lay in the park, seek shade, without feeling like we're scaring others or that our presence is offensive. It actually detracts from the enjoyment of our beautiful town when these community members are excluded and pushed away to these buffer zones. Again, I'm speaking as an individual that doesn't represent my business, but I know that most, if not all of my coworkers agree that our unhoused neighbors are just as important to treat with excellent customer service. We would agree that the comfortability and safety of these neighbors is more important than dollars. I would hope that the city council would value human life and dignity more than tourism dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi there, Andy Helzel, Hoelzel. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I actually want to speak to something slightly different, which is the fact that we have a resolution in front of City Council tonight because of something that in all of my years of attending City Council I've never seen, which is a call to question. Public comment was cut short 5 minutes prior to the end of the meeting on Wednesday, and then call to question without council amendments, without council questions or comments, to bring this resolution to this meeting tonight. I've never seen that happen. Typically what happens is that it's left in committee. We keep it in committee until the next meeting, and that's where it stays. It seems like a particular comment on the urgency that was felt among this council to force that through with some rule that, I don't know, seems arbitrary. It's also interesting that in that meeting on Wednesday, it was said that there wasn't an ordinance that was yet written. This was just a resolution. We get to a meeting, what is it, like 5 days later, and there is an ordinance. So it seems that it was a very intentional and strategic move to force that to tonight's meeting, the resolution, then to have an ordinance ready because we know that public hearings have to be open for a particular amount of time. So then I'll get to the next point that I have, which is that I'm absolutely disgusted by the weaponizing of children on this council. Stop weaponizing children. Stop using children as an excuse to bully and criminalize unhoused neighbors. It's absolutely disgusting. My child lives approximately, I don't know, 4 blocks, 6 blocks from the Poverello Center, across the street from a park. We go to the Fresh Market constantly. We walk in our neighborhood all the time. My child goes over the North Side pedestrian bridge in the years when it exists and is accessible, sees unhoused neighbors repeatedly. I do not use her as an excuse to ever criminalize my neighbors, my friends, my colleagues. It's unacceptable. She instead learns, these are our neighbors. Say hello to Tony. This is where he stays because he doesn't have a house. Why doesn't he have a house? Well, that's a complicated question, but let's talk about it. Stop weaponizing children. And please, just for Pete's sake, this is an issue we have been working on so long, and there are so many solutions in front of you, but the priority, council members, I know you are busy. I know you have a lot of business in front of you. We watched it tonight. You are choosing this over putting all that energy towards those services. That says a lot about what you prioritize.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Hannah Kosel, Kosel. I'm a tenant in Ward 1. Despite the balance you might think you are striking, I'm speaking today to show the overwhelming, inspiring, and heart-wrenching amount of support for policy that benefits a community by taking care of one another. As we continue on in this 5th hour of the meeting, I'm gonna lead us in a little 7th inning stretch, invite us to check into our bodies and see how we're feeling. I think it's only 7 innings. I think we have many left to go. As you think about a few hours from now, and maybe we're wrapping up, do you feel ready to go back to the edge of the city, set up your camp? You weren't able to do that actually before you got here because you were here before 8 p.m. Just to ask for some basic dignity. You'll be walking there because the bus has stopped running. Don't worry, those with cars who were here earlier in a fear of that their home won't sell for 5 times that they bought more than they bought it, they were prioritized first in this meeting. But the topic that affects your survival is delayed, and so we are here now. So we'll be walking in a few hours. Do you feel ready to wake up tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m., take up all your belongings and bring it back to work with you tomorrow as you go? To the clinic as you receive medical care, to apply for a job, to check in on a grandchild. 7th inning stretch over. Didn't like that. That didn't feel good to me. I wanted to note that some of this seems to be rushed through these like unfathomable definitions of urgency. I too, don't get me wrong, I'm super excited for floating season. Doesn't start yet, normally July 4th. And I'll be happy to see some of my friends and hopefully some of the ones that are in the room, maybe camping along the shores, folks that I can wave to as I'm floating by, maybe stop by as we get out and talk to them, see how they're doing. And it'll be good to know that they were able to visit service providers near the day because they were right next to them, or get a good meal, or that the outreach team was able to bring them a cold water bottle on a hot summer day, and that they didn't have to search through miles of woods to be able to find them to wherever they might have to be now. I also wanted to spend some of this time to express the patronizing action of introducing this motion and asking community members to limit their comments. That was not proposed in any other topic of agenda this evening, and there have been many contentious people, there have been many ebbs and flows of people in the room, and only this topic tonight are we being asked to limit our comments, to be silenced, to put this down to comfortable levels for the folks up here today. Unacceptable. If you could have joined us outside of this room in the hours before now, you would have seen the love, the joy, the resilience, and determination that many of us have to ensure that we stay here as long as it takes to be recognized and considered with just as much respect as many others were given in the room here today. Obviously, it's a no-go on the resolution and the upcoming ordinance, and I look forward to seeing the progress you make when prioritizing services far before any other further criminalization in our community.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, good evening. Black, B-L-A-C-K, Ward 6. I have a home in Ward 6, and there are unhoused people all around my home. Oh, sorry, really making it wiggle. And they are my neighbors, and I see them every day. and we smile as we walk past each other, and I know their faces. And I've never once been made uncomfortable by them. They are considerate and kind people. And I've heard a couple, literally 2 comments out of all these comments that have expressed some fear for children. And I want to ask what exactly that fear is. Are they afraid of the retired middle school teacher who spent too much money on her grandkids? And what about the unhoused kids? Where's the fear for them? What would make me feel safe as a housed resident is if my taxpayer dollars were not used to criminalize behavior that has already been found to be not criminal by the courts, and if my neighbors were not banished. The only time that I want to not see them again is when they found a house. So please don't banish my neighbors, and please do not pass this resolution tonight. It still needs work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of the committee. My name is Jana Richter, R-I-C-H-T-E-R. My pronouns are they, them. I live in Ward 3. I know I don't have a lot of time here, and I did prep something, but I'm gonna speak off the cuff instead. Thank you all again for I think a lot of the work I know goes into these really hard decisions. But I'm really angry today. I'm really angry because I witnessed all of you really connecting with people in the working group. I witnessed all of you building really incredible relationships, really incredible trust with people in our community, people who have lived experience, people who are advocates, people who are on the ground every day. I saw it at working group meetings. I saw it at the event that we had at Free Cycles where folks were talking to people who are unhoused. And I wanna just implore you to remember that if you pass something like this resolution today, all that trust, all that relationship building, that washes away. That trust that was already fractured in this community is shattered. I want to also take a little bit of time to echo that I really want to agree with what Ms. Van Sickle and Gomez said, and really implore you to look at a lot of the amendments that are going to be made on this resolution, including making sure we designate money in the 2025 fiscal year budget to a lot of these services that are going to be investigated in this resolution. But to be completely honest, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted to hear time and time again folks on this committee remind people that we have empty beds at Johnson Street that are foam mats on a floor in a crowded room with no privacy. We don't need to be reminded of that anymore. People have given a myriad of valid reasons why people cannot use or choose not to use that shelter, though it is a great resource and should be funded, please. It's exhausting because when you repeat those things after people tell you that it's not enough, it is an indication that you're not listening to people, or you're hearing them, but you're not listening. And if anything I want you to take away from today is that people who are unhoused, people who are advocates, people who work on the ground every day are not feeling listened to, are feeling hurt by this resolution. Change this resolution, table it, add amendments, do something, my God. And on a personal note, I implore each of you to do the very hard work of continuing to build trust and community with people who are most impacted by your legislation in ways that I think you're really not right now. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Jana.
William Schenk, S-C-H-E-N-C-K, Ward 3. I work for the ACLU of Montana, and as such, I'm professionally committed to the equitable treatment of all Montanans. That's definitely a reason that I could be up here right now, but tonight I'm not here in that capacity. I'm here as a member of the public. In regards to the resolution as written, I take issue with myriad things, but I'd like to highlight a specific segment of Councilor Sherry's rationale. And Councilor, just to be clear, I hope it doesn't seem like I'm trying to unduly target you here. Unfortunately, I believe that your views are actually reflective of at least a majority of your co-council members, but the councilor mentioned the importance of spaces for summer camps, for camping, for swimming, for floating, and what I actually take issue with is the disingenuousness, that's a word, right, of this framing. She said, these spaces are important to our community, and I think that on its face, this actually does sound like an attempt to be inclusive, maybe, but I ask, rhetorically, what does the presence of unhoused people do to undermine the importance of these spaces? President Sherrill, with all due respect, I implore you to say what you actually mean. If you won't, that's okay, I can translate. You mean to say that you've decided that these spaces are more important to our housed community
Mr.
than our...
Shannock, remember, always direct your comments towards me. It's just the procedural element of the council, just not one-on-one, just to the presiding officer, please.
I implore all of you, Mayor Davis, Councilor Sherrill included, to say what you mean to say, which is that you've all decided that these spaces are more important to our housed community than our unhoused community. I also want to share that I was here on Wednesday night, and for those of us that stuck around or stayed online a little bit after adjournment, you might have noted what I feel like was a very telling moment. A member of our community calmly approached Mayor Davis, presumably to chat, but he inevitably crossed the force field such that an unnamed counselor generally thought it necessary to snap aggressively to summon a police officer to tend to the matter. I recognize safety concerns that you all may have, but besides breaking what Mayor Davis herself earlier cited as rules of decorum in these chambers by snapping and thereby betraying the safety of the space, besides that, I think that act pointed to a trend evident across this council and all throughout this resolution. Y'all are low-key afraid of your constituents. The unhoused constituents, yes, but also the housed ones who dare to dissent. I don't have a more productive suggestion for you right now. I think there have been plenty offered tonight, but I just really do want to ask you all to reflect, as several others have, what are you all afraid of, and why are you fear-mongering and trying to reinforce with this resolution that folks in our community should be afraid of each other? Vote no on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk.
Hello, my name is John Rhodes. That's R-H-O-A-D-E-S. Last Wednesday, I told you that I don't like public speaking, yet here we are again. I'll try to do better this time. I wrote notes. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone here. It is not easy to hear community in anger. I appreciate that you are allowing public comment to occur and that you are listening. I may run out of time, but I want to quote the report prepared by the Missoula Economic Partnership titled "The Economic Impact of Homelessness in Missoula," of which you were a contributor, because I think it encapsulates the considerations and perspectives which you have neglected in this ordinance, specifically regarding the buffer zones and the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. flat sleeping ban. From the introduction to that report, the burdens of homelessness are large. While it is impossible to provide a complete description of those burdens in this report, in brief, on a daily or near daily basis, people experiencing homelessness must find a place to sleep, find protection from extreme weather, find food and a means to prepare it, find places to use the restroom and to bathe, secure themselves from physical violence, secure their belongings, including phones, important documents, medications from theft or seizure, including while they may be at work, interviewing for work, accessing healthcare, or trying to obtain housing, and find transportation to access employment, healthcare, or other services for, or if they have a vehicle, they must ensure that it is not ticketed and towed. They must do all this while taking steps to secure income, benefits, and permanent housing. Furthermore, they must do this while frequently in poor health, with little sleep, and while coping with the stigma of homelessness. These burdens are significant and they take a large toll. Two facts will illustrate these tolls. First, 25 to 50% of people experiencing homelessness report being a victim of violence. Second, homelessness is associated with much higher mortality risk. A 40-year-old homeless person has the same mortality risk as a 6-year-old housed person and a 50-year-old poor housed person, end quote. To answer my roommate Eric Zielinski, in other words, what this ordinance and this resolution, the people who will be affected the most and the people who will experience the burden the most are the folks who are unhoused in our community. The burden of this ordinance is felt by those who are unhoused in our community. Until you reconsider the broad and poorly defined buffer zones, and until you throw out the incredibly destabilizing 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. sleeping ban, and until you mandate that the mayor actually provide needed services and designate places for people to go, and clearly designate them, a map would be nice, then I ask you to please not enforce this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Journey LaRoque, Laroque. I live in Ward 3, and I am currently a social work student at the University of Montana. I'm an MSW student. I'm not speaking on behalf of the MSW program or the University of Montana or anyone else, just on behalf of myself. My positioning as a budding master of social work, I despise the arbitrary nature of that credential, I digress, holds me to be responsible and accountable to a certain standard of ethics. All social workers, in fact, agree to the NISW Code of Ethics and are expected to abide to these outlines of standards of practice. Some of these include that social workers' primary goal is to help people in need and to address social problems. And another one is social workers challenge social injustice. And finally, another one is social workers respect the inherent dignity and worth of a person. All of these principles essentially encompass the principles of the ethical code from which we're expected to operate from. And these ethical standards are part of the reason as to why I'm here today talking to you all and urging you to not go forward with this, just like everybody else has said. I'm in painful opposition of this ordinance, and I ask, what standards of care do you all hold yourselves to? What moral frameworks do you reference when you decide that Missoulians sleeping outside are worth inherently less than those who are privileged enough to have access to living in a structured space? Like us, like you, like me. Because you or I or others in this room haven't been subjected to systemic and oppressive harm such as generational disparity as a result of racism, indigenous displacement and genocide, classism, ableism, etc., or because we haven't experienced an acute crisis that entirely destabilized our income, access to transportation, or mobility. As a social worker, I am concerned. As a student, I am devastated. And as a human, I am heartbroken. And I ask all of you to find your humanity as well.
Thank you, Ms. LaRoque.
Jeffrey Oswald, OSWALD, Ward 4. Well, it seems like almost everything's been said, and I generally get up here and say something about the tenets of moral behavior in Western civilization. And I think everybody here should know by now that if they're putting a burden on somebody else that they wouldn't want on themselves, that they are behaving in an immoral fashion. There's no two ways about it. Some members of our community want people who are of low estate to be invisible. So they want them to be in a shelter so they can't be seen in public, so that the people who have money and have a place to live don't have to feel uncomfortable seeing that somebody else is struggling while they are living the high life themselves. It pains me. But I'm more concerned really for the people who are doing that than the people who are experiencing the brunt of it. Because the folks that are out on the street, at least most of the folks that I've met, are moral people. And I'm a believer in the gospel of Jesus Christ, and that if you are good in your heart in this life, then you have an eternity of life ahead of you. But if you don't believe in that, you don't have an eternity of life ahead of you. You just have the rewards that you can leverage in this life. And I'm concerned for a lot of the members of this council because they're choosing to die eternally. It means something to me. The folks I meet out on the street, they're working through their issues. They're suffering in this life, but they are being purified through the process. Whereas the folks that are trying to throw garbage on top of their head, like this proposed ordinance, their soul is in risk of damnation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald.
Okay. Hello, my name is Devin Jacaruso, D-E-V-I-N. Oh, you nailed it, or the captions did. Anyways, yeah, and I'm in Ward 5 and have been for all my life. First of all, I would just like to echo some of the comments about the 8 a.m. camping restriction and really encourage all of you here today who are in favor of this ordinance to take out your phones and set an alarm for 8 a.m. every morning. No more sleeping in, because that is effectively what you are all inflicting on all of the most vulnerable members of our community. Seriously, take out your phones now or after this meeting. Set an alarm for 8 a.m. every morning. That said, beyond that, I have had the privilege of living here all my life, as I alluded to, but over the years, I will admit that I have found myself feeling increasingly unsafe. However, that is not because of the individuals who have found themselves unhoused, but rather the increasingly cruel policies levied towards the poorest and most marginalized individuals that live in this city. When I was a child, Missoula, believe it or not, was livable. It was affordable. I never heard my parents' whispered conversations worrying about debt, and all my friends stuck around. This summer, at least 40% of my closest friends are leaving because they can't afford to live here and can't imagine being unhoused here. I used to see myself living my entire life here, and everyday policies like this come up, that vision gets muddier. I've lived here my entire life, and the unhoused community has never made me feel unsafe. Instead, they've made me feel more at home. An unhoused neighbor was there yelling encouragement as I landed one of my first skate tricks. Various unhoused neighbors have fed me when they had extra food to give, and I've returned the favor when I could, and they've thanked me graciously. Every time I cry in public, it seems it was an unhoused neighbor who consoled me. When I broke up with like the 7th person I thought was the love of my life, when I thought that I myself was going to be unhoused, and after I was struck with a projectile through my rolled down window at 4 a.m. on a summer night while driving on Orange Street. I've received compliments on my hair and my outfits and shared countless meals. I've listened to an unhoused neighbor confess they were gay and that they had lost their first gay crush to the elements as we huddled together in below zero weather on their sleeping pad. And I've wondered every month if I will see that friend of mine again or if this council has killed them yet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, everyone. I was here last week.
Bring the microphone to your mouth and we can hear you a little bit better. You can bring that microphone right down. There you go.
My name is Christina Harrison. You can call me Jem. I have come from the Johnson Street shelter 2 weeks tonight. And so much has happened to me. I just want to say that we're treated like cattle there. I think I said it last time. We're huddled. We are served one at a time rather than all of us at the same time, you know, like everyone coming together to hand it out and let us sit down together. The worst part is the bathrooms, which are outhouses that are not for public use because they're too, anyway, and they're all smashed together. There is no privacy. There isn't a separation of men and women. And then when people are angry and they walk by and they're angry and anyway, it's upsetting to everyone who's out there when you know that it has a lot to do with the people that are running the place. It's as if it's all up there, like we're some kind of game for them. I swear, watching them take people's stuff and then the next day these people come out and where's their stuff and they're blaming other people. And if I'd taken a picture, I'd say, you know, this is who took it. But it was the people that worked there. And it was all gathered up. The point being that it feels like they're pitting us against each other. And they're watching through the cameras. They can go to this box and see it on, you know, they can zero in, they can see exactly when that guy's hand hit the coffee cup, shaking up this very old man. Anyway, there's a lot of crazy people there, and some are going crazy, and I fluctuate. So, anyway, it's a really stormy ocean, and most of the time we're down here, we can't see where we're going. So, I may become one of these people that you're actually talking about in the tents, and you got to think about how it all rolls downhill really fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down and giving your comments.
Brad Carlson. When you guys all met me for the first time at the working group, it was the second working group meeting. Jenny and Tribe asked us to write on a piece of paper in front of us our reason for being there. And my reason was to protect the rights of the unhoused individuals. I do not believe that your resolution or the ordinance are compliant with my constitutional rights, and therefore I will not be complying with either of them, and I welcomed you to come arrest me.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Carlson.
Council members, Mayor Davis, good evening. I know it's almost morning. My name's Nolan Fry. I'm new to Ward 1, and I'm like your average constituent, I think. All y'all's. I'm also a small business owner, and if something was affecting my profits, that would make me mad too. But I would also think, like, why are my profits falling? And then I'd ask the why to that, like, once I kind of figured it out. So Midtown and a few other people see unhoused and homeless people and they go, bam, that's it, that's their fault. And that's what's hurting my business. But you can't just stop on the first thing you see and go, that's the issue. You gotta ask, like, why? What caused that issue? You have to ask why they're homeless. Now, something that I feel close to and that I can talk about with this is mental health. Because, you know, I've had mental health issues in the past. It's left me close to homelessness when I was younger. Thankfully, though, I was in sound enough mind that I joined the Marine Corps. I don't know about that one, yeah, right? And even in there, sorry, I'm a little nervous here. Sometimes you can feel a little homeless, but that doesn't even compare to what it really is. You have people surviving in tents, under blankets, in their cars, in RVs, wherever they can, really. And a lot of them just don't have the resources to get out of that. So anyways, after I got out, I got set up with medical. I got set up with the disability rating. And that was a challenge. It kind of helped me prepare for college because of all the paperwork and the deadlines that you needed to do that. I imagine it's the same for any sort of homeless or unhoused person who's trying to get everything together. And this ordinance is going to make it harder for unhoused people to have their needs met. I mean, I couldn't imagine if I had nothing of real value, like no computer, no printer, how I would have done what I did, much less anything to change my situation. Like, we can say there's a library that does have a lot of resources, but how do you get there? It's a long trek sometimes, especially if you have to wake up at 7 in the morning, pack all of your stuff into a backpack. I don't know if any of you have been camping or hiking. They're heavy. It takes a while. It's hard. It drains you. You're sweaty. You're hungry. It's going to be really hard to do all that and then go about your day trying to make your life a little bit better. Basically what I'm saying is, like, this ordinance isn't ready. It needs more work. So voting yes on it, it's going to turn more of your constituents against you than you might actually believe there. So I hope everybody understands that. And the big thing that I'm surprised nobody else said this before, but don't put the cart before the horse, because right now that's what this ordinance is doing. So you can do this. You can vote no and then make a new plan. That's a little bit better. You can talk to the people out on the courthouse lawn right now. They work a lot with unhoused people, but they don't have the resources that they need to actually get with them.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Jenny Vader, V-A-D-E-R, and I live in Franklin to the Fort, Ward 6. I hope you all are feeling uncomfortable. And I hope that hearing from and directly having to face this many community members imploring you to see us and hear us, especially those who have come and are experiencing houselessness, I hope it makes you uncomfortable. Many people are uncomfortable witnessing the extreme level of poverty and insecurity that houselessness presents to us. Sometimes, a lot of times, I'm personally uncomfortable witnessing it. Perhaps it makes us uncomfortable because we're participating in the systems. Many of us are benefiting from the systems that enable this level of poverty. Perhaps it makes us uncomfortable because we might be one medical emergency away from this level of insecurity, and we get to choose how we respond to that discomfort. By pushing forward this resolution and ordinance and whatever you want to call it, the mayor, the sponsors, and the supporters are ignoring the suggestions of service organizations and the people experiencing houselessness. You're drawing arbitrary lines about where people can't be. And like so much that is wrong with our country today, you're forcibly removing people and making conditions so miserable that people deemed undesirable and unintended are forced to go elsewhere. Out of sight, out of mind, out of the comfortable little bubble we're pretending to live in. When we could lean into our community and live by the progressive ideals that many of us espouse about Missoula, this resolution does the opposite. I strongly ask you to vote no on both the ordinance and the resolution. Instead of creating ever more confusing buffer zones and time limits, I ask you to instead establish places where people can be, divert money in the 2025 budget from the police and from other enforcement measures used to push people from place to place, and instead put that money into toilets, trash pickups, and sharp containers. And while we're at it, let's put more of our budget to securing permanently affordable housing. Let's acknowledge the injustice that causes the discomfort and choose to support people who are unsheltered and unhoused instead of pushing them further to the margins.
Thank you, Ms. Bader. Mr. Dunlap, come on up. And I just want to announce for the room that after Mr. Dunlap's comments, we will have to break because we do need to switch over the recording. So we'll take a break. Mr. Dunlap, go right ahead.
Robert Dunlap, DUNLOP. I do live in Missoula. I'm not ashamed that I'm housed.
Oh, sorry.
I talk to my neighbors every day. All my neighbors. I go through the railing park. I see what my neighbors are smoking. I see what my neighbors are drinking. I see how my neighbors dispose of their trash. I try not to emulate my neighbors. To your ordinance, it would be a little confusing about you can camp here, so many feet from there. That needs to be clarified, where you can camp, where you can't camp. It's a little confusing. Somebody suggested a map. That'd be nice, but somehow you got to work that out. As far as 8 o'clock, that's nothing. The people that make it possible for us to be in this room and to express our thoughts are told when to get up, when to eat, and what they're going to do, and how heavy the pack is that they got to carry. I know this. I was in the Army. And they make it possible. So if my neighbors have a problem getting up at 8 in the morning, then do as Uncle Sam told me. You're going to go by my rules, or you're going to get out of the country and go to Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. Okay, folks, we need to break so we can go ahead and change over the recording. We will be back here at 5 minutes to 12.
So when
Walmart. How much money do those ivory tower businesses donate to the
Okay, folks, we're going to get started in 1 minute. Just want to let you all know you can start to settle back in. Also acknowledging we have several people online. Folks that are online, we will get to you, I promise. Ready. I'm waiting till the 1 minute. Giving them the moment. All right, come on back if you would please, folks. Let's go ahead and get this meeting re-adjourned. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and continue on with public comment. We'll continue on with public comment in the room. And then folks I know online have been waiting, and we'll make sure we get to you for sure. All right, so come on up.
So Madam Mayor, Mr. Spitzmacher, Big K, S-P-I-T-Z-M-A-C, Chair Spitzmacher. Who am I addressing here that votes on this resolution? You or the council? And why don't we address the council instead of you? Because you're not the voting element to this resolution or ordinance. Now, what I'm not hearing are the statistics of why we are here. How did this fiasco get started a year ago, and what was the problems? And are the problems as bad as they were a year ago? No, they're not. But there's some of them out there. You got a lot of people with these nice intelligent phones that need to be educated better by the people that use them so they can educate them. There's a GPS on it. These individuals that said they got problems out there with campers out on the river and so forth, they could pinpoint it, document it, send it off to a website where we track these people for the issues of regarding as they are out there, as they're developing. Just like when I'm at the Poverello. You see me pull out my email, my phone out. That means you're getting an email. KGVO is getting an email. My 4 senator representatives are going to get an email now. I expanded the territory, and I'll tell you that one in open mic. And the deceit that is, I want the numbers. I want the actual numbers from the hot team that the city employs on the circumstances and the problems. I want all the problems that the hot team have discovered, made public, because they're the ones that are paying it for the taxpayers and so forth. They can pinpoint GPS and track them and where they're at. No privacy issues in this problem except in the tent. That's where the privacy is. They're public individuals on public land or any land of any sort. Any problems that they have needs to be documented by the taxpayer or the hot team and sent to a specific site in regarding of the circumstances. I do not think all the homeless people are dire problems, except the ones that got substance issues that gets the control of their attitude and creates a problem with others. Welcome to the Poverello. And that gal right there that was sitting back there, that old gal right there, she speaks it well. I don't know who the hell is the board of directors of that facility. They need to be brought out for public execution for how they treat the people that stay there that are respectable to others. And the disrespect of those staff members is overwhelming.
Thank you, Mr. Spitzmacher.
I gotta say one last thing. This man called an ambulance when I needed it.
That's great to know. Thank you. All right, we're continuing on with public comment for folks that have not had a chance to give public comment on this agenda item this evening. Folks in the room.
Hi, my name is Beverly Sitton, last name S-I-T-T-O-N. I would just like to say that I don't want to live in Blade Runner. I don't know if y'all have seen that movie. But I don't want to live in a world, in a city, in a town, in a state, whatever, where the police are constantly patrolling to see who's a legitimate citizen and who's not. I have noticed an increase of RVs popping up in my neighborhood. And I know that these are people who are living there because they're visiting friends and family, right? Most of us like have people in this community. And I'm so interested to see how, if this policy goes into effect, that impacts my neighbors whose kids are coming to visit them, but their kids' camper is parked on the street. Like, are they gonna be told that they have to leave? If this is enforced, are we gonna have sweeps of the entire city every day? Like, if every part of town is part of this buffer zone, is there gonna be a 8 a.m. sweep through the entire town, north to west, southeast, whatever, all those directions? I think that that's a waste of money. I don't think that's gonna solve any of these issues. And many other people have said, comments similar to that, right? I also want to emphasize that the uses of money that people have put forward in terms of like public bathrooms, public sharps containers, things like that, benefit all members of our community. I'm a person who has kidney issues, and so when I need to pee, right? It's like I will get a kidney infection. And having more access to public bathrooms is something that benefits me as a housed person. Most people who do injection drugs are housed, right? So having safe places for you to dispose of needles is something that benefits all members of our community. And I think I want to emphasize the fact that this resolution prioritizes just the comfort of people who want to recreate, right? Which is important. Recreation is important for like our spiritual well-being, our physical well-being. But we're doing that at the cost of people's actual physical safety. We know that statistically, unhoused people are way more likely to be harmed by housed people than the other way around. That's statistically true. I feel more unsafe downtown on a game night than I ever do in a park where people are living their lives. I think it's important for us to actually take the needs of our community into consideration. And like people have talked about earlier, like talk to your kids and your family members about why people are homeless. That's not like that big of an ask. Please take the time to actually have those conversations with the people in your life instead of just pretending that this is not an issue or choosing to be uncomfortable or choosing to prioritize your discomfort over other people's safety. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Mayor Davis and members of council. I'm very happy to be the first person who gets to say that to everyone. My name is Shira Wolf-Camplin, WOLF-CAMPLIN. I would like to alert council to the fact that the captions have stopped on the screen. I'm hard of hearing, and as a member of the deaf community, this is a big problem for me. I can no longer hear what's going on. I'm sure people online are also affected, so if we could remedy this issue, that would be really excellent. As long as I'm up here, I'll just say I agree with 80% to 90% of what's been said tonight. This resolution is morally corrupt, it's unethical, it may be unconstitutional, it's going to create more problems, etc. You know what to do. Please do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we're working on getting those captions fixed right now.
We're taking a look at it.
Good evening, Mayor. Should I wait for the captions? All right, I need to buy time.
Yeah, just give yourself a second there, Maddie.
Just kidding, just kidding. Hello?
We up and running there?
No.
Ms. Trimble, you want us to wait?
Yeah, just give us 1 second.
All right. Slight pause, please. Thank you.
Can I make a joke? I don't think so. I guess I need to practice.
Look what you did.
Y'all made this easy for me. I don't have to do much. It's a moment in itself. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Other people deserve this long.
Slightly awkward.
Damn, I should start rolling. I'm not gonna say anything new, really, so I don't know if the Hey! Thank you.
Excuse me, what? Gotcha. All right. All right, looks like we're ready to go.
I need 30 seconds.
Okay, all right. Maddie, it's all you.
Good evening, Mayor. So I work for the homeless outreach team, so daily I have to witness the lives of people who are directly impacted by not having housing. And really, I guess my life's work is for the betterment of and the quality life improvement of these individuals, and I never want to glorify the experience of homelessness, but I do want to see it improved. It is a despairing reality to have to feed people information that offers no hope, such as there's nowhere I can tell you where you can go, and nowhere I can assure you that, we can't really ever assure safety, but I can't give you a certainty as to where you would not be legally punished to be. That's a reality that cannot go any longer. I've witnessed people chronically unhoused, and it seems like that will be the perpetual reality for a long time. So I think practicing or putting forth legislature that further makes that reality more painful, difficult, is unbearable. Last time I was here, what I pleaded for was that the council and the city could make itself in allegiance with our unhoused neighbors. And I commend the Unhoused Working Group and the work that has been put forth. I put down the ordinance and proposal tonight, and I do want to echo everybody who has spoken tonight against the proposal, because their words are poignantly true, and I stand in conviction and inspired by all the truths shared by everybody who has come against this ordinance. And I hope everybody has been listening, because those perspectives shared are truthful. And I think they are the perspectives that need to be taken with a great amount of weight and should be the compass for actions forward. I witness daily how my unhoused neighbors have to cope with life, not how they use their trash or sleep at night, but how they are forced to cope with the reality of being unhoused. And it's a painful reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Others in the room wish to give public comment on this agenda item this evening.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Ren Parker, Parker. And one thing I wanted to inquire about was a curiosity that came up for me the last time I was here listening to the last meeting a few days ago. And I'm very tired. And so if I get this wrong, please feel free to correct me. But one thing I heard was that we would only be enforcing the sleeping ban in problem areas. It's kind of what I felt, like some areas wouldn't be as enforced as other areas. And my curiosity with that is, won't any area that we sort of corral people to without trash and sharps disposals and things like that, access to basic things, become a problem area? And so for me, when I heard that, what immediately came up to me is that we're going to be sort of carouseling people around, and as soon as the density gets to a certain level, then it will become a problem area, and then we'll have to start enforcing it. I don't think that a safe area is going to be able to stay that way, because one thing I've noticed is as soon as people start congregating together, they get swept. And one thing about congregating together is you can help each other out and have resources and things like that. And a second thing I sort of wanted to bring up was maybe a perspective. I'm housed. I am, privileged in a lot of ways, but one thing I have been solely relying on my bike as a choice for all my transit and all my comings and goings for the last 15 years. And that has given me this perspective that when you don't have a car, everything takes so much longer. And you can only carry so much. So when I get up in the morning and I go to work, I have to be very particular about everything that I pack and everything that I'm transporting, because I can only take so much on my bike. I have to also plan my timing to the T to make sure that I'm at work at the right time and everything like that. And it took a long time for me to get good at that. I feel like I am now, after years and years of doing this, understanding exactly how long it takes me to pack and do this and go from one place to another. And so, as a privileged person who lives in my house and doesn't have to carry all my belongings on my back, I don't think it's possible to have people move on that. And if we do, I think it's going to be really hard. It's going to take a lot longer, and it's going to take people a while to figure out how to do all this. And so, to start enforcing these things without any structure and to be able to enforce it at whim when things get big, I think is incredibly unreasonable. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Other folks in the room wish to give public comment on this agenda item tonight. Come on up.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you for having me. My name is Zoe Zephyr, Z-O-O-E-Y, Z-E-P-H-Y-R. I represent House District 100 here in Missoula, Montana. Obviously, I'm coming in at the last moment here to make a brief testimony, but what I want to focus on here is the importance of treating our community members with humanity and with dignity. And I know we've heard testimony today from organizations who care a lot about housing, who are looking to develop the city, and I recognize that importance. I've spoken with those organizations many times. However, we cannot use the idea of a growing Missoula, of tourism, of commerce, to have us reject the most fundamental part of our job as government, which is to care for the basic needs of our people. And I know that when we sit in these chairs, we are forced to make difficult decisions. However, we should never make cruel decisions. And the policy before us today is one based in cruelty. I know you want to spin it, you want to believe in your hearts that it is something needed for the city, but what you do is you put people in a position where they cannot live in this city. People who have been put on the streets, people who are struggling, this puts them in an unfair and unjust position, and it is incumbent on this body to reject this notion and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zephyr. I was thanking you for your comments. Thank you. others in the room wish to speak on this agenda item this evening? Okay, I'm going to go and move to online. All right, so we've got members of the public that are wishing to speak online. And Kate Sutherland, go ahead if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I thought I was going second. Give me 1 second. Hello, my name is Kate Sutherland. It's Sutherland. I wanted to thank the working group, council, and the mayor for the time that you've already given. This is a national issue, and there are many different approaches that are showing varying levels of success addressing houselessness. Missoula, similar to other cities, must continue to strive to be a compassionate and inclusive community for all citizens. There are two statements within the resolution that I think are important to highlight because houselessness is a complex issue and solutions can not only be about urban camping regulations, but must strive to address the whole picture. The resolution acknowledges the invaluable role of the city as lead agency administering and steering the Missoula Coordinated Entry System. It has been shown that a coordinated entry system is more likely to provide the layered services individuals may need. The support offered by the 40 access points and partnering agencies, which, when coordinated and offered together, create solutions that are specific to real needs and are not one size fits all. The proposed resolution also declares the city's intent to investigate the development of programs to support unsheltered individuals. I highlight this statement because it suggests that the city and work group will continue to explore and develop solutions as the effects of this resolution become apparent. It is my hope with this future data and as other information becomes available, the group and city will continue to be creative and compassionate as they address all houselessness in Missoula. I think in order to meet the intent of these included statements, we need to address the needs of our unhoused people before we enforce new rules. I also, because I will not be able to attend on the 24th, need to say it is essential to include this language and services in the ordinance before putting restrictions in place. It is my hope that the work group and council will always remain compassionate and open to ideas so that Missoula can change and improve our processes. Without including our compassionate intent, we are creating rules that, when enforced, will push people further away from access to these services, even as it is shown nationally that the real success to end homelessness, houselessness, requires access to services that are coordinated and inclusive and work towards individual paths for houselessness goals. I hope that the city council, the mayor, and the working group will continue to evolve this resolution and work on the ordinance before we put restrictions in place to be enforced. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your energy. It's been a long night. And I am hopeful that we will be able to be the generous and compassionate Missoula that I have experienced. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Sutherland. All right, I'm going to move through the list of folks that are online wishing to make public comment tonight. And Brendan Work, I believe you are queued up. I'm going to go ahead.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. And I'm not sure if you can hear our timekeeper in the room, so I will let you know when you're getting close to 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Brendan Work here, last name W-O-R-K. I'll just start off by saying that I am calling from my home where I am safe from the elements. I have a door with a lock and the police cannot confiscate any of my belongings. I'm calling to say that I oppose the restrictions, obviously, on urban camping in Missoula, and I disagree with the way this council has handled the matter. It seems to be a priority to preserve a veneer of cleanliness, order, and quote-unquote livability, rather than ensure that Missoulians can stay Missoulians. It also seems to be a hallmark of this council to shut down debate, ignore its own working groups, and infantilize its constituents with convenient rules and empty words about ethics. Many people have spoken much more eloquently than me on this topic, and their anger is more than justified. I would just say that as a homeowner, public school teacher, father of a young child in summer camps, dog walker, all the other trappings of white picket America that this council seems to want Missoula to resemble. As all of those things, I want you to know that this resolution is barbarous. To treat people without anywhere to live like eyesores who need to be purged is barbarous. To condemn them to the elements, to police who hate them, to violence, and eventually to premature death is barbarous. It's late at night and I have no idea what city I'm living in. To the councilors planning to vote yes, who have spent all night waiting for us all to shut up so you can go to sleep, just ask yourselves, is this why you are in government? What are you here on earth to do? If it's not to uplift the least among us, then we share no values. Amend or kill this miserable, misanthropic resolution.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Work. And next, we will go to Lori Francis. Lori, we're ready for you. Lori Francis, are you there? Can you unmute on your side? You're unmuted on our side. Folks, I know it's getting late, but I'll ask you to please just keep your conversation in the audience down. Thank you. Okay, Lori, if you come back, then hopefully we can hear your public comment while we're still in it. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Jill Bonney. Jill, are you there? Can you unmute on your side, please?
How do they know when to unmute?
I think so. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. So Jill Bonney, B-O-N-N-Y. I'm the executive director of the Poverello Center, and I was there for a long time, but I had to drive home, so I'm still there with all of you. Gosh, there have been so many great comments tonight. And I also spoke on Wednesday, so I wanted to wait till the end. And I'm so glad that Maddie from the HOT team talked, because really no one can say it better than the HOT team. They really know on the ground what's going on with people. And I just want to reiterate a few things. Like, this is happening without telling people where they can be, and also a timeline for things like garbage cans and sharps containers and bathrooms. I also wonder about Johnson Street, and we just don't know if it's going to be funded. We keep hearing that people can go to Johnson Street for the beds that are left available, but we don't know how long that's going to be. And this would be on the books for a long time, much longer than however long Johnson Street is funded. We also know the solution to houselessness is housing. And this resolution will not help people get housed. It will actually hinder it. I also am concerned about the HOT team and their relationships with people that are living unhoused. I know I talked about this earlier last Wednesday, but they just are really concerned about not being able to find people as they move around all the time. And so I just hope you all consider all of this and all of these great comments tonight as you move forward. I think it's been a really impactful night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonney. Thanks for joining when you got home.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
It's Lori.
Hi, Lori.
It took me a little while to get unmuted, but thank you for calling on me.
You bet. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for the meeting. This is Lori Francis, last name Francis. I want to say that I'm in awe of all of those who spoke tonight, including those with whom I disagree, and to the city council and mayor for listening, and still listening after a very long meeting. Mayor Davis, as you know, I campaigned very actively for you, primarily because I care very much about this issue and knew that you were expert in such change. I have been thinking as I've listened tonight and have heard what was going on in the last months about personal and public health and about safety, particularly for those who are without reliable housing. I'm questioning how we can improve the lives and health of our neighbors living outside and in RVs, how we can stop marginalizing them and instead inviting them into the fiber of Missoula. They are us and we are them. I read the proposal. I was very disappointed. I guess I should say I was shocked because I know of your commitment and I would not want your job, any of your jobs actually. I have never run for office and never plan to. Well, I'm sure it was not intended as I listened to the community land use proposal and the number of people who spoke in favor, all with permanent roofs over their heads and excited for fresh local foods and sequestered carbon, me too. I was reminded of the 50s and 60s and the civil rights movement. It took me to redlining and the legitimate, and I say that in quotes, relegation of certain humans, those with black skin, to only parts of town that those in power chose to allow. White men with white men. Generally substandard in food deserts, no access to fresh vegetables, and a long distance to jobs and services. They were free of connections to families and individuals who might expand options, who had professional jobs, and were relegated, were prevented from integrating. Sorry, I'm trying to read on my phone and doing poorly at 12:30. And they were prevented from the opportunity to unite with their community and to truly understand each other, black and white. I have watched this with those who are unhoused and those who are housed. I want us to know each other, to see each other, and to have the opportunity for authentic connection. Instead, this feels like the perpetuation of, quote, we don't want to see you, we don't want to be reminded of the unfairness of our societal structures, of our orchestrated privilege. I want us to struggle with the injustice of privilege and marginalization, of the discrimination of those who have so little, which is a good thing because as I read the proposal, people will have to move at 8 a.m. and can't take much with them. Many of whom work, many of whom have healthcare needs. And we heard this from the HOT team, and I've watched this with many of the folks I have worked, all of whom have food needs, restroom needs, and showers. And it was really good to hear about Johnson Street tonight. And all of whom wonder about access to safety and improved health as they sleep outside. I would love to see
Francis, I just want to let you know that you're over 3 minutes. I just wanted to let you know. I probably can't hear the timer in here.
Okay, sorry, thanks so much.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all for listening, and I'm thinking about those who have to go home and find a place at 11 p.m. to house their things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for staying on to share your comments. Chester Seats?
SCATG, Riverfront District, and I would like to speak to the Melson ordinance, and that it seems like you're trying to criminalize something that makes a city seem alive, although I'm that way, and that it seems like your money would be better spent also like funding the fire department or providing more houses so that the unhoused don't have to ask a business, well, actually, and that's just my own complaint, for the bathrooms, because there aren't enough bathrooms in town, and transporting yourself X miles without using public transportation is difficult enough without trying to find something to do throughout the day. And I SCITC, and that's going to be all.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Seats, are you concluded there?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for your public comment this evening. Clayton Shea, 9831, go ahead, unmute. And it's time for your public comment.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Clayton Shea, S-H-A-Y-A. I was most currently housed at Missoula County Detention Facility. I'm calling because I'm hearing over and again, like, that we're still bickering the basics. Like, we're still talking about needle containers and trash and garbage and restroom facilities. I mean, these were things that were promised via the city through Mayor Hess last September, not only to myself, but in close quarters to other council members that sit with you on council still. Like, you're talking about things that you promised to do so long ago as basic, while you can't even figure out where you're going to allow people to go. This is pathetic, is what it is. It's the biggest foot-dragging phenomenon I've ever seen in my entire life. And for you to come here today and pretend like it's okay for you to proceed with inhumane decisions like this after asking us to sit down and give you our public opinion, after asking us to give you our lived experience. You're regressing. And it's so sad to see. And we've heard so many people here tonight say it, that it is sad to see the regression of this council.
Mr. Shea, are you concluded with your comment? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Shea. Okay, I believe that concludes everybody that has been waiting online for public comment. Okay. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Next step is that we now move to council debate, parliamentary debate. Mr. Carlino, you have had your hand raised, and so we are ready. We anticipate that you have some amendments this evening. One of my, I'll wait until you make those comments, but one of my thoughts about how we could do this in a way that would allow public comment on, I'm assuming you have more than one amendment, and if you do, if you entertain lining all of them out, so we could make sure that each council member may have amendments, I don't know. But that there may be an opportunity to give public comment on a batch of amendments, but I do think we would need to vote on them separately. So I just wanted you to consider that as we move forward. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I would start with questions, if that's okay. I've got 7 questions I'm hoping to answer. We didn't have enough time on Wednesday to ask all the questions, so I guess now's the time.
Absolutely happy to answer questions on, I'm sure the sponsors will as too, although 7, I'm gonna go ahead. I know every council member wants a desire to talk tonight. So I would ask that let's just start with 3 questions per council member so we can get around the horseshoe and we can make another round.
Okay. I guess I would start with just saying that we've heard from many service providers in Missoula who work directly with people that are currently living homeless in our community, and we've heard from many of our unhoused neighbors, and they've all shown strong opposition to this resolution and paired ordinance. So typically, like we used to always say here at council, that we would listen to the people that are directly affected by these issues, and we kind of slowly stopped saying that after more of them started to speak out and show opposition. Sorry, that was more of a statement, but my question was, are we going to use our unhoused neighbors and service providers' comments to help us recraft this resolution? Are we going to use our unhoused neighbors and service providers' comments to help us recraft this resolution?
I believe that's a rhetorical question. I'm not really sure what your specific question is.
Yeah, my question is...
I would suggest those would come in the form of an amendment to the resolution, and I think you understand the procedure. So if you want to continue with questions, but that is a rhetorical question, Mr. Carlino.
Okay, yeah, that was for the resolution sponsors, and you all, I guess, don't have to answer if you choose not to. I guess my next question would be for the Chief Collier, if that's okay.
Chief, are you able to come in and answer a question? Thank you.
Thanks. So I imagine that the police department will be helping with these camp abatements and enforcing these different buffer zone regulations. How will you train our police officers to know what's within the buffer zone and what's outside of the buffer zone? Is there a map? It's very unclear. Are you just going to have them estimate, what you think is a basketball court's way? That's kind of how we've heard from the policymakers. Could you tell us how you're going to train the police officers to know what's in the buffer zone and what's not?
Sure. For the record, Michael Collier, Police Chief, spelled C-O-L-Y-E-R. We would just roll out and read the ordinance with them and go through them and ask them to take a reasonable approach to any of the elements. A reasonable approach might be that if somebody's at or near the edge, we'd ask them to consider that and, not infringe any further into a buffer zone and try to resolve it. At the lowest level, which is generally some type of information and warning, and we would clear.
Just to follow up on that, how would you all know what's in the buffer zone and not? Like, you're going to bring out a measuring tool? Are you going to make a map? Like, how are people supposed to know where they can and cannot camp? Because it's very abundantly clear that this ordinance doesn't tell them where they can camp. And I feel like people that are trying to find somewhere to just survive for the night and our police officers, neither parties will know where these buffer zones start and end without some sort of measuring tool. So like, how are we going to measure that?
Again, I would like our people to take a reasonable approach to that, and if they are clearly in violation of some distance regulation, I think our people would ask the person to move along. But I don't think it's worth getting out and measuring something to be 99.5 feet away from within a 100-foot buffer zone and take an enforcement action on that. That doesn't seem like a good way to carry out business for us. We would prefer to resolve it through some type of a reasonable accommodation. If it's a gross violation, ask them to move along. If it's, maybe within a few inches or whatever, I think that we can probably just ask them to be aware of the ordinance, and I wouldn't expect them to take enforcement action on that.
Did you have a third question?
That was all for the chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have more questions if that's okay. Not for you, but just in general, if that's okay.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead?
So at the Urban Camping Working Group, we all agreed that we weren't going to use fines for this ordinance. However, in the ordinance, there's written municipal infractions, which comes with the fine. I looked at every single member of the group, and as we presented our subcommittee's report, and I said, are you all okay with no fines and no jail time? Because that's what we worked on as an Urban Camping Working Group, and that's what we're presenting. Do you all remember me saying that? And I asked the group, and no objections. Everybody was okay with no fines and no jail time. So my question is, how did that end up in the ordinance? Why is there fines in the ordinance? Because that did not come out of the Working Camping Group. Actually, we specifically said that we're not going to put fines in the ordinance. So who came up with that, and are we willing to change that to actually follow what the working group came up with?
I'm going to go and I'll call up the working group report, which is in front of us here, but it was talking about a graduated level of compliance. And so when we talked about fines, we talked about the ability to use a an opportunity to use graduated compliance, meaning that we were giving people warnings and chances first before any kind of fines. And then even when there were fines, we wanted people to do community service rather than have any kind of financial fines. Now, Mr. Sudbury is not here. There he is. So, Ryan, could you speak to this more specifically? Because I do believe having the conversation, although Councilor Carlino, I don't remember a group agreement that you're defining it. We did talk about how we could deploy municipal infractions with community service, and in fact, the judge that was present actually was the one that finally came around to acknowledging that that was an option.
May I have a point of order, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I think we're supposed to be debating the resolution and not the ordinance.
That is correct. That is correct.
So we only are just setting the public hearing for the ordinance, and we're discussing and I do not believe from reading through the resolution that there are any fines.
Yep, you're right. Thank you. Thank you for the point of order. And that's exactly the procedural piece that I know frustrates the audience, but that is the point of business this evening. So we're talking about the resolution, not the ordinance. The ordinance will be presented and discussed on Wednesday. The ordinance hearing tonight is to set the public hearing. So that public hearing is June 24th. It will be discussed on Wednesday. It will be presented and discussed at the Committee of the Whole on Wednesday. So I'm going to go ahead and continue around to see if there are other people that have questions or comments. Councillor Campbell.
Actually, at first I didn't have any questions, but actually I do have a couple. If I could avail myself to the police chief once again. Thank you, Chief. I just curious, generally speaking, in law enforcement, there are many state statutes, vehicle codes, ordinances that deal with distance as a factor. I'll throw an example out there of maybe parking within a certain number of feet of an intersection or operating your high beams within a certain number of feet of another moving vehicle while you yourself are doing 60 miles an hour. But we still enforce those sorts of things, don't we?
Yeah, enforcement can come in a lot of different ways, and if there's a low-level offense that makes for a judgment call, a lot of officers opt for just some type of an education and warning and move on.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Vasecka.
I just had a procedural question. Seeing that we're just doing the resolution tonight, if I had an amendment, would I just be making an amendment to the resolution and then make any possible amendments on Wednesday to the ordinance? I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding.
Yes, that is correct.
Thanks.
You bet, absolutely. Councilor Jordan.
Just to be clear, where are we at? Are we questions? Are we comments? What is on the floor at the moment?
We're in parliamentary debate, so you have the opportunity to ask questions. You can make comments.
Okay, I do have a prepared comment I would like to read if now is an appropriate time to do so.
Sure.
Thank you. And yet it is written because I'm not a very eloquent speaking off the cuff person. So I'm very committed to ensuring that individuals and communities that are historically and currently marginalized have a voice and are authentically included in planning and policy making. I value the times when that does occur on council, and I'll continue to strive in creating increased space for this important consultation. I think it's exceptionally timely that we are recognizing Juneteenth tonight as we continue the conversation about Missoula's unhoused population. I look forward to the creation of a proclamation for our unhoused neighbors that commemorates the emancipation of prejudices against the basic human right of housing, that celebrates a social safety net provided by a caring nation, and that rededicates ourselves to the cause of humanity. I've been on council for 2.5 years now. Since my start, I have been the object of direct bullying and harassment, multiple unreturned phone calls, and deliberate sabotage by other councilors. I've been regularly and directly targeted by Martin Kidston of the Missoula Current, who deliberately writes inaccurate stories about me and my work. As many city councilors, staff, as many city staff, counselors, and constituents have also noticed. I've had promises made to me by council members that have gone unfulfilled. I've had members of council text me across the horseshoe saying, thank you for saying what you said, but not turning on their own mic and standing with me publicly. Some may say that this is what I should expect from politics, but I don't. Politics should be where we expect and hold to account the promises and actions of our elected officials. We should demand that they follow their own rules and fulfill their promises. And as electeds ourselves, we should demand and expect that we are all treated well and allowed time to speak and access to the same information. But this just doesn't happen. I want to share a recent city council history that has increased my frustration and heightened my concerns with process, and especially with our attempts to work through policies impacting unhoused community members. Several months ago, I brought forward a referral to ban camp sweeps in extreme weather conditions. A staff member came to the meeting in lieu of the mayor could not attend to tell me that my bringing the referral forward was disingenuous for two reasons. The first was that we as city councilors were not supposed to bring referrals forward related to houselessness while the urban camping working group was convening. The second reason was that the city does not conduct camp sweeps in inclement weather. But here are the facts. Per the separation of powers in our own city council charter, city council members may bring referrals forward at any time. Staff and other electeds cannot prevent genuine attempts at making policy. And the city conducted a sweep the very next day after my referral when it had snowed several inches, requiring the unhoused individuals who were getting swept to pack their belongings covered in snow and relocate. In my role as a city council member, I hope never to come across as disingenuous. It is not who I am, but rather the opposite. My concern and commitment is to all citizens of Missoula, and I have particular concerns for those individuals and families without sustainable and safe housing. While I prefer to not use the term disingenuous to attack others, it feels awful because it feels awful and fosters division as we all attempt to improve our lives. I do want to speak to concerns I have with how we are approaching the resolutions specific to the unhoused. Reflecting on recent occurrences, my concerns include staff telling elected officials they cannot do their job and bringing policy proposals forward. We have a right to bring policies forward anytime, and it is part of our commitment to our constituents. The inappropriate, unhelpful nature of a staff member calling an elected official a name on the public record when staff must remain neutral. Contracting with the facilitator who informed the focus group members that those in the majority must work with those in the minority to come to a consensus, but not following through. It is the city's job as the payer to ensure the facilitator delivers. The appearance of very deliberate redirecting of efforts of the focus group between sessions from where the group arrived productively and organically to a direction that the city wanted them to go instead. Perhaps this was an oversight, or maybe it was purposeful. The apparent disregard of key takeaways from the working group that were supported by the majority. This includes establishing authorized campsites, or at a bare minimum, telling people where they can go, and providing essential services with trash bins, porta potties, and sharps containers. What appears to be circumventing the democratic process last week by restricting council members from asking all of their questions, by not allowing amendments, and by cutting off public comment. This felt horribly disrespectful to those who had devoted hours to being heard. We know this is a contentious topic, and by not planning adequate time to follow the normal process for committees, here we are at 12:45 in the morning. We have obstructed good faith negotiations. I wouldn't want to assume this was purposeful, but it is very problematic. When we ask for participation, we want to ensure inclusion of those voices and perspectives in any plan. In the past, certain members of council have regularly chastised other members for not doing their homework before a Monday meeting because these other members still had questions and amendments to make on a Monday. This has never felt good or professional, yet last week we were allowed for a level of unpreparedness that means any vote is uninformed, and I want to ensure we are all well informed before any critical vote. The council sponsors of the resolution worked with the city attorney, creating a plan to force a vote using a very rare approach. Why have our council leaders felt the need to force this vote so quickly? It feels awful and disrespectful to the committee that has spent hours providing thoughtful approaches. City staff calling the employers of public commenters to see if the commenters are representing their employer by providing comment. This creates a feeling of retribution, and it's creepy. particularly when individuals make it clear they represent their personal experienced views. People can speak valuably from professional and lived experiences. Proposing exemption zones and regulatory tools before creating designated spaces where unhoused people can live. This comes across as thoughtless and unkind. People want to know where they can camp during difficult life periods. We are all only dramatically increasing their own risks through the proposed approaches. It feels quite inhumane. Nothing good can come from the cart before the horse approach, but rather the opposite. By not telling people where they can go, we are going to continue to see folks camping in places that are not ideal, compounding problems for businesses, residents, and even our own park staff who must regularly clean spaces as part of their daily job duties when that's not what they signed up for. Let's start with clarity of where people can camp and work from there. We know how to do this. Ignoring the needs of the unhoused community, residents, and businesses by not establishing a place for people to camp, as this would immediately remedy the issues all three interest groups encounter every day. Unhoused folks want to comply, and there's no way under the current proposal for them to do so. Supporting gaslighting and lying around the city council horseshoe as long as rules of decorum are maintained. And finally, assuming our unhoused community members can pack up and carry their personal belongings every day for 12 hours. Let's think about our kids, our siblings, our parents. The unhoused are these same people. We want to make their lives easier, not continue to vilify them for being unsafe. I know we all care deeply about Missoula. Each of us brings our own different views to create a better world for all Missoulians. We've heard from the majority of you that an authorized campsite is very appealing and will go a long way to improve outcomes for all residents of our community. Let's amend the proposal and let's make this happen before the severe regulatory actions held within the resolution and the ordinance that will soon follow take effect. And I also want to thank all of the public commenters who stayed so late and offered their extremely relevant insight and important comments against this humane approach to houselessness. What a show of support for more humane policies. Where were those against again? Thank you, or sorry, where were those who were for this resolution? We had a humongous outpouring of support for people who are against this resolution. Where are the people in support? Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll be quick. I have, I think this is for the sponsors of the resolution, and I'm hoping this can maybe be a friendly amendment. On page 5, the very first, now therefore be it resolved that the Missoula City Council directs the mayor to investigate developing a program to support unsheltered individuals. We list.
Thank you. Speaking to your microphone a little bit. Can't hear you.
Thank you. I'm losing my voice. Provide lockers, provide trash collection, provide for permanent temporary shelters, and provide for similar services to support, allow clean, safe, and sanitary camping. I'm wondering if you would entertain putting a time frame in those, whether we can or cannot afford to have those or not. I'm wondering if we could put like within 3 months. Can we have like a deadline to those?
To investigate or have them open?
You're looking at the first now, the first now, therefore be it resolved.
Within 6 months, can we do it sooner?
I'm not sure, Mayor, may I speak?
Please, yeah, Councilor Sherrill.
I'm one of many people on this. Is this how, I'm just kind of, it's a little confusing because I'm taking amendments, but I'm speaking, I'm one person out of a bunch of us. So how do we normally, how does this normally handle?
We normally don't like give the sponsors veto. I mean, like.
I would suggest that each of the sponsors speak to that capacity and the willingness to entertain an amendment. Are you proposing an amendment, Councilor Farmer?
Yeah, I'm wondering, could be a friendly amendment to have it sooner than 6 months?
I personally am okay with that as a friendly amendment, but like I said, this is not my ordinance or my resolution, so I think all of the sponsors need to speak to that.
Okay, I'll go around to each. As the mayor, I am comfortable with that. And so I'll start over here.
May I ask?
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I realize that you're losing your voice, Ms. Farmer, and so I didn't quite hear you. Are you saying that you want the friendly amendment to say that the staff will come back with the answers of whether upon investigating these things, or you want them in place? Because that would make a difference of whether or not I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so the now therefore be it resolved says the mayor shall provide a report to the city council concerning this program engagement within the service providers within 6 months. So I'm wondering, can we have it sooner than the 6 months? I realize it's not going to be implemented by then, but I'd like to know how viable is this? 6 months from now seems pretty far away.
And if the...
Agreed.
Yeah, I guess I'm fine with it if the mayor's fine with it, because we are directing her and her administration. I know that there are several things that we've actually already investigated on this, and various things are in the works. So if she says her administration can deliver us that timeline, since we're the ones directing her, then I'm okay with it as a sponsor.
Yeah, and Councilor Nugent, I'll come to you next. One thing that I wanted to reiterate is that this particular clause in the resolution talks about developing a program to support unsheltered individuals who are camping in urban areas. This program could include, but is not limited to, the following types of elements: provide lockers/small storage spaces that may be assigned to unsheltered individuals, provide for trash collection services and sharps containers in areas used by unsheltered individuals, provide for permanent or temporary bathrooms for use by unsheltered individuals, and provide for other similar services or support to allow clean, safe, and sanitary camping on city property. And it goes on to say the mayor shall have discretion in how the program be developed pursuant to this. I am definitely comfortable bringing back a report in 3 months. We are already working on these items. Something that we have said over again in the camping, in the work group, we've said it in these council chambers, and it needs to be said again, is that it feels as if folks are not, and I need to say this so people do understand the challenges that we're under as a staff. Just a month ago, we had one of our porta potty service providers pull their contract from us. So people routinely accuse the city of not putting out more porta potties, and I want to tell you that we're constantly working on trying to get these services available. The opportunity, I'm asking for basically a hygiene task force of folks that are both working with folks that are living unsheltered and unhoused, but also the public health department, so we can figure out different solutions going forward, and or if we need to start buying our own products and materials. We hear this batted around quite a bit, that, and Councilor Jordan, I see your expression on screen, and you, in your proposal 12 months ago, you did indicate that there was several porta potty handlers that were willing to deliver service. That has not been our experience, and most recently we've, like I've said, have people pull contracts. I'm not trying to say that we're not going to continue on this. I'm trying to say that that's why there was some time built into this. Most definitely, I will be ready to provide a report back on the progress, and we'll be working towards making progress even before that. I felt the need to give some context there, given the amount of comments that were made in terms of, in addition, as far as sharps containers too, we are continuing to put sharps containers out. Some of those get destroyed, they get ripped down. We're working with folks to figure out a better solution on that going forward. In fact, we have a meeting on June 17th. Councilor Nugent.
Yeah, if you're good with 3 months, I have no problem with that friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Becerra?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Councilor Jones?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at, yeah. Talking resolution here. I want to make sure I have everybody. Did I get everybody?
Yep.
Okay, so that sounds like a friendly amendment that will be accepted.
Great, thanks.
Okay, and Mr. Sudbury, are you tracking these? Thank you.
So far, we'll see how it goes.
Thank you very much. Okay, and Councilor Farmer, did you have anything else?
No, I don't think my voice will allow it.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilor Carlino.
Oh, shit. Is there time for more questions, or should I or should I go on to something else?
Sure, I'm happy to answer some more questions, or other members of the council, I'm sure, are willing to answer questions.
Thank you. So I just have, let's just do 3 more questions, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
So I know at the Urban Camping Working Group, we talked about how currently sometimes when the city's doing these encampment abatements or sweeps and moving people from the place that they were living to the next place, that the city will cut people's tents with a knife. Under this resolution or ordinance, are we addressing that on the city cutting people's private property? Is that addressed in here at all?
So again, the resolution does not go into that level of detail, and the ordinance will be presented on Wednesday.
Okay. And I guess my next question was, I know I asked this similarly on Wednesday, but I don't think we really got an answer, but where are we expecting people who cannot physically move their belongings each morning to go? Like, we have many unhoused neighbors in Missoula that are physically disabled or mentally, have mental disabilities. How are we expecting them to comply, or are we just going to start finding them?
The experience that I have run this question by our staff, and we are making sure that we're referring people towards shelter opportunities and working with Jill Bonney at the Poverello Center to identify ways that we can work together to purchase more comfortable sleeping situations for people. So people sleeping on mats right now, because that was all that could be afforded at the Johnson Street. So we're trying to figure out ways that beds could be provided, and as those are purchased in phases, that we would prioritize people with disabilities and folks that are elderly.
Yeah, thanks for that response, and I think we heard from POV leadership on how they feel about this resolution. So I guess my last question is probably the most important of them all. We've showed, where people can go, where people can't go, but we still haven't told people where they can go. And maybe the city should make a map, but we do have this map here. We have a data analyst from the university that typed in all the buffer zones before the friendly amendments that made the buffer zones even larger.
No, they made them, at point of order, the amendment took the 1,600 foot buffer zones and brought them all down to 300. So there's two buffer zones in the resolution, 300 and 100. So significantly decreased, Mr. Carlino.
And then could you clarify what places that you added that people aren't going to be able to camp? Because I know that we added some parks and stuff in there too earlier today.
The Missoula Railing Park was specifically added, but that's already listed in the parks ordinance as a place that's not camping. So the existing park ordinance, what's on the books today, allows for the Parks and Recs Department in consultation with other departments to be able to close parks as for camping or alcohol use. And there are a select number of parks that are listed on the parks website. MRL is one of those. Missoula Railing Park is one of those.
Right, okay. So my question is, where are we wanting people to go camp at? From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. like you all suggest, where are you wanting them to camp? I hear we're saying outside of the buffer zones. Can we name one place outside of the buffer zones that people would be able to camp and not be bothered by our team of people that we have going around town, moving them from one place to the next with all of our tax dollars? Where can people go where that's not going to happen to them between that time? Could somebody just please clarify that? Because our unhoused neighbors have no idea where to go with these buffer zones.
So we have had, you heard somebody speak tonight that the GIS data to be able to provide an explicit map does not exist. However, we have done an exercise that we are looking at with our parks and our public works department that has been able to identify which areas are available for folks in our public parks. So right now, as you know, there is no camping legally allowed in public parks, and we have not been enforcing that. This ordinance changes that and does stipulate where in certain parks people can be outside of proximity to certain amenities. Basically, what we are utilizing is a bubble map to see if we can actually create some diagrams that demonstrate that. In addition, if you were to take the 50-foot riparian zone buffer that's currently in the resolution, I believe that's the one that's in the ordinance as well, then folks would be able to stay in Lions Park, which they have been today, but they would not be able to stay on the water's edge, which they have been today. And there's a number of other places all through town, but you asked for a couple of examples, and those are a couple of examples.
Okay, yeah, if there's a basketball court away from the commercial and residential and et cetera, then that, you're saying Lions Park, people won't be bothered by the police for simply camping between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. if this?
They are not today simply bothered by the police for camping there, and the police are not out there on the beat. If they are in clear violation of something, they're going to be asked to be compliant. But yeah, I think you're implying something that doesn't exist today.
Great. And then is now a good time to introduce an amendment?
I would like to go around and see if we can offer people the opportunity for comments first, and then I'd be happy to come back with your amendment. So are there other folks that are in the room tonight? I'm going to start with Councillor Anderson. Do you have any comments before we move on to amendments?
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I was trying to hop up and raise my hand online. Okay, I have a question and then I have a comment. My question is and anyone can answer this, but currently, as it stands today, right now, no camping is allowed in any public park in Missoula.
That is correct.
Correct. This ordinance, or this resolution, actually allows for, in certain areas, to have camping in public parks.
That is correct.
Great. And right now, we do not currently deputize our police department to go out and do random sweeps of areas. It is a complaint-based only system.
That is correct. With the also public Parks and Rec, good night, Mr. Carlson. The Parks and Rec will, Public Works will ask the police department to accompany them when they are doing certain cleanups if they feel that there is any kind of security needed. But the police are not out there instigating sweeps. No, that is correct.
And Madam Mayor, in that situation that you just described, what is the sort of advance notice that is given to the unhoused if the Public Works or Parks is coming through to sweep?
Generally, our IAP, and I'm going to look to my team, is it's anywhere between 4 to 7 days that people are given advance notice. And so Mr. Carlson just left in the area that he was impacted by when there was a posted cleanup. That cleanup, I believe, was a minimum of 4 days. And there may be an earlier notification if there is a pending health issue, if we've got something else that we need to move quicker. But generally speaking, it's 4 to 7 days that people are given advance notice. Those are posted, and then people are also visited at their actual campsite. People are often not in their camp, but there is actually physical contact that's attempted to be made as well.
Great, thank you so much. And I think that Donna was the one who walked us through, yeah, I should actually ask for a follow-up. Now, I don't mean to commandeer the floor.
That's fine. Yeah, that's another question. Go ahead.
Thanks. About the procedure that her employees go through in terms of entering a campsite, trying to take care of the belongings that are left there, and why in certain situations there has been instances where tents have been cut, and the reason for that, please.
Donna Gockler, Director, Parks and Recreation. We do everything we can to ensure that health and safety, sanitation is first and foremost, and also that passage through trails, access to facilities for everyone is respected and honored. We do give multiple notices. We work directly with the HOT team to come on site, and then generally, to my knowledge, our staff has not necessarily cut tents. I realize that there has been some tents that have been cut at some times. One of the challenges that staff experience is there have been explosions. There have been, unfortunately, needle traps in some of the sites. And what the staff is trying to do is make a visual surveillance of the site to make sure that personal effects have been taken and that there won't be serious harm to an individual providing the service. And so, yeah, it's a difficult situation because you cannot see through the tent.
Thank you so much, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just know there was a staff presentation talking about kind of the protocol that staff would take to do that. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't have any more questions, but I just have a couple comments, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
So I think that we've heard a lot about the authorized camping site as something that came out of the working group, and I've been on council for several years now, and I know that this is not a new concept that has been brought up. We explored extensively as a city operating an authorized campsite. We even attempted to actually run an authorized camping site, I think it's a year and a half ago, and it did not go well for the people who were housed there, as well as the staff and the surrounding neighborhoods, because we realized that the city of Missoula is not a service provider. This is not the role that we provide. We are in partnership with a lot of great organizations to accomplish quite a few things, but we as the city of Missoula cannot take on the primary role of a service provider. So we reached out to the service provider community and said, hey, can we partner? Is there a way to work together? None of the current service providers said that they would be willing to partner with the city to run an authorized campsite. The city of Missoula is not in the position to run an authorized campsite. There are no current partners who are willing to run an authorized campsite. We do not have the land. We do not have the, as the mayor had said, the necessary porta potties, all of the various things that have to be gone into to provide for an authorized campsite. And we don't have the money. We are limited in our resources, and so we have decided that the thing that provides the most benefit to the majority of people, not everybody, is funding the Johnson Street. Is it an ideal situation? Absolutely not. Would I love for everybody to have an opportunity to have a 2-bedroom apartment with a stacked washer and dryer? 100%. But that is the federal government authorizing the housing authority with vouchers, not us here around this dais. Would I love for everybody who is suffering from mental health issues to have a caseworker? Absolutely. But that's the state government cutting case services. And so what we're doing here in Missoula is trying to answer those questions that we do not have the tools to deal with. So we started a affordable housing trust fund, first one in the state to do so. We have an office of housing, first one in the state to do so. We continue to try to address this issue. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. Are we addressing all the needs? No. But we're trying to do what we can with the most good. And I think we've heard a lot about, well, the answer is an authorized campsite. And I've been hearing the challenges of putting that together. And so I just felt like we need to have these honest conversations about the challenges that face, because there is no simple answer and there is no silver bullet. We are not the only community dealing with this. I think that I'm proud of the things that Missoula has done. I absolutely acknowledge that we can do more and do better, but we are working with a limited toolbox and trying to address bigger issues that we are not necessarily in a place to be able to deliver. We need better partners at the state legislature. We need better partners at the present company excluded, Ms. Representative Zephyr, but I think you would agree that that building is not necessarily full of a lot of folks who are, there's multiple pieces of legislation that would have helped us that got shot down in the legislature. So we need better partners at the state legislature, and we need better partners at the federal government, and we need, to do what we can, and we will continue to do so, but it is not a simple solution of just, let's do an authorized campsite. So that is my only comment. Sorry for the rant. Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, for the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Savage.
I have one question and then I have comments to read. I'm sorry, I'm so tired, so as we all are, but the one question I have is in the timeline that Ms. Farmer brought up. I'm just curious, do you anticipate when you bring that report to council that it will be fleshed out with, costs and we can do this or we can't do this, or like we'll have a better sense of like what's possible after you
Yes,
bring
I do.
that to us? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You
I'm
bet.
going to put my glasses on and I'm going to try to get through this. Okay. So I abstained from voting on this ordinance in committee on Wednesday because if I'm going to vote yes or no on such a controversial issue, I want the opportunity to say why. Calling the question is an undebatable tool that we have as council members that stops debate and council comments. I voted no on calling the question in committee because I believe in the democratic process, messy, imperfect, and time-consuming as it is, and I say that at 1:13 a.m. I have 2 journalism degrees, and I was drawn to being a reporter and a writer because I believe that the power of a free and independent press works alongside our 3 branches of government to uphold our democracy. As a city councilor, I'm a legislator, but it is probably because of my background asking hard questions of elected officials and insisting on transparency that it will be the rare occasion that I'll vote to halt debate. I was elected 2 years ago, and we've had a few mayors since then, and I've asked all of them for a houselessness strategy. Not a piecemeal or a whack-a-mole approach, but a coordinated, holistic strategy with an eye toward protecting the most vulnerable of our residents. Last winter, in one of my first conversations with our newly sworn-in mayor, I told her I wouldn't vote for a time, place, manner ordinance regulating or limiting camping on city property without bringing stakeholders from every perspective to the table. Specifically, I wanted to hear from Montana Women Vote because they had been hosting listening sessions with unhoused neighbors, the ACLU, unhoused neighbors themselves, the Montana Tenants Union, and service providers. I wasn't the only one who asked for this convening, and I was grateful when the mayor used her power to pull together a group consisting of representatives and others. Since February, this diverse group of stakeholders interested in finding dignified options for our unhoused neighbors spent more than 25 hours over 3 months listening to each other, discussing barriers and possible solutions, creating scenarios, and working on specific areas of concern related to crisis camping. We heard a lot during these meetings. We heard that houseless folks need access to services, bathrooms, access to garbage disposal, and sharps containers. We also heard that we need more options for shelter in our community, including congregate and non-congregate shelter. We heard an interest in exploring options, including safe camping sites, safe parking areas, an RV permit program, and a plan for extreme weather cleanups. We are asking the mayor to investigate all of these with this resolution. We also heard that neighbors and community members are frustrated by the impacts of crisis camping. I understand that the people most affected by houselessness are those living without housing in our community, and we heard clearly from representatives of the unhoused community and their advocates that people living without shelter don't want to be told where they can't go, but where they can go. Several of us have pushed this point with staff in multiple conversations over the last 2 weeks. We have been assured that there are places for people to camp and that city staff, specifically park staff, who have been on the ground managing crisis camping in parks on city property for a long time now, will educate people and tell them where they can go. We have also been assured that lockers will be installed at Johnson Street Shelter so people can store their belongings. So with these assurances, I will vote for this resolution tonight, not because I love every word, because I don't. I particularly don't like the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. restriction because it seems particularly inhumane. I would prefer a less restrictive time frame, but it doesn't have the support to pass. I would also like to see a map of where people can camp, but that also doesn't have the support to pass. What this comes down to for me is trust, and change moves at the speed of trust. I do trust our mayor and her administration to deliver on the things that we are asking for in this ordinance. I also trust in her ability and her commitment to creating the timely houselessness strategy that includes short, medium, and long-term plans informed by our work together this spring in the working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Appreciate your comments. Councillor Sherrill.
I don't have any additional comments. This was in my committee, and I think everyone's heard plenty from me.
Okay. Councillor Melson.
Okay. First, thank you all for staying and for sharing your thoughts. I really do appreciate it. I was hoping to go last for dramatic effect, but I think this is going to be dramatic enough. I want to share a quote. This is a direct quote. "It is our hope that our community will be unified in rejecting all things that empower the homeless lifestyle." That is a direct quote from the elected county commissioners just north of us in Flathead County. The result of that kind of posturing, a 19-year-old man was arrested this time last year and charged with deliberate homicide after beating an unhoused community member to death behind a gas station. That happened a year ago this month. That is the definition of dehumanizing, of criminalizing, of alienating, of banning our most vulnerable. I mention that story because I believe that what we're trying to do here tonight in Missoula is the exact opposite of that. The polar opposite of that. It's just an hour north of here. As Mayor Davis mentioned, and I just want to reiterate that this is just the first step in a long journey to support our most vulnerable neighbors. We've heard her commitment to this process. I'm committed to this process. I think the working group is committed to this process. I trust her. I trust our staff. I want you to hold us accountable. I want you to put your trust in us that we can make incremental progress here. Is this perfect? No. Are we moving the ball forward down the field? Are we trying something new to figure out if it works for our community? Yes. Is that bold and courageous? I think so. So in closing, I just want to say that I'm supportive of the effort, and I want to rewrite that horrible quote and put the Missoula stamp on it so that it says something like this. It's my hope that our community, Missoula, will be unified and work together to find lasting solutions to support our most vulnerable community members. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Melson. All right. Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Thank you, Councilman Melson. I appreciate the contrast. I have a couple pages of notes, and I think that a lot of them have more to do with the ordinance, and so I'll save a lot of that for Wednesday and for the coming weeks. But I want to stress that there's an opportunity in this window where we're working on the ordinance to find some solutions, to make some changes. And I think it would be beneficial to the conversation if people have ideas that they share them with us. Not just wait for the floor, but actually share them with your colleagues and talk about them. The person who might need to hear that the most isn't in the room right now. But I think that it warrants that it's clear that there are amendment ideas that a lot of public commenters know that haven't been shared with us. And I appreciate that a lot of those comments were made by people, but the way to build consensus, the way to find out if you have, support is to, talk to your colleagues, work together. And I think that's, what a lot of us are trying to work on. It always strikes me how people on every side of an issue, no matter what the issue is, comment passionately in this room. And often what is said is that, look, a bunch of people showed up. This is clearly the voice of Missoula. This is the way you should go. But it doesn't factor in that there's a lot of different ways that people reach out to us. It's struck me how much we've heard from the community and how it's not uniform. A lot of times when we have debates on council, usually there's a very strong opinion, and we hear from that, and we hear very little from the other side of the conversation. But even that, probably more than anything since I've been on council, this issue in the last couple of weeks has had people calling, people who I don't know regularly pay attention or not, saying, hey, I saw something about this, let's talk about this. Thank you for trying to help alleviate the situation while trying to find solutions that work for everybody. The U.S. Census right now estimates Missoula's population as of July 1st of last year to be 77,757. And thankfully our point in time survey of our unhoused neighbors is well under 1,000, although I've heard comments from people that it's probably higher than what the point in time survey is. But when we are talking about policymaking and when we are talking about how we make decisions and who we represent all 77,000 plus people. It's not necessarily the people who come down on a Monday night, it's not, or Tuesday morning, as the case may be. Maybe they don't join us on Wednesday, maybe they hear from us in different ways. I think all 12 of us probably hear from constituents in different ways and in different manners. But I think that all kind of goes into this. So I think that it's important we don't get wrapped up in that. And I also think that I'm surprised it needs to be said in a room that kind of espouses some of these principles and with groups that definitely, in my experience, respect different opinions and things like that. The experience that one person has doesn't speak for anybody but themselves. And, there's been comments about making children part of this conversation, but it strikes me that people are doing that when they think it benefits them and then dismissing probably legitimate concerns on the other side of the conversation that are the same. We don't get to tell people how to feel. And one of the big questions that came up during the working group that I still don't have a great answer for is, what does safe mean? And what it means to me is probably different than my council colleagues sitting next to me and all of you in the audience. But we don't get to tell people how they feel on that front. And I don't accept some of the premises that have been made on this conversation around saying we're picking one type of people over another. A lot of what's going on in parks right now, we're talking about behaviors. And the ordinance does not say people can't be in parks. It says people can't be camping at certain times. It doesn't say they can't use the park just like anyone else. But there are things that parks, as part of the social contract of what a park is and why Missoulians support parks and why they do that we do have to pay attention to things like that. And if people aren't comfortable using parks because they're concerned about drug use or things like that in a park, those are legitimate concerns when we're talking about the broader 77,000 people that this body has to listen to and has to take into account. And it's not unreasonable in my mind to say that we want people to feel comfortable going to parks and using them for their intended purposes, while also recognizing that we as a community and as a country have major challenges. I've already talked longer than I wanted to tonight. Lots of work, I think, can still be done in the ordinance. But I do appreciate everybody coming and taking their time, and I feel like we're going to repeat this a couple more times over the next month.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Councilor Becerra.
Thank you. I too am losing my voice. I don't think I have a whole lot more to say than what I said on Wednesday as to why I put my name behind this resolution. But I just wanted to summarize a little bit why I sponsored or co-sponsored this resolution. I want to take us back to what this is and what this isn't. This is a resolution, it's not a solution. If you do a simple Google search on what a resolution is, it is an official decision that is made after a group or organization has voted, but it's also a promise to yourself to do or not to do something. And for me, that's the intent behind this resolution. This was not intended as a solution. It was intended as a way to set in motion the steps that are needed in order to find mid and long-term alternatives for our unhoused members of the community. And we do that by directing the mayor to put together a proposal that we can actually implement. So again, I think a lot more of those details can be put into the ordinance. Certainly, I appreciate all of you being here and all of your comments, and I think, yes, they are used to be part of the ingredients that we use to make this ordinance. So we'll be discussing that on Wednesday, and again, I really appreciate all of you being here. One other thing that I'm not sure this merits an amendment in the resolution or the ordinance, but a lot has been said about, well, how do we measure 100 feet or 300 feet? I've been looking at people come in and out of this chambers, and on average, they take about 40 steps. That's 100 feet. 2 school buses is 100 feet. So perhaps we need an easier way to add to that 100 feet, different ways in which people can measure 100 feet. Whether that needs to be in writing or not, we can decide later, but I think there are ways to find out what 100 feet is. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Jones.
Thanks. People have been saying snippets of what I was going to cover, so this will be a little clunky, but we'll just launch into it. I just want to say this is certainly not a perfect ordinance, but I think we need to get started in
resolution.
I'm sorry, thank you. It's late, isn't it? This is not a perfect resolution, and then we've got an ordinance following up in process. But I think it is time that we start creating some structure in Missoula, because the lack of having some structure as to how 77,000 people can coexist with a population of homeless and unhoused that is significant at this point has created a lot of questions without a lot of answers. And as I was looking through, this is, as Mike said, everyone can use the parks. It's just a question of, at night, if someone is going to be camping, where they're going to be. So I want to keep that in mind, first of all. But a lot of thought went into the buffers, and I just wanted to talk about that specifically with our rivers, the waterways going through Missoula. I have heard a lot from folks who do not feel comfortable going down to the rivers anymore because of all of the urban camping. They have not engaged in that activity. They don't want their kids going down to the river. It gets back to this concept of safety and what is and what isn't safe. But having a bit of a buffer so that folks can still be camping close to the river, but not necessarily right down at the river, preventing other folks from going, I think is a reasonable ask. And there has been, as I've heard from park staff, generational impact destruction to the riparian zone. It will take decades to recover some of those areas because of the impact of camping. So this is something to be thinking about, that if we can have people still in that vicinity, but not in that sensitive ecological area, that really benefits our entire community. The areas around the shelters, in the residential areas, for years, I have heard about problems surrounding the POB in those neighborhoods. There have been numerous working groups that John Engen would call together trying to figure out how can we address the impact on the neighborhood. And then with opening Johnson over the years, the intensity of the impact on that surrounding neighborhood has increased. It is hard having a shelter butting up against residential areas. It is a very challenging construct to have. Having a buffer means no RV camping, no camping from folks who are on outs adjacent to the shelter, because that is one thing that can be addressed to try to minimize the impact on those neighborhoods. And we've had heated meetings, as heated as this, on the other side with folks in that neighborhood very upset with that situation. So there's a lot of competing demands here. We've had trails that have been blocked over the last year with camps that have been erected, and then it's a process to go through with staff to get folks to relocate their camps. And there have been a lot of impacts on schools and preschools and daycares when camping was too close to those areas, and a lot of that they have been addressed over time. But I just wanted to go through the rationale for why these buffers are something that we're looking at. And I am sure it is the small minority of bad actors, but it has caused issues that have fostered these discussions. So I think it's having some clarity as we head into the summer. how we can coexist, how all in Missoula can use these public spaces. I see that as a real big goal of this. And I think it's going to be a work in progress. This is going to be phase one. Let's get it started. Let's see how it works, but we need to start moving forward with a lot of these things and good recommendations from the working group. Some are very aspirational, that's fine. Let's have those aspirations. I don't know that we can deliver on all of them, but we can certainly entertain the conversation and try and figure it out. So, I'll leave it at that, but I am in favor of voting yes on this and getting it moving forward, and then we're going to do the best we can to make it work in a humane way and figure out what we need to address as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Vasecka.
Thanks, and good morning. I wanted to thank everyone who came down here, who emailed me, who called me, who stops me when I'm going about my day to tell me their opinions on this. A lot of people are unhappy with it, and a lot of people are happy with it. And you'd think I'd be used to it by now, but it's still very uncomfortable going against the majority of the people in the room. But I do want to thank all the sponsors for bringing this forward. A lot of my constituents and other folks around town want to thank you as well. They just were really uncomfortable coming down here. And depending on the amendments that I imagine are going to come about tonight, I will be in support of this, and I'm happy that it's coming forward.
Thank you. Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with a lot of what's been said. Sorry, hopefully my voice will stay awake. And specifically, I really agree with a lot of Ms. Savage's comments, but I guess the only thing that I would maybe add is, you know, I generally do think that this resolution is trying to find some middle ground. I know folks don't feel that way, but, you know, a little over 4 years ago, we didn't have the J Street, we didn't have the TSOS. Our city ordinance, which we still have, does not allow camping anywhere. So as much as it doesn't feel like progress, I actually do think this is a little bit of progress. I know it's not perfect, but what I heard in the working group is that what we're doing right now is not working, and that everyone wants to know what the rules are. And so I also would like to see some sort of map or list that tells folks where they can be without being, without folks, you know, harassing them. And I think that we can do that. I think we can get there. So I do plan to vote for this resolution and vote to open up the hearing on the ordinance, because I trust that we're going to make it better if we work together.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much of what's been said thus far around this horseshoe, I can't disagree with. The resolution we're looking at tonight, of course, is just a framework of what's to come, and there's going to be many more steps, as my colleagues have already mentioned. You know, I look at the resolution, to me, it's some of the who, it's some of the what, but then we get into ordinances, policies, directives to the mayor's office and whatnot, then we're getting to more of the how, and, you know, that's really the crux of the issue as I see it. But that said, you know, there's only so much a municipality can do, and just, you know, appreciating the comments of my ward mate, Ms. Anderson. There's only so much the city could do with the resources it has available, and we have to make some tough decisions at some point to lay the foundation of what it is that, you know, we can do, and those things are beyond the scope of what's possible to sustain over the long term. And I think we always have to look at, you know, the long-term strategy of, you know, taking a look at what works, what is it we're able to supply, able to maintain, able to put forth in terms of infrastructure for a houseless program here in Missoula, and then maintain it in the long run. You know, I would also say that, you know, not a whole lot of discussion tonight. I just mentioned about, you know, a lot of the underlying causes of the homeless situation, not entirely for everybody, but, you know, it gets back down to what a lot of folks have been saying about addressing mental health, addressing substance abuse, and those as major contributing factors to the situation that we have. And as it's been said, it's a national issue, it's an epidemic. But those are things, they're so broad, so manpower intensive, so fiscally intensive that, that isn't going to be able to be addressed adequately in my mind without more resources at the federal level, more resources at the state level to, avail those services here to the city. So until that happens, we're going to make do as best we can, make do with the resources we have available. And, as people have said, this is just a first step. And, I suspect if an ordinance is put in place, like any other ordinance, we're going to look at what works, what doesn't work, what could be improved upon, and we make amendments as we go, or we bring it back and adjust fire and then move on and hope for a better outcome after reviewing data, reviewing metrics, and again better feel for what would work best for our community. So with that said, I'll be in support of the resolution tonight as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Carlino, I just got notice from our clerk that we have until 1:45 before we have to change the tape again. So we have a couple options here. If you wish to make comment before offering your amendments, we could do that. We've got 5 minutes. What would be your preference?
You're saying either comment now and then we're take a break, but you're just saying don't introduce any amendments right now?
Whatever is going to be, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to need more than 5 minutes for that, and so
I could just put my amendment on there and then
okay,
break. Yeah,
let's do that. That sounds great.
So one of the main flaws of this resolution is that it directs us to do enforcement, but it does not direct the administration to provide any services. So if we want, so here's my amendment up on the screen. If we want lockers/storage bins, trash services, bathrooms, then let's direct the administration to provide those. So you can, maybe it's not popping up on the screen, but instead of investigating developing a program that could include, I'm just suggesting that we develop a program that shall include. Those are the changes to the first therefore clause there. So I guess I could just read it out if that would be helpful. It's pretty long. But all I'm saying is that instead of investigating, we actually do it. We know that this is something that came out of the urban camping working group that we need. We know this is something that's causing a lot of issues in our community by not having these resources. Let's be policymakers here and decide that we want these things as a city. So all I'm suggesting is that instead of investigating, we just direct the administration to do these services that we've all been talking about. Can everybody see my amendment on the screen? Is there a better way? Oh, there we go.
Perfect, up there. Here you go. Do you want to speak to this, Councillor Sherrill?
Well, I guess first of all, we only have a couple minutes before we have to break.
Yep.
And I need to take a break too. So I'm wondering if we should just pause this now and reset and take a break, and then we can go through all this. And I'm not clear, and it might be that I'm not tracking. Are you asking for these to be a friendly amendment? Are you going to go through all of your amendments, or do you want to suggest some of them? I mean, I'm curious how we're doing this.
Friendly amendment sounds great. We could do it that way.
Is this the totality of your amendments to the resolution?
No.
Okay.
I've got a handful to go through, and I'd like to actually be able to have a democratic process and talk about them in full. So I think maybe just doing them one at a time would be the easiest for us to actually know what we're talking about.
Okay, then I would recommend that we go ahead and break now, and we can come back to this item, but we do need to change the tape in order for it to be recorded. So we're going to go ahead and break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, folks. Thank you. Okay, folks, come on back. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Let's get her going. Maddie, good to see you here. Thanks for hanging with us. Yep, exactly. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order as promised, 5 minutes after break. It is 1:50 p.m. Everything good to go for the recording, Ms. Trimble?
Ready when you are.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, so Mr. Carlino is not back from the scheduled break, and all other council members have had an opportunity to comment. And so he does wish to provide some amendments, and I will walk through for the rest of the council, and I'll repeat it for Mr. Carlino unless he doesn't return in a timely fashion, that I'll offer him the opportunity to provide his amendments in a full batch, so we can look at that all together. Folks can make public comment on those. And then I do think we'd have to probably vote on them one at a time, although that is entirely up to us. We could vote on them all together, or we could pick and choose to see how we feel about those. Okay, Mr. Carlino, the meeting has been called back to order, and so the floor is yours to present the amendments. And so, as mentioned earlier, and my request to you is that you walk through all of the amendments with us so we can take a look at everything that you have provided, and then we can certainly go through public comment on amendments and probably decide to vote individually on them, it would be my guess, but unless all sponsors agree to your full batch of amendments. If you want to go through them one at a time, I do know that there are other counselors that have indicated they also have an amendment, so I will go through one at a time for each person. So I'll just allow you the amendment, then I'd move on to the next person that wants to provide an amendment, and we'll do it that way.
So do you want me to present this amendment, or you're saying you want me to present all amendments that I have?
I want you to present all the amendments you have for the resolution today.
Okay.
Please.
All right. And some of them might change depending on whether or not some get passed. Okay, so I've got a few whereas clauses I'd like to see added to this. I'll just read them, I guess. Whereas the city recognizes that okay, I guess I'll share my screen. Maybe we'll make it easier, actually.
Okay. Yeah, it was up there last time. Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Then everybody can see it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'd like to see these three whereas clauses added. Whereas the city recognizes that it works to fund resources to support unhoused community members and provide shelter, but at this time cannot provide adequate shelter for every unhoused community member. It's just recognize that right now we currently do not have adequate shelter. No matter how many times we say that everybody can go to the Johnson Street shelter, it's been made abundantly clear that everybody cannot, and there's not adequate shelter for everybody. So I think we should just have a clause in there to acknowledge that. Another whereas clause, whereas unhoused community members need a place to go and be safe all hours of the day. Whereas the city acknowledges that it needs to designate safe outdoor sleeping spaces and maintain accountability as a government while supporting unhoused community members in finding more stable housing options, and then it can more effectively regulate sheltering on city streets and city property compassionately. Let's see. And then we go to the therefore clauses. Okay, wait, I might have a few more. Let me come back to that. And then here's the therefore clause that I just presented. So right now in the resolution, all the resources are not actually in the resolution. Only an investigation of possibly deeming whether or not it's feasible to provide these resources, that's what's in the resolution. And that is just not acceptable. That's not what the Urban Camping Working Group suggested. That is made abundantly clear by service providers and unhoused community members that we need these resources. So I'm asking that we amend these to actually make the policy and direct the administration to provide these resources like lockers, trash, bathrooms that you all suggested. And same with this therefore clause. Right now it says that we would be directing the mayor to investigate the possibility of designating temporary campsites and safe parking sites on city property or on private property where the owner of the property is voluntarily willing to allow use of their property under agreement, yada, yada, if the mayor deems it feasible, practical, and in the public interest. So rather than us voting to investigate the possibility of designating whether something can be deemed feasible, practical, and in the public interest, first of all, we don't even have to vote on that. We can just start looking into things. That doesn't make any sense. But I'm asking us as a council to be a policy-making body, and if we want a safe parking program and safe places where people can go without us harassing them and bothering them with our city tax-paying dollars and staff, that we provide a campsite and a safe parking space. So these are things that came out of the Urban Camping Working Group, but in this resolution, the only thing that's in here says to investigate the possibility and ask the mayor to deem whether it is feasible, practical, and in the public interest to provide resources. So I'm asking us to amend that to just provide the resources. Let's see. Okay. I want to add these two therefore clauses. Be it further resolved that no private property shall be destroyed by city staff and all private property be secured during camp abatements or all private property secured during camp abatements shall be held in storage for up to 30 days, allowing people to claim their belongings and providing them notice of how to do so. I'm tired of seeing the city pick up people's tents with a crane and just drop all their belongings into the trash. That's what our current city policy does, and that's what's going to happen if we don't make something in the ordinance and resolution to address people's private property. I'd also like to add the therefore clause that this also came out of the Urban Camping Working Group, that no fines, or, oh wait, I actually rewrote this. Let me share my screen on a different tab here. No fines or criminal citations shall be issued for camping. I'd like to add a therefore clause that says that, because that's what we agreed on as the Urban Camping Working Group. I have the raw documents here I can show too. I've read on the piece of paper of where we wrote it and presented as the Urban Camping Working Group that we were going to do no fines and no jail time. So I want to put that in the resolution and into the ordinance, because right now you all are going against, the authors of the ordinance are going against what the Urban Camping Working Group suggested with no fines and no criminal citations. Let's see, on this one, there's no time, so I'd like to add within 6 weeks to develop a program to permit people to sleep in their car without being bothered. We seem to be really on top of the enforcement, but I think we should put timelines on some of these services too. It would be great to do something to address extreme weather, so I might have an amendment for that as well. Okay, let's keep going. For this one, within 6 months, I'd like to see it change to 30 days to have a formal plan for camp abatements during extreme heat and cold. As we all know, we saw like videos and heard from the Urban Camping Working Group that right now the city is still doing camp abatements and sweeping people out of the places that they're sleeping, even when it's snowing, and they'll slash their tents as they do so too. Okay, another amendment. Be it further resolved, I think this is the last one. I've got some changes I'd like to see to this. Only once safe camping sites with services, including trash, storage space, and bathrooms adequate to support the unhoused community in Missoula are established, then the rest of that, therefore. So I'm saying, just like from the Urban Camping Working Group, if you don't tell people where they can go and camp in peace, we shouldn't be directing them to move around and chasing them in circles with all of our money. So this amendment at the top here says, after we have a campsite established, then we would follow these barriers. or the buffer zones. This one I found especially troubling, that I'd like to get rid of. City staff may enforce the provisions at any time of the day in the following locations. And then it says, irrespective of whether an individual has access to alternative shelter. I think it should matter if individuals have access to alternative shelter. If they don't have access to alternative shelter, then why are we pushing them from place to place when they don't even know where to go next? So I'd like to see that removed. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's the same one. And if we're not going to remove that, then I would propose getting rid of the time frames. I probably will just conclude there for now, and I have a couple more, but that's the gist of the substantive ones. So happy to start with that first one that I brought up to amend it to actually direct the administration to provide those services like trash and lockers and stuff. So it'd be great to start there.
Okay, I'm going to look to my parliamentarian of the room. We have an amendment. We have amendments posed on the floor, and opportunity to, one, see if these are friendly amendments that sponsors wish to accept. I would say that it's a fair amount of amendments. I'm not sure if that's what's considered a friendly amendment, but
I can speak as a sponsor, and I will not take these as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And so therefore, he's made motions on the floor, he has made amendments to them. We will now take public comment on it, the amendments that were presented by Mr. Carlino, and then we can take council questions or comments on his amendments as
Great.
Proposed to the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're in our 8th hour, so I appreciate the check-in on that.
It's a good thing I'm a night owl.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will open this up to public comment.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So if I heard my colleague correctly, he said these were all as far as for now, but there are other amendments pending for this. I just think we need to get all the amendments out there so we don't come back for, here's the other two, here's this other one,
I agree. I believe, Mr. Carlino, you had some that you hadn't yet drafted yet?
Okay, let me see if I have any others that I plan on proposing today. We've never done it like this at council before, but if you insist on me getting them all out here right this moment, I can try and find the other ones.
I'm sorry, I thought you brought all your amendments forward. You did say that you were going to continue to draft them? Is that what you were stating earlier?
I guess I have a couple more whereas clauses, but I mean, can we really talk about a dozen amendments at once? That doesn't make any sense. Can we just take the ones that I just presented, and then if I have a couple more, then I could get to those?
I think we can talk about the ones that you've provided, and then I'll offer the opportunity for other counselors to provide amendments as well. And so we'll go ahead and take public comment now. Please come on up. 3 minutes, please, and I'll go ahead and time you up here. Please state your name for the record, please. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, wait, one more second. There you go.
Hi, Mr. Black, Ward 6. I work for a nonprofit that works in climate health. I'm not representing them. I'm only saying that so that you know that I spend most of my day researching, lately, extreme heat and the illnesses that it causes. And it is extremely deadly, probably more so than you might even suspect. And as we come into some heat waves here, I guarantee we're going to see more people with heat illnesses in the ER. And as I trained for an EMT, I saw that firsthand affecting the unhoused community. And as I've done some research with the unhoused community, I've heard from many of them that it impacts them. And especially pregnant people are very impacted by the heat illnesses that can come. So I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of all of the amendments, but particularly in favor of the 30 days. We need to get on extreme heat and temperature and make sure that people are safe, because otherwise they will die. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Come on up.
Good, whatever time it is right now, everyone. Liam Seymour, Ward 3. Seymour is spelled S-E-Y-M-O-U-R. I'm in favor of all of these amendments, and as well, if anybody were to table this back to a better place for conversation than this. People have brought up concerns about not having a shared understanding of what safety means, not having a shared understanding of funding requirements for some of these things that we're directing the mayor's office to look into, whether that be the stuff I consider good, programs and projects that would offer support and safety, and also the funding requirements of enforcing this to the higher degree that it would require. It seems among all of that that there is much more to consider, and this might not be the most productive place to do that. However, there are also some continued misunderstandings. Repeatedly, people have brought up again that this is somehow a kinder or gentler or more revised resolution leading to an ordinance, and that this is better than what it was before. Reminder that the last camping ordinance was unenforceable. If it was ever to be enforced, then the city would be sued back to the Stone Age. Multiple people have said that. Multiple people have said that that is still going to be the case if this one was to be passed. As well, misinformation around the city's previous attempts to provide an authorized campsite in Missoula. Obviously, there was concern at the end, but the city was more than happy to endure weeks of public comment and protesters coming up and saying that the site was being run inadequately, that there was safety concerns from the group that the city had running that location. And in fact, it was only when the Missoulian read an article with those forces that were running that site with their name badges ripped off and balaclavas over their face and rifles in sight, that was when the city decided they were concerned enough to do something about that. That's just a reminder of the history that happened. All of these things are good context and have not been given. And again, I would love to see this put back to some place where all of that discussion could be had, and it's not, I think, 2 in the morning. I'm exhausted. I know all of you are exhausted. I am going to avail myself of the privilege that is having a place to sleep right now, because you have all exhausted me. So, good night.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Seymour. Come on up. Next comment.
Hi, my name's Sage Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T. I live in Ward 3. I would just like you to all listen to everything that Carlino has proposed, and to consider it moving forward with how you go about this process. I am not eloquent at speaking, even on a good day, so I am sure this is not gonna all come out the way that I want it to. However, just like Liam mentioned, I'd like to also provide some context to a couple things that have been talked about up here as well. As far as in regards to slashing people's tents, I understand that this is something that might be like hard to hear and process, that this is something that our city does. However, there is footage of city staff unzipping tents and then slashing the tents. So I'd just like you to be aware that, you know, maybe you could just unzip them fully next time. I understand that there's some concerns around, you know, what might be inside those tents. And if you just like look in the door of the tent, you could figure that out possibly. Yeah, I don't know. It's really frustrating to hear after all of the comment that was given and the outpouring of support that has been here tonight, that you go back to these, you know, mentioned emails of other kind of frustrations that folks have in this town. And it's understandable that there's a lot that you need to balance with this. I think all that we're just trying to ask is to consider other people's lives are at stake with policies and ordinances and things like that. and that maybe those lives might be a little bit more important than how a park looks for your kid's soccer game. I get that is frustrating to keep hearing me say, and yet imagine how it feels to be sitting here trying to survive throughout the day and continuously hearing this point come around and around about what it is like to witness unhoused people. And maybe just think for a second what it is like to be unhoused. That's all we're asking.
Thank you, Sage. Zoe, come on up.
Thank you. Once again, Representative Zoe Zephyr, that's ZWEY, ZEPHYR, representing House District 100 out of Missoula, Montana, just south of the river. I want to thank Councilmember Carlino for these amendments on the resolution. I know we saw some of them, and they're all coming as a batch, but I appreciate these amendments. I also want to say I appreciate Councilmember Jones for laying out something that I think is really important to touch on in this resolution. You talked about a lot of things that are in the resolution on trying to do good for our unhoused population. But importantly, what you called those things was aspirational. You said there are many things in here that are aspirational for what we could do for our unhoused community members. What's also clear in this resolution and following ordinance is that, well, the good we can do is aspirational, the harm, the enforcement is not. It is immediate. And I think particularly with Councilmember Carlino's first amendment here, when we talk about saying we're planning to or hoping that down the line we might someday, if the mayor, either this one or a future one, deems it appropriate, shows that we are not taking that mismatch seriously. It shows that we are saying we are allowing ourselves to say, well, a solution to help these people, that can come later. We need to take care of the enforcement now. But the harm comes now, and it is important to say that. And likewise to Councilmember Anderson, who said that the city is not in a place to be a service provider. And the mayor who mentioned contractors who had backed out. It is important to note, if the city is not in a place to be a service provider, if the city does not have resources to find a service provider, it should not be in the place to enforce these kinds of restrictions. That, I think, is incredibly important to get at. And also, I know we've talked about state and federal resources. I know I am doing my best to push our federal representatives and also push our state representatives to provide more funding for these critical services. But their lack of action does not compel us towards cruelty, and it does not compel us to ignore the people in the room here who are overwhelmingly opposing this resolution. I've sat in a legislative body in a super minority where I watch again and again people plead for humanity, plead to be heard and seen, and I sit with members who ignore that day in and day out. I've watched that again here tonight, but this time I have watched it dressed up in the language of kindness, saying we do not want to be like Flathead. We do not want to harm our community members. If we do not come up with ways to help our community before we go towards enforcement, we are failing just as much as our neighbors an hour to the north. I hope the council considers that and approves these amendments, and if not, rejects this resolution entirely.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh my God, am I still awake? I'm still awake. David Quattrochi, QUATTROCCHI. Would you know if I'm lying about that? I don't know. So I appreciate the amendments. I'm up here to say, hey, we have another chance. Everything we just said about getting to the next part, here's the opportunity to sign on to that. You have it. A few things that have been added in the red ink. Otherwise, I wanted to cheer with you, Eric. You know, your rousing speech about the Flathead. And I wanted to be like, yeah, we're not doing that. But a complaint-based system, I'm afraid, does do that. And if we continue the system we have now, we're signaling to people living in extreme poverty, we've set up a system for people to order poverty right away from their window. Just by saying, hey, I saw this article in the news, it's got the stock photo of 20 needles piled up, and it gets published over and over again. It's what I call a narrative resetter. We're back to zero. Someone said they went to the bathroom in the park. We're back to zero. Homelessness bad. People living in homelessness bad. So if we're going to continue down that road, I'm afraid we are signaling that people living in extreme poverty can be ordered away from people's windows. But I want to cheer for that, you know? I want us to do something different. So I think we have an opportunity. Everyone said this is the first step. Can't wait for the next step. Mayor's ready to do it. The promise to do it is in the resolution, the original version. Here's an opportunity to do it. And it sounds like there's a few more things. So, yeah, I think we all know what broken windows policing is. If we don't, it's on Wikipedia waiting for us to figure it out. When we confuse the correlation and the cause of what we see in our community and how we react to it. So if we bring up the needle, the feces, the trash, we reset the narrative back to zero, homelessness bad, people are homeless bad, then we will continue to prove these systems right. The ones that say we can complain and then order poverty away. I can go online and order a pizza. I can go online and order poverty away from my window. It's that easy. That signals something to the community. And I'm watching too. It's 2 a.m. I don't want to be here either. We just have another chance. So we all said we wanted it. Here it is.
Thank you, David. We're ready for you.
Hello. Ren Parker, Parker. I just wanted to stand up here and show my overwhelming support for all of the amendments that you just proposed, and thank you for continuing to fight for this. It means a lot to all of us. And thank you for everybody who's been here. It's really early in the morning, and although we're coming from a lot of different perspectives and our emotions are really high and we're all tired and cranky, we're still here really fighting for things that we believe in. So I just want to acknowledge everyone in their space and what they're bringing to the table. But I really want to urge, I really feel like this ordinance is really going to create a lot of violence. And so I feel like with what you proposed, that could help alleviate that a lot. So I just really overwhelmingly support some tweaking to this, now. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Spitzmacher, you said it very well in regards to the cost of the problem of encampment. Let's never lose sight of that. You said in Ms. Jones in regards to the circumstances of these facilities outside, let's step in the lip and bring it out more in black and white, and let's not color it the wrong way. And let's move forward. Let's set up a time zone. When are we going to revisit the problems that are going to be developing of this resolution, if not ordinance? It will create problems. And you need to think of resolutions or have some public people such as that fine gentleman to help you. Move it forward. Revisit it. Because that gentleman right there is going to have a lot of problems with public safety. And it comes back with that $250 service charge of these individuals in jail. That's a non-refundable service charge. And if you can get that to multiply even bigger, your budget will bankrupt like it did in the Salt Lake City. And then they did something where they had some resources. And the resources are in this town called Walmart. They're one of the biggest pork sows in the country, like Amazon. Zoe, influence your federal legislators. Let's go after the
Mr.
big pork.
Spitzmacher, I know it's tempting to address members of the audience, but please
Let's
keep your
go
comments
after the
directed
big
towards me.
pork of this country to help this dilemma that we all support when we do business at Amazon, Walmart, and the other Ivy Tower businesses.
Thank you for your comments.
Jeffrey Oswald, OSWALD. I live over by the Johnson Center. I fully support Mr. Carlino's amendments. Particularly, one that's striking to me is the abatement during extreme weather. I kind of came into this whole debate last summer when I found somebody who was feeding homeless people, and I thought, great job, man. And then I found out his camp was, or his whole kitchen was being moved within the next week, and I've helped him move like 4 or 5 times. And one of those times it was during the hottest part of the summer where he had a lot of stuff, too much, I would think, for somebody who was on the street, but I helped him move his stuff, and it was a hot day, and by 10 o'clock it was 90 degrees or something like that. And when you're forcing somebody through circumstance to move everything that's important to them, a lot of the time they were going to go beyond what their physical body can endure, because they have this concept that these things that they own are more important than the way that they feel physically. And so it's a pretty important thing to consider that when you're making laws around it or ordinances that are forcing people to move large quantities of stuff regardless of what the physical condition of the environment is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald.
Devin Jacaruso, DEVIN JACARUSO. Getting a little sleep drunk, so, bear with me here. But at this fine hour of the early morning, I have a bit of a metaphor for all of you. I guess I just keep hearing the issue of safety being brought up. The unhoused are a safety issue. People feel unsafe. Y'all have had meetings where people have felt equally concerned about the unhoused population and have also expressed their concern. And I'd like to think about spiders for a moment. There are a lot of people who have like a really visceral fear of spiders, and that's totally legitimate, right? But at the same time, like, for example, a person with a fear of spiders, arachnophobia, might see like a daddy longlegs and be like terrified, when the reality is the daddy longlegs can't do anything. Like, it can't bite us. It presents no real danger. And in the same sense, a lot of these folks who like feel this like lack of safety regarding unhoused folks, I just question the legitimacy of that and kind of where it's coming from. Like, I think those feelings are valid, but at the same time, it's important to reflect upon, how we're catering to feelings that are rooted in a reality that is not necessarily real. Oh boy, it's late. Hope that y'all followed me in that metaphor. But yeah, basically, I just would really invite all of the members of the council to reflect upon how much of an actual danger to the safety of our citizens the unhoused population really is, versus how much it is your perceived sense of danger. Because I, as a Missoulian of almost 24 years now, probably longer than some of y'all, even though I'm quite young, I have had nothing but positive experiences with the unhoused population, and I would really love for y'all to reflect upon, your perceived sense of insecurity regarding the unhoused population. And on that note, I think it is particularly Councilor Carlino's amendment regarding like irrespective of whether folks have a place to go is, as Mr. Carlino mentioned, deeply humane. And if y'all accept one amendment tonight, I would really urge that one because it's, very rooted in a false sense of insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Giarrusso.
You nailed it.
Thanks. Hi there.
Hi, Martha Van Sickle, Vansickle. I am really tired, and none of you know this, but I am a really good napper, and I never go to bed after like 9 p.m. So here I am. I have a lot to say. I feel like I said enough earlier that I don't necessarily want to rehash it because I don't know that you heard me. But there are a couple things I do want on the record, which is that I have personally heard service providers say that they would support an authorized campsite if funded. They have said they are maxed out, they do not have any more dollars to do that, but they would be willing to and would find people to staff it and would do it. The other thing I wanted to bring up was that the ban that we keep talking about, and I know this is a way to brand things, the ban that is currently in place in statute, in ordinance, is unconstitutional and unenforceable. And so while I recognize that the
Ms.
new-
Van Sickle,
Yes.
I am going to interrupt you procedurally. We are having public comment on the amendments that were proposed.
I
And so you're
understand.
speaking sort of globally to the issue and to the concept, so I would just ask you to route your comments specifically to the
All of that said, thank you, Mayor. All of that said, please support Mr. Carlino's amendments. He is brave in bringing them forward and standing up to a majority, a super majority, arguably. Please support a more ethical path. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. Others wishing to provide public comment in the room tonight? Okay, not seeing any. How about members of the public online? Is there anybody wishing online to speak to Councilor Carlino's amendments to the resolution? Not seeing any. I'm sorry? I don't see one. Thank you. Not seeing any online here? Okay. All right, that concludes the round of public comments on the amendments. So, I'm losing my voice too. So folks, what I would recommend is that we take them one by one to vote on them. So we can be very clear, because there's several, and I think we want to be very clear about what we are voting on. Councilor Anderson, please.
Madam Mayor, may I suggest that Mr. Carlino share his screen again, and we can take each individual amendment and vote on it one by one. And then we can just go down through the ones that you have shared so far.
I concur, that would be great. Thank you for sharing your screen. Appreciate that.
So do you, and I would also, well, sorry, I'm thinking about this out loud. I mean, because within this very first therefore, let it be resolved clause, you have 4 amendments in it. So we could take each individual strike out, or we could take the whole whereas, and if people want to, support individual, oh, I want to change this or that, they can offer an amendment to his amendment. That gets very messy quickly.
So we could look at, yes, we could look at this, now therefore be it resolved, this first paragraph, and look at this one large amendment, just this one paragraph that's on screen. And then people could offer an amendment or we take votes, basically. Mr. Carlino, would you accept that? Would that be, would you accept this one particular paragraph as one amendment that we move forward with this set first?
Yeah, and if people are, so the last thing, the 6 to 3 months change, that was Councilwoman Farmer's amendment that we made, so that's already included. But yeah, I am trying to suggest that we direct the mayor to develop such a program shall. So maybe we could vote on that. And then I think the sentence that I added towards the bottom goes along with it, but I would be fine.
The sentence towards
the one that says the mayor shall ensure that funding for the provision of these services is included in the 2025 executive budget. So I'd be fine with voting on the whole therefore clause, but if people want to try and amend it, I would be open to other versions of this. But as it's currently written, without any amendments, we are not developing any programs to provide lockers or trash collection or bathrooms or similar services to allow clean, safe, and sanitary camping. We're just investigating if we could do those things. So I'm just asking that we actually do it and just and vote to develop the program. So we can take them however you all want. That was a total mouthful, but ideally just vote on the whole therefore clause.
Okay, Councilor Sherrill.
I'm just going to suggest that we do it by each of these paragraphs. You know, I did offer to work with Mr. Carlino. He didn't accept that to look at these amendments. I reached out to him a number of times and he didn't bring these ahead. So, you know, I'm comfortable just doing them by clause, by each clause.
By each clause, okay. Other sponsors are comfortable with that? Okay, great. Then we're going to go ahead and hear this amendment, this full clause as it is. Yep. Acknowledging that the edit you made has already been accepted as a friendly amendment, which was from the 6 to 3 months, so that's on record.
Right. Yeah, and just to clarify, Councilwoman Sherrill, we sat down and looked at this amendment together. I showed you this one. But just to read it, do you want me to just read the whole thing, or what do you think would be helpful? Because I'm just switching a couple words here. So I wanted to say, now therefore it be resolved that the Missoula City Council directs the mayor to develop a program to support unsheltered individuals who are camping in urban areas. Such a program shall include, but is not limited to, the following types of elements. 1, provide lockers/small storage spaces that may be assigned to unsheltered individuals. 2, provide for trash collection services in sharp containers in areas used by unsheltered individuals. 3, provide for permanent or temporary bathrooms for use by unsheltered individuals. And 4, provide other similar services or support to allow clean, safe, and sanitary camping on city property. The mayor shall have discretion in how the program developed pursuant to this subsection is designed and implemented. However, the mayor should engage with service providers and nonprofits serving unsheltered individuals, as well as representatives from the unsheltered community, to determine the needs and wants of the community prior to adopting any such program. The mayor shall ensure that funding for the provision of these services is included in the 2025 executive budget. The mayor shall provide a report to the city council concerning this program and engagement with service providers within 3 months.
Okay, amendment has been proposed for the floor. I'll bring it back to city council discussion. Are there any city council members that wish to make comment? Councilor Nugent.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't think that we can say we're going to put things in the budget when we don't know how much they're going to cost. That's the whole idea of doing the research and doing the budget process. And part of the reason that it's directing the mayor to do these things. So I'm going to vote no on this. And yeah, that's all my comments from now.
Other council comments? Councilor Becerra?
Yeah, I guess I don't have the calendar in front of me, but the executive budget would be coming to council fairly soon. So I see a problem just timeline-wise with having this. The mayor shall ensure that funding for the provision of these services is included in the 2025 executive budget. I am, however, supportive of the first sentence. So I don't know how we reconcile that, but.
Other comments? I think we come back to that. Councilor Farmer?
I guess, can I offer a friendly amendment to Mr. Carlino? I can get on board with that first sentence, to develop a program. I think I struggle with saying shall instead of could, because I think that the mayor is going to get creative and potentially bring us more than what we're asking for in there, but also might run up against the fact that we actually can't provide a bathroom for all the reasons we just heard. So would you accept a friendly amendment to keep the first sentence? And then, hold on, is it up still? That could include what we've listed. And it's implied that, I mean, if the mayor is going to bring these forward, we're assuming that there's going to be somewhere in the budget for it. Is that a fair
I would accept sorry, are we still talking?
No, I'm just asking if you'll accept it.
I would be open to accepting getting rid of that sentence at the bottom in red that says the mayor shall ensure that the funding for the provisions is included in the 2025 executive budget. I would take that as a friendly amendment. I do think shall is more important than could, because could doesn't really commit us to doing those things. And I think we really do need bathrooms and lockers and trash services. So I prefer shall. But if we could at least so I guess I would take the friendly amendment of getting rid of that last sentence. But I would like to keep shall.
So are you?
So I would take half the friendly amendment.
Councilor Farmer, is that acceptable?
Sure.
Okay, Councilor Anderson.
I think it'd be easier, Mr. Carlino, if you just kept your screen up the whole time. Yeah. Are you able to make amendments to as it's up there? Okay.
That's what I just did, yeah.
Great. So, yes, and I was just going to ask if he could make amendments as we go, if possible, so that we are tracking in real time. And he is.
Councilor Jones?
I appreciate that everyone is trying to work on these now and edit them now at 20 to 3 in the morning, but I'm not comfortable directing the administration to do something that we know for a fact it's been very hard to get porta potties in the past. I just want them to look into this, figure it out. I think we're all on the same page in terms of the goals, and I think that's the value, is in having this work done to investigate it. So I know you want to push it harder, but I don't want to have this strong language and then you can't deliver on something. I want to give you the discretion to be able to figure out the best way forward. So I'm not in favor of this.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Councilor Sherrill?
I have a question for Ryan. He's still back there. Could you explain if there is any difference between using the word shall and should legally?
Well, it depends on the context of what's being, where that is. So typically the word shall is used as a mandatory, and it's a required action versus a should, which is obviously permissive. But being as this is a resolution stating the policy of the city council, it would be hard for me to come up with a scenario where this is sort of enforceable by somebody to say you didn't do this, so you're out of compliance with it. But to answer your question, yes, shall is a mandatory statement typically, and should is permissive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other council comments in the room? Questions? Okay. Councilor Jordan? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just still super concerned, it feels like there's been some information shared with some, but not with all. I still am surprised that we're hearing that there are no toilet providers. I recognized my face, Mayor, when we were talking about it before, that I did find 2 providers. I don't know who's decided they're not coming anymore, but Superior Septic said that they would provide services if we bought the portaloos. And they said we would have to buy the ones that had already been damaged. They were still structurally sound and would hold liquid. But if we bought them, then they would service them. And so I don't understand why Councilor Jones is still repeating the narrative that we cannot find toilet providers unless information has been gleaned that Brown, Outback, and Superior Septic have since rescinded their offer to provide services to the unhoused community.
Thank you for your comment, Councilor Jordan.
It was a question.
I'm looking over to our staff, and we currently don't work with Superior Montana Septic. We would have ongoing conversations. The intent with this is that we'll continue to bring all of our septic providers back to the table to see what we can do. We've had ongoing negotiations, for example, with Brown Septic out of Hamilton to continue servicing the Johnson Street facility. After they stood up and asserted that they weren't going to, we figured out some operational changes with the Poverello Center staff at Johnson Street that helped alleviate their concerns. And so that's the plan, is to bring some septic providers back to the table to see what we can do. And also, if we have the ability to purchase some of our own, then what would be the methodology for actually servicing those?
Yep, Superior Septic will do it. They will make us buy them. They will charge us $30 per toilet to service. So it just frustrates me that I'm still hearing that same narrative that we cannot find a service provider, because I found them. And I just want to question, thank you, you answered it, and now I want to say we have a provider.
Thank you. Councilor Farmer?
I guess I just want to clarify. So if it seems like we already are providing temporary bathrooms currently.
It vacillates. Donna Gockler is in the room, and Donna, would it be appropriate for me to ask you to come up and provide some idea of how this goes back and forth with our vendors in terms of what we're able to provide?
It's ongoing back and forth depending on the site. We've had, and I think the importance of the section in the resolution is that it directs all of us working for the mayor to see what solutions are out there. Whether it's could, should, or shall, we're going to do that to the best of our ability. The challenges are more specifically, do we have to own all of the facilities? Can we contract with providers? And I think the important thing here that I would guess all council members would want would be the most economical solution that gets the best results. And I don't know how we do that tonight here. We have to do that away from here.
I guess I would just clarify, I mean, we do have bathrooms at the Johnson Street shelter currently.
Yes.
So we are providing bathrooms.
Well, we have removed the portalet from the Montana Rail Link site because that provider refused to provide services anymore. So we're in a holding pattern until we fix that situation.
But we did hear that anyone can use the Johnson Street shelter facilities. They just have to enter through the front door.
That's correct.
And go use them. So we are providing number 2 currently. I guess is my point.
Jill Bonney is not here. We are literally waiting day by day for these to open. I believe they are the mural's done. We've been waiting every day for that to be done. And she just joined the meeting again, but that is absolutely 100% the plan. And that is an operational question. I mean, this is the thing that I think needs to be said, is that we rely on relationships and the work with vendors and service providers in the community. And so I think I hesitate to be a little bit so exacting to the city to deliver these things, when in fact sometimes it's our service providers that do that, and we don't necessarily control their behavior or abilities. And I think that needs to be acknowledged, because we're working together here, and I hope that we can see that. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess to my colleague Councilwoman Farmer's point, you know, the scope on this is kind of vague. I just wonder if my colleagues interpret this the same way as I'm thinking of it, as Ms. Farmer stated. Okay, so number 3, permanent temporary bathrooms used by unsheltered individuals. It's going to be provided at the Johnson Street shelter. Check. Number 1, provide lockers, small storage spaces. I believe Councilman Nugent brought up the fact that maybe through United Way, they're going to provide a certain number of lockers to be placed somewhere, perhaps J Street or something. Check. I mean, is it just a scope of providing some of these services to some degree and checking the box, and we're good to go?
If I might add, actually, no. I mean, we're looking to do as much as we can. You know, we recognize that maybe not everybody can get to Johnson Street, or that people may need to have storage lockers in other locations. We look at best practices from other communities, and our ability to get a hold of storage lockers within our budget authority today, and within a practical manner of where to place those. We do not have, the day center that we have right now is the Hope Rescue Mission. We would need to coordinate with them to see if that's a location that is plausible. That's out on Latimer Way. Now, granted, it's out by the state offices, you know, for like Public Assistance, Department of Health and Human Services, a number of state offices that folks often access, so maybe it's a good location. But I think that we're gonna have to recognize that we're not gonna be able to have a complete picture of like where all the lockers are gonna be right away. We're gonna get as much as we can get done as we both get our hands on lockers and find the money to purchase them. So we have some that are being donated today, and then we're looking at what else we can do to purchase additional storage facilities where those may be located. And so, again, it's really part of developing a program.
Okay, so you feel the correct answer, so to speak, let's say number 1 for providing lockers, it's more than a dozen, but it's not going to be, if X represents the houseless population of Missoula, or are you wanting it to be X?
Is the question, how many lockers are we going to provide?
Yes, a locker for every homeless person.
I don't have the answer to that today, and I don't think that's actually realistic or reasonable. I think the thing that we have heard over and over again from our service providers, and we know this from the work that the Poverello Center does at the Poverello Center, as well as the Johnson Street Center, is that storage needs to be managed. And so, in theory, people, I think, you know, it's like if we just provided somewhere for people to basically access a locker, and they could place their things and go, like maybe one of us does if we go travel somewhere. There often is a need to monitor what and for how long something is stored, because it's not realistic to store things beyond 30 days, for example. It's not permanent storage. That's not, I don't think, what anybody is asking us to do, nor I don't think that is feasible. And so these are the kinds of things that we really need to work through, because either we're gonna have to staff this up, or we're gonna have to have service providers help us do that, which means they need money to do that. But I just, you know, we need to keep in mind that while some of these things seem like really basic and low-hanging fruit, they actually take people to make it happen.
Okay, well, there's Mr. Carlino's amendment, so I guess I would ask him how he feels about the scope and quantity of different items on this list, what you think is appropriate.
I mean, I think the more services, the merrier. I mean, we definitely have a lack of all these different services in the community. And I'm not trying to amend the amount that we're going to put into this resolution. I'm just trying to amend the fact that we will actually include these services in our community. As the resolution currently stands, there's no dedicated policy to provide these services. So I just want us to change the wording around to actually develop this program. But to answer your question, I think we should have these services for as many people as we need them for. But I don't know that we would put a specified number in the resolution or not. I'm be open to it.
I mean, to some degree, I feel like we're beating a dead horse, because quite frankly, I would look at this, and back to your comment earlier, Councillor Campbell, I would say provide lockers and small storage spaces to be assigned to unsheltered individuals. Yes, we are doing that right now at the Johnson Street facility. Provide for trash collection services and sharps containers in areas used by unsheltered individuals. We are doing that right now. We just have a situation in which they had to be removed from MRL Park, but we have some in other parks that we've recently just opened up again. Provide for permanent or temporary bathrooms for use by unsheltered individuals. We just made a significant investment at Johnson Street, which will allow people that are not guests to utilize those bathrooms, and provide for other similar services, which, you know, this again is intent to be a policy directive, so that's undefined, and so I guess we could say check, check, check. I think in anything like this, personally, I think that when you say shall and you cannot meet what people's expectations are, then I think that is concerning when we talk about what I just mentioned. We need people to be able to do this, and I would, my friendly amendment suggestion or request would be should. Please.
I'm just trying to figure out what you all want to get passed, but basically, as the resolution stands, it just wants us to investigate the possibility of doing resources. If changing that to develop and should include, if that's what can get this amendment passed, then let's go for that. Otherwise, I think shall is fine too. But I'll do should if that helps people get this thing passed. I just think investigating is different than actually developing a program.
Yep, Councilor Sherrill.
This was the one paragraph that Daniel and I did talk about, and amendments that he wanted. I'll offer the friendly amendment to change shall to should, and we did talk about the change in develop, and the 3 months is already done, so I would support it at that, and I'm guessing my colleagues, most of them would, or some of them would.
Councilor Jordan, then I'll go to Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to double check and make sure at this late hour that I'm tracking properly. Are you saying that since we have lockers and services and temporary bathrooms at the Johnson Street and Poverello Center that we've already achieved this, therefore be it resolved clause? Or because I just want to make sure, because that's certainly not what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for lockers and services and bathrooms scattered across town to meet the needs. And so I just want to make sure that we haven't already ticked that box, that we're still looking to expand this program.
Yes, Councilor Jordan, that is my intention. But I think Councilor Campbell and I both pointed to basically the wordsmithing of this clause would more or less, we could say we've achieved it because we're sitting here wordsmithing something, and that's not the intention. Again, the policy directive is to create a program. I believe Councilor Anderson, and then go back to Councilor Carlino. Did you have a comment before? No? Okay, Councilor Carlino.
I was just going to accept Councilwoman Sherrill's friendly amendment and just update the form to should.
Okay, great.
And then I think I'm all done discussing this unless somebody else has anything else.
Okay, that's great. So shall we go ahead and vote then on this clause? That would be great. So, yeah, so we vote as amended. So this vote as amendment for this particular clause, this now therefore be it resolved clause. Ms. Trimble, is that adequate for a motion? Okay. Great, we'll do a roll call.
Okay, doing a roll call vote on the first amendment from Mr. Carlino, beginning with Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
That's great. Councilor Nugent, is there a question?
Well, I guess.
Procedural?
Procedural or just a question? I mean, we just spent 40 minutes on one amendment. And Mr. Carlino, I mean this completely respectfully, but if you had sent these to us and let us prep and maybe, I mean, we might have made progress. It feels performative tonight. And I'm glad that we just did this one, but it seems like this is a lot of work that we're going to pick up and do again on Wednesday with the ordinance, where I think a lot of these things belong. So are we going to go through every one of these one by one? Is it procedurally allowable for me to make a motion saying we consider all the rest of Mr. Carlino's amendments as one package?
Is that an amendment to the amendment?
No, it wouldn't be. So we're, whoops, sorry. Urban sprawl happening here. We are back to the main motion. It's now been amended. The main motion is now amended to reflect the amendments we just took care of in that now therefore let it be resolved clause. So it's back to the next, and we have to figure out kind of how we break these down. We can either continue to, it looks like the next one is the therefore. We can take it as a clause. Or we can take it at all of his amendments as right now that he has brought forward. I think it might get, depending on how much wordsmithing everybody wants to do about all of the various ones, it might get really complicated because it's all in one. If people are willing to just kind of look at them and go vote up or down on the amendments, then having them all together might be easiest. But as Mr. Nugent just pointed out, we spent 40 minutes changing a should to a could or other way around. So I agree, it would have been a lot easier and I think would have saved our council members and the public and the staff had these amendments been sent out beforehand, so that we could have engaged in conversation and dialogue and sort of gone back and forth on how we interpret them. And that's not the opportunity we were given. And I agree with Mr. Nugent that it does feel, apparently, as some of the public comment was shared, that the advocates saw some of the amendments before we on council did. And so now we're here at what is going on 3 o'clock in the morning, dealing with these now. So I'm gonna do the most unpopular thing possible right now, and I'm gonna call the question because I don't feel like we can have a substantive debate. We are going to deal with the majority of these amendments, the really substantive portions of this on Wednesday, and
we were told to do it this way. You told us last Wednesday we had to bring our amendments Monday night.
I'm recognized, I called the question, it's not debatable.
So,
Majority of council.
Mr. Sudbury, so Councilwoman Anderson has been recognized. She has called the question.
Yeah, I mean, you've dealt with the motion that was on the floor. It's back to the main motion. As Councilor Anderson said, she was recognized and made a motion to call the question. That seems in order.
Okay. So so calling the question is not debatable?
Non-debatable, and it takes a majority vote to agree.
Majority 2/3? Or no, just simple majority? Thank you.
Simple majority.
Okay. So it needs a simple majority. that means that it is a roll call vote. And Ms. Trimble, your hand has been raised, so please make your comment and direction for how to move forward.
It was just a recommendation on grouping the amendments, but we've moved beyond that.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Give me 1 second to set up all the questions. Everyone ready?
We're ready.
Okay, a motion to call the main question, beginning with Jones.
Calling the question, yes. Sorry, I had to think.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
No.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Sika.
No.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
No.
And Farmer.
No.
That motion fails with 8 opposed, 4 in favor.
Okay. Thank you. We're back at it.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay, so,
Mayor, just procedural question. Could we hear what Claire had to say about grouping the amendments?
Yeah, absolutely. Claire, would you like to elaborate on your suggestion?
Yeah, when I was writing them down, Mr. Carlino had grouped his amendments as things pertaining to the whereas clauses and things pertaining to the therefore clauses. And since whereas are factual statements and the therefores are more directional, I thought it might make sense to group them in that same way.
Councilor Carlino, do you have a response to that suggestion?
Oh, wait, you were saying just to group them into the whereas and then group them into the therefore to send to you?
Yeah, well, as groups of amendments.
And have us vote on every therefore clause as if they're all all at once? That doesn't seem like a good way to make policy at all. Could I speak?
So no, I think that he's declining that. Yes, Councilor Carlino, go ahead.
I appreciate us taking the time to actually have amendments. If you remember on Wednesday when we talked about this resolution, we cut public comment short, we cut council questions short, we allowed no amendments. You said that the amendments will be on Monday night. So here we are, finally the time that you all, the only time that you all allowed us to make amendments, and now you don't want amendments. So I think you just don't want a democratic process, because clearly if you're not gonna allow amendments, you're not gonna allow public comment, to go all the way through to the end of the meeting, what is going on here, y'all? If 3 a.m. is not a good time to make amendments, we should be sending this back to committee and have an actual policy discussion on this. But otherwise, I would just move on to the next amendment, if now's a good time. I would move to amend that we amend the third therefore clause to say, be it further resolved that the Missoula City Council directs the mayor to designate temporary camping sites and safe parking sites on city property or on private property where the owner of the property is voluntarily willing to allow use of the property under agreed upon terms and conditions enforceable by the city. The mayor shall bring a proposal to city council to designate a temporary camping site and or a safe parking site on city property or on private property where the owner of the property is voluntarily willing to allow for the property under the agreed upon terms and conditions enforceable by the city. Any such proposal shall include the rules and regulations for the occupancy of the site, including, for example, quiet hours, number of size of campsites, how personal property would be stored, where cooking is allowed, and whether and how flammable materials should be used and stored. And this amendment is the same as the last amendment, but it's just for, instead of investigating the possibility of designating, I'm saying we designate. And instead of saying, if the mayor deems it feasible, practical, and in the public interest, we just say the mayor. Like, we talked about all these things at the Urban Camping Working Group, and I think that's why they ended up in this resolution, but I'm wanting us to actually vote as a council to designate these things, to do these things, not just to investigate the possibility of whether it's practical and feasible determined by the mayor. So I'm just asking us to just do these things that we talked about at the Urban Camping Working Group and have this language just say designate. So I've got it pulled up on the screen for everybody to see.
Any council comments? There are hands raised, and I don't know if that was on the previous situation. If it was, please lower your hands, or if you have specific comments in relation to this particular whereas. Councilor Jordan?
Yeah, thank you. Somebody keeps lowering my hand, and whoever is doing that, could you please stop and let me lower it when I asked my question or made my comment? I just wanted to, oh my gosh, it is late and I've just forgotten what I was going to say. This is horrible. I'm very sorry.
It's okay. Understood.
Thank you.
It's understood. This group understands.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any other council comments? Okay. So Claire, I think we do a roll call vote.
All right. Voting on the Carlino amendment to designate temporary camping sites. Beginning with Jones.
No.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
No.
Savage.
No.
Sherrill.
No.
Vasecka.
No.
Anderson.
No.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
That fails with 9 opposed and 3 in favor.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ryan, are you also tracking these changes as well? Or I just want to make sure that we have a,
Yeah,
Councilor Carlino is doing two jobs at once. I want to make sure that we're tracking these at the same,
Yeah, well, that one didn't pass, right?
That one didn't
I got
pass.
the last one.
Okay,
I'll
great.
Keep tracking.
All right. Okay, great. All right. Councilor Carlino, I think we're ready for you.
Yeah, thanks. So just to make it clear, this resolution doesn't direct us to designate a campsite, but I'm glad that we're at least investigating it, and I hope that we come up with a campsite where people can go in peace, because when we don't have a place where people can stay, then we're just chasing them in circles around town, and that's what this resolution is going to be doing if we don't have a campsite.
Point of order, if he's going to make an amendment, can you make an amendment? We're not commenting right now.
I would suggest that you continue to move forward with the amendments rather than commentary on the one that didn't pass.
Okay, that was out of order, but I will continue on. So this amendment is, I move to amend that no private property shall be destroyed by city staff, and all private property secured during camp abatements shall be held in storage for up to 30 days, allowing people to claim their belongings and providing them notice of how to do so.
Okay, are there any council comments on this amendment? Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. I just would, Daniel, if you don't mind, I would like to maybe add a friendly amendment to consider what happens to their items if they are incarcerated while their stuff is being stored. I think that we need to have a response for that, because it's not unusual for folks to be incarcerated, and if they have stuff stored, it would be it would not be helpful for them to lose it while they're incarcerated.
Will you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, I mean, we will need amendment language. I think the best suggestion would be to send this back to committee and even perhaps let the urban camping working group actually rework this. So if you have language, Councilwoman Jordan, then I could take that as a friendly amendment. Otherwise, it says to hold it up in storage for 30 days.
Yeah, I can't even think right now. It would be great to hold this in committee because there is language I'd like to put around that. And maybe I'll just think about it for a minute because my brain's not working very quickly. But you're right, you need words for that. So
Councilor Carlino, I'm going to check on the procedural piece to ask that question. Okay. Quick parliamentarian check-in. So we do have an amendment on the floor, Councilor Carlino, so we need to make sure that we address this one first before we then recognize a councilor that would ask to send this back to committee to suggest that. So let's work this piece of procedure that's put forward, which is this particular be it further resolved. And so it's on the floor. Do you want to keep it as is for now? And we can vote on it as is?
Yes, I'd be happy to comment on it too. It seems like some people don't want me to say comment, but it'd be great if I could comment on this policy thing too. On your amendment? Yeah, my amendment. Sure. Yeah. So this amendment, I'm going to make a comment on it because this is the time to make amendments and comment. So why would our city staff be destroying people's property? And if we're going to totally remove all of their belongings of what they own, including in a tent, including like the tent that they're living in and all their belongings, shouldn't we hold that in storage so people can reclaim their belongings? When we're taking everything that somebody owns, shouldn't we hold it for them so that they can reclaim their belongings? When people in our society don't have a place to stay at night and a house to live in, shouldn't we not destroy their property with our city staff? And I'd say, yeah, I don't think we should destroy their property, and I think we should hold their belongings when we take them for up to 30 days seems like a reasonable time. So I just hope that we could just, that you all would be supportive of not using staff to destroy property during camp abatements and to also hold on to people's property and give them a chance to claim it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Carlino. Councilor Vasecka.
I was wondering what the general procedure is for personal property that is left unattended on public property. What is
right, abandoned property? Yes, right. So we have a process for that now, and Mr. Sudbury, would you articulate, and it's also articulated it's also written and described in the ordinance, which is number 7, abandoned personal property, and there is an extensive procedure for how to handle that. I would remind folks that this has all been researched based on best practices, other communities, and ways of which they've handled abandoned personal property.
I withdraw my question, thank you.
And that provision does say 30 days. Any other council comments? Councilor Sherrill.
I just want to point out, I know you just said this, but I want to make it clear to everyone that this is written in the ordinance. We have language for this in the ordinance that is researched and legal, and I'm not going to be supporting this because I think we're covering it in the ordinance, and I think that's the place to cover it.
Other council comments? Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. I just have concerns that the resolution and the ordinance won't align. And so I think that we need to come up with a plan for how to make sure that the resolution and the ordinance align, because that doesn't make any sense if they don't.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And so agreed upon by Councilor Carlino, really by your request to see if this could be sent back to committee. We're going to stop your amendment process. And then is there, oh, sorry, I have to vote. Sorry, we have to vote. My bad. Okay, any other council comments on this amendment? Not seeing any. Okay, Claire, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay, voting on the Carlino amendment regarding private property with no amendments. Beginning with Jordan.
I apologize, Claire. Are we voting, we're voting his private property amendment in, right?
Yeah, the red one on the screen, just the top one.
Thank you. My vote's a yes. Thank you.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
No.
Savage.
No.
Sherrill.
No.
Vasecka.
No.
Anderson.
No.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
No.
And Jones.
No.
That fails with 9 opposed and 3 in favor.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cut the vote short. Now we're at the point where you ask the question, could we send it back to committee? So really, you have the floor for amendments. So Councilor Carlino, I would look to you to see if you could make that procedural request of your peers.
I think everybody here is really tired and is, saying things that maybe you normally wouldn't say if it was the middle of the day. And I think there's a lot more to work on with this resolution and with the ordinance as well. And we've heard a lot of feedback from the community, so I think we should be able to incorporate some of that into the resolution. And I would prefer to just do this on a Wednesday, so I would motion that we send it back to committee to work on this further.
Okay, there's a move to send this back to committee. Is there council comments, please? Councilor Anderson?
Oh, no, I thought I was going to provide a parliamentary, so.
Please.
Oh, no, it's just basically, it's move without objection, send it back to committee. If anyone objects, then we have to vote on it, so.
Oh, thank you. Okay, does anybody object? Okay, we do have 2 people that have objected. Okay, so now we have to vote on it.
Yes, and so the vote is to, if you vote yes, you want to send it back to committee. If you vote no, you want to keep going tonight.
Okay, is that clear, everybody? Is that clear on the instruction? Councilor Farmer?
Just curious, what committee? Would it go to this Wednesday?
And so it'd be going back to the committee of the whole, and we have already the ordinance scheduled for Wednesday. And I think that we're already scheduled to go after 5 this next week. So then it would have to go over until, that council president is the chair of that.
It would need to go over at the earliest. It would be, we have Juneteenth off, we have the week off, so it would be that following week. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but it's the 26th, I think, or 24th or something.
Ask a procedural question, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any way we could hear this instead of the ordinance on Wednesday and use that time to get the resolution shored up so that we hit the ground running when we talk about the ordinance?
That is up to the chair's prerogative, but
it's been noticed.
Yeah. It's noticed and it's the start of a public hearing process.
Correct. Yeah.
No, we can do it.
So what is procedurally, is it questioning whether I accept it coming back to committee? I do not.
No,
On this
sorry.
Wednesday.
Yes, okay, so you will not be, yes, that, sorry.
I do
Sorry,
not-
Madam Mayor, we're going to not take over the floor, not be recognized.
Sounds good. So we're going to, Councilor Jordan asked that question. The answer to that question is?
To seeing it this Wednesday, the answer to that is no.
Right, okay, great. So we've resolved that. Let's move it back then to the
Vote
on sending it back to committee.
Yes, and a yes vote is yes to send it to committee. A no vote is to keep going tonight.
Okay. Ms. Trimble? Ready for you.
Taking notes.
Good. Thank you.
Right. Voting on sending the resolution back to committee at an unspecified date, beginning with Jordan?
Yes.
Melson?
No.
Nugent?
No.
Savage?
No.
Sherrill?
No.
Vasecka?
No.
Anderson?
No.
Becerra?
No.
Campbell?
No.
Carlino?
Yes.
Farmer?
No.
And Jones?
No.
That motion fails with 10 opposed, 2 in favor.
Okay, and we're back. Councilor Carlino.
All right. I will share my screen and continue on with amendments tonight, as it's the only allotted time for amendments. So we just voted to still allow the possibility of destroying property of city staff. I move to amend that we add, be it further resolved, no fines or criminal citations shall be issued for camping. And I guess I could speak to that too. Try and keep all these short. In the urban camping working group, we all agreed that we were not going to use fines or jail time to help enforce camp where people can and can't camp. We made that really clear during the working group. I looked to every single person and said, as I was presenting our small groups topic, and said, are we all okay with not using fines and jail time to enforce these camping ordinances? And everybody at the urban camping working group was okay, or at least nobody acknowledged or said anything to say that they were against that. So our small group agreed on no fines or criminal charges, and the larger urban camping working group agreed on that. So I just want to put it into the resolution.
Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much. I just want to point out the fact that, again, this topic is talked about at length in the ordinance, starting on page 6, subsection B, violations, and it specifically says in provision 2, no criminal charges, criminal charges not authorized. So I think that, again, for this particular amendment is laid out in much more detail, and I don't see anywhere in here where specific fines are laid. It talks about violation or warnings.
Municipal infraction.
Municipal infractions,
That's
yes.
fine. Yeah.
Mr. Carlino, you're not recognized. Thank you. So I will not be in support of this. Again, we could have had a conversation about this had the amendments been sent out prior to 3 a.m. in the morning. And because they are not, we are going to sit here and we're going to work through them tonight. And it's not going to be pretty, but we're going to get through it because this is the work that needs to be done. But it could have been done a lot cleaner, efficiently, and probably in a much more respectful manner if they had been sent out to us ahead of time. So I will not support this amendment because I feel like it is addressed in the ordinance, and look forward to a substantive debate on the ordinance on Wednesday afternoon.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell?
question maybe is for Ryan. Is there a difference between, just parse the difference between a fine or criminal citation or a civil infraction? There's wording of that in the ordinance. Is there any substantive difference between?
Well, there is a substantive difference in the way that it would be cited in the municipal court. The existing Chapter 1240 provisions would be a criminal misdemeanor citation in criminal court because that's what the enforcement and penalty provision of 1240 is. A municipal infraction is considered a civil penalty, but if they both result in monetary penalties, we don't have to call them fines for them to be considered penalties. So, monetary penalties are fines, I think that's what people understand them, but the substantive element of criminal charge versus a civil charge is different between the proposed ordinance and the way it would be treated under the resolution.
Thank you.
Hey, Councilor Jordan, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to remind Ms. Anderson that we were told to bring amendments tonight, and that even if we had sent all of the amendments over, we would still have to go through them one by one and discuss them on the council floor. This is not a performative approach to addressing the changes that we're hoping to see implemented into this resolution. This is how we've been cornered into getting our changes recognized, because we weren't allowed time on Wednesday, which is typically when we do take time to provide amendments, but we were told no, and we were told to come Monday. We are here Monday, it's not Tuesday, doing exactly what we were told. So please do not call this performative again, and please remember that we are doing exactly as you asked us to on Wednesday, and that's why we're going to stay here and talk about our amendments.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Are there any other comments related to this amendment? Not seeing any. All right, Claire, we are ready for a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote on the Carlino amendment related to fines and citations, beginning with Melson.
No.
Nugent.
No.
Savage.
No.
Sherrill.
No.
Vasecka.
No.
Anderson.
No.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
No.
Jones.
No.
Jordan.
Yes.
That vote fails with 10 opposed and 2 in favor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Trumbull. Mr. Carlino, we're ready for your next amendment.
Thanks. Okay. I guess we'll talk about the fines next time, but that's not what the urban camping group came up with. But for this therefore clause, there's no time frame, so I'd like to add in a time frame of within 6 weeks. Be it further, so I move to amend that, be it further resolved that the Missoula City Council directs the mayor to develop a program to regulate and permit the use of city streets by unsheltered individuals camping in vehicles within 6 weeks. Any such program shall include rules for where, when, and how unsheltered individuals may use city streets for camping in a vehicle, as well as how such individuals may obtain a permit. So I move to amend that we add a time frame of 6 weeks to help develop this program.
Council comments on this amendment. Councilor Nugent.
Can staff do that?
I don't have all the staff here to answer that question because there are more than just Parks and Rec that are involved in that. I've got Public Works and right-of-way. We have these conversations more than we'd like to, and we put aside other work to start to try to implement this type of stuff. But I need to think on that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. This actually was my small group in the working group, and I know that, we had a really substantive conversation, and Sherrill is really excited about the direction in which this kind of directs her, and I know that she's working on it. I do understand that there is multiple things that everyone is juggling, but I know that there is some momentum behind this, and I don't think putting a 6-week time frame, like, they're getting into it as quickly as they can, and I know that they're committed to it, so I will not be supporting this specific thing because there's a lot of various parts that go into it, and it crosses several departments, and so want to make sure that they do it in a thorough fashion and not feel like they have to rush to meet an arbitrary deadline when there is, I believe, support for this amongst staff.
And I mean, as do I. I mean, I do too. I know there is. We talk about it quite a bit. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. I just want to ask two questions. Well, actually a question and a comment. Is there a timeline in mind that would be more palatable for Ms. Anderson? And I also would like to remind everybody that arbitrary timelines are quite subject to interpretation because there are a lot of people that think rushing through the resolution and the ordinance are on an arbitrary timeline.
So, Ms. Anderson, is that a question that you wish to answer? No. Okay. And I was just looking to see what is in the ordinance. I mean, yeah, I was just looking, pardon me, I was just looking to see what was in the ordinance. I mean, I'm also going to look to my chief of staff here really quick. I think 6 weeks is reasonable.
We can certainly investigate it. I don't know where it can be developed and implemented in 6 weeks. I just don't know the answer to that.
It says develop a program. I guess it depends on the intent. Yeah. Okay. Okay, other council comments? Okay. Looks like our comments are concluded. Ms. Trimble, I'm ready for a roll call vote.
Voting on the Carlino amendment related to the vehicle permits, creating a 6-week deadline, beginning with Nugent.
No.
Savage.
No.
Sherrill.
No.
Vasecka.
No.
Anderson.
No.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
No.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
No.
Farmer, could you repeat your vote? I missed it.
Yes.
That motion fails with 9 opposed and 3 in favor.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Carlino, we're ready for your next one?
Yep. And I'll save us all time and skip the whereas clauses because it's the therefores that really matter. And these are some interesting votes that we have getting taken here. But for this one, I just am really worried about people who are having to deal with these camp sweeps from the city staff in extreme weather. So rather than proposing my own therefore clause, I'm just going to amend that we change the timeline for that one to 30 days instead of 6 months. So where it says, be it further resolved that the Missoula City Council directs the mayor to within 6 months develop a formal management directive to city staff governing enforcement and abatement actions during periods of extreme heat or cold, snow, rain, or other natural events, creating health or safety concerns. So I move to amend that we change that 6 months to 30 days instead.
Councillor Jones?
So from the point of view of the administration, is that a realistic time frame, or do you think you need more time?
I think it's a realistic time frame. Okay. Any other comments before we vote? Okay. Ms. Trimble, we're ready for a vote on that amendment.
Right. Voting on the Carlino amendment to shorten the mayor directive to 30 days on extreme weather issues, beginning with Savage.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you say you do think that's reasonable?
I do.
Okay, I vote yes.
Thank you for asking.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
And Nugent.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Carlino?
All right.
We're ready for your next amendment.
Okay, thanks. So on the last therefore clause, I move to amend that we get rid of the section that says irrespective of whether an individual has access to alternative shelter. I think it should be taken into consideration whether or not somebody has access to alternative shelter before we send city staff to, move them without them having any access to shelter. I think we should cross that section off. I think it should be taken into consideration whether or not somebody has access to alternative shelter before we do these sweeps and make them go under these ordinances. So that's my amendment. I move to amend that we get rid of irrespective of whether an individual has access to alternative shelter off of the last therefore clause.
Okay, amendment is on the floor. Council comments? Looking around the room? How about online? Councillor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. Danielle, I think this is a really good spot because we do need to make sure that we're not further penalizing people for not having access to alternative shelter, because that's the whole point of all the work we're doing, is that people don't even have access to shelter, let alone alternative shelter. So I appreciate you spotting this one, and I will definitely vote yes for it.
Any other council comments?
Just a question.
Sure. Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
So we're dealing with access to alternative shelter. We talking about, it may be the case sometimes that there's more people out and about than there are shelter beds available, say at J Street or Poverello, or are we also considering those that are on outs from those facilities?
Mr. Sudbury, you look, lonely over there. What would you chime in on that, please?
Yeah, I think any available shelter. So this is the provision that effectuates the buffer provision that irrespective of whether shelter is available, which is language generated from the Boise decision, they can't camp in certain areas. That's what the buffer provisions are intended to create. So if you struck this provision, then you'd be striking effectively this entire section, or at least the buffer provisions of this. So, yeah.
Councillor Campbell, did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Other council comments or questions? All right, not seeing any. Ms. Trimble, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Right. Voting on the Carlino amendment to strike beginning from irrespective of weather. Beginning with Sherrill.
No.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
No.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
No.
Jones.
No.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
No.
Could you repeat that?
Can you repeat that for?
No.
Savage.
No.
And that has 9 opposed and 3 in favor, so that motion fails.
Okay, thank you very much. Did that made it through all of the resolutions, basically all the action items?
Yeah, we don't have to vote on the whereas clauses. I don't know that we really even follow those, but I would still like to just speak to the resolution as a whole, if now's a good time, but I'm done with amendments for today. It would have been great if we could have done those on Wednesday, but I'm glad that I was at least allowed the opportunity to help represent my constituents with amendments and help create policy and not just get called to the question and have that part skirted. So I appreciate you all engaging in the conversation. But
Thank you, Councilor Carlino. I appreciate that. I am going to have a moment here. We have now back to the main motion, correct? So the main motion is now, so now we are basically open to comments again? We've already made one round of comments, but I think that's where we're at.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, there are 7 minutes until we need to change the tape over.
Okay.
So maybe we want to
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I would suggest that we take a roll call vote. I think that we've had a good chance to, the main motion is on the floor. We've had council dialogue, comment, questions.
And point of order, the vote tonight is on 2 things. A, passing the resolution needs to be 1 vote, and the second vote needs to be setting the public hearing for the ordinance.
That's correct, right? Yeah, so yes, that's my understanding as well, that we're doing 2 votes.
Yeah.
So this first one would be on passing the resolution.
As amended.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Trimble, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay, on the main motion regarding the resolution, including the 2 friendly amendments from Nugent and Farmer, beginning with Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
no.
7 no.
No.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
And that passes with 10 in favor and 2 opposed.
Okay, now then, thank you everybody for working through that together. And now the next motion that is up for consideration is the first reading of the ordinance. Let me read it properly. I'm trying myself at this hour. Let's see, it's an ordinance adding chapter 12.60 to adopt regulations governing camping on city right-of-way or other city property, and the recommended motion is to set a public hearing on June 24th and preliminarily adopt an ordinance adding chapter 12.60 to adopt regulations governing camping on city right-of-way and other city property. Sorry, that was duplicative. Motion's on the floor. Is that okay that I just repeated it? You've already made the motion, so I just basically repeated it. Wanted to know what folks were voting on. Again, this is for setting the public hearing for June 24th. Are there any comments on the, I think we haven't really taken comments specific to this for council. Council questions or comments? Mr. Carlino.
Happy to set the public hearing and go on with the democratic process, but overall, this ordinance is far different than what the urban camping working group suggested. There should not be fines included in here for people that are camping. They clearly cannot pay those fines. But I hope we get a chance to do amendments and to have discussion on Wednesday. I hope you all allow that so we don't have to be here so late like this again. But overall, the ordinance isn't providing services. The resolution that you all just passed doesn't provide campsites. I appreciate the amendments to actually develop a plan for those other things, but This is all about enforcement and pushing people from one place to the next, people that have nowhere to go. And I don't know, like thinking of that quote from like the Flathead County Commissioner and then a Missoula quote. The quotes sound very different, but the policy is very similar when it comes to how we deal with people that are survival camping. So I don't support these far-right policies for the resolution or for the ordinance. And I think we should come up with something more humane and let the urban camping working group actually work on the resolution and work on the ordinance themselves. Because I bet the urban camping working group would come up with way different things than what you all are claiming that the urban camping working group did to write these. So I'm just super disappointed. I think these ordinance and resolutions are inhumane, unjust. I think they're just going to make the problem worse, make it harder for people to get into permanent housing when you're moving them from place to place, and it's not even going to solve the problem. You're just going to be moving people in circles. So I'm just really disappointed in you all, and yeah, I guess we'll move on with the next steps.
If I could just mention also, I would encourage all council members and members of the public just to remember that that urban camping working group report was made public. And so that is on the Engage Missoula website in case you're curious what the actual content was of the recommendations that came forward. I'd highly recommend you take a look at that as it relates to the content of the ordinance. Councilor Sherrill.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I would suggest that all of my colleagues get any amendments to the ordinance to each other ahead of time. We are a body of 12 and working with each other and meeting with each other in order to get support and get amendments prior that council will support is always a good idea. We have 3 hours on Wednesday to work through this. Because we have the ordinance, or we have passed the resolution, and there are no meetings afterwards. So we have time on Wednesday, but it is always a good idea to actually work with your colleagues since we're a body of 12.
Other council comments? Councilor Campbell.
Just really quick, I wanted to retort on something my colleague, Councilman Carlino, was talking about fines, and we just had a conversation about fines as well, but you know, a lot of this is on municipal court and what they do, and I could tell you, as a matter of fact, that folks that go to court from any walk of life that come to court, they'll tell the judge whether or not they have ability to pay when that question's posed to them, but they're supposed to do a report, they're supposed to do a questionnaire to ferret out whether or not someone could actually pay for their fine or not. Municipal court is not doing that.
Thank you for your comment. Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Campbell, I would greatly appreciate if you could show me the statute where it says that they have to do that, and then also show me that municipal court is not doing their due diligence in deciding whether or not a person is indigent and can or cannot pay. I would greatly appreciate that information because that's a huge claim. And I think what's really noteworthy is that our municipal court judges are being asked to present and speak across the country based on their supportive services approach to criminal justice rather than penalizing people and furthering their dive into poverty in the criminal justice system. I just think that was a really careless last minute comment, Mr. Campbell, and I want to see some proof.
Okay, other council comments? No other council comments, then Ms. Trimble, we will take a roll call vote on setting the public hearing.
I'll vote on setting the public hearing for the ordinance related to camping on city right-of-ways and city properties, setting it for June 24th. Background to Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Repeat that.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
And Vasecka.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 12 in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes our regular business.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I would, as a point of order, make a motion to adjourn based on the late time and that we suspend mayor comments and council comments. Because
Is that a
everybody's talked a
suspension of
lot
rules?
already today. Not a suspension, it's just a without objection. If there's objection, then we can go through all of the rest of the agenda. But if there's no objection, given the time tonight.
Is there any objection from council members? No objection from council members in the room?
Okay.
No objection online? Okay. Then that friendly amendment to the agenda is accepted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here with us. Everybody get a good night's sleep for a few hours before you have to start your day tomorrow. Good night.